Hello, hello, my Cybies. What is up? I am kicking the hornet's nest again. But I did say we were gonna have more Hellaverse Hatedom streams this year. This is not who I was expecting to start with, though, but a video came out that kept getting recommended to a bunch of people. People kept talking about it and bringing it up, and I was like, alright, I will take a look at this. I would say please go watch the original video in full and support this person nonetheless, but...
At Rain Banana sent a super chat, a video by somebody who's highly opinionated. It's about the Hellaverse. Nearly 2 to 3 hours. It's gonna be one of those days, isn't it?
Now, the video we're gonna watch today is only an hour long, and I'm hoping I don't have to pause Andy as much as I do with someone like Lily Orchard. Like, I'm not... No matter what some people say, I'm not out there looking for my next Lily Orchard. No, I just like to respond to videos I think have bad opinions on media, or laugh at stupid things on the internet, or just talk about topics I find interesting. I'm a variety streamer. I game, I talk about cartoons, I talk about weird things. Anything that interests me, and you guys just come along for the ride, and it's fine. So yes, I'm a variety channel, you know, I'm a triple threat, guys. I'm a triple threat, anyway. So yes, I'm going to kick the Hellaverse Hornet's Nest again, because a lot of people have opinions about Vivziepop's shows that are just deeply driven from their own misogyny toward the creator, and either that or they're just one of those humorless people who, like, don't get jokes, or don't think jokes should happen in anything, and like, nitpick every aspect of the show and expect things that are supposed to be comedic to be dramatic and things that are supposed to be dramatic to be comedic. It's very confusing to me, I must say. And hey, this video might make some good points, from what I've heard. Probably not a lot, but I'll give it a fair shake. I always go into everything blind. But the fact that Stella is front and center on their thumbnail is not a good sign. There's a whole group of people out there that stan Stella for some reason. They can't accept that she's just a comedic one-dimensional villain. Because I guess if woman character is comedic one-dimensional villain, then misogyny somehow. Even though there are other robust female characters in the show, but the Hatedom tends to ignore them, and then accuse the show of ignoring them. Because every single time I've rewatched Helluva Boss, I didn't do a rewatch for this stream, I was lazy, I'm sorry. But every single time I've rewatched Helluva Boss, I'm like, wow, Millie sure has a lot of screen time the Hatedom tells me she's not supposed to have. So, yeah, that's fun.
At DireWolf181 sent a super chat. Ref from last vid, I like the evil race thing if it is nuanced like quirks, some are evil, some aren't. It's more a culture thing, savage versus not a spectrum.
Oh yeah, on my Friday streams, I'm having a weekly Friday stream now as well. We were talking about extra credits and their whole evil races or bad writing thing, and oh god, that video was a train wreck. Highly recommend going watching that one. I have chaptered it, so you can go right to the videos.
At DinoNugget22 sent a super chat. Voxtech, trust us hacks.
Trust us with your streaming. And luckily, we don't have to scramble Helluva Boss. I can just play clips from it. Because every time we've talked about Hazbin Hotel, I've had to use my special scramble screen, and I just made it Voxtech themed because, I don't know, I thought it was funny.
At CatsRule110 sent a super chat. When you're in a misogyny competition and your opponent is a Hellaverse hater,
Yeah, I know, right?
face emoji,
It's like,
distressed face emoji, distressed face emoji.
Call might be coming from inside the house.
At Balonic111 sent a super chat. Yes, Hellaverse Hatedom bashing, let's go.
Let's go! Because, you know, a lot of people don't, it just, there's not a lot of, like, counter arguments to the things people claim about these shows, and I will say, and I've always said, that the Hellaverse Hatedom, Vivziepop critical, all that shit, it's just Steven Universe crit heated up in the microwave. You guys aren't even original. It's the same fucking shit. And yes, I know Blackish's channel got deleted. It was only a matter of time, to be honest. It wasn't a question of if, but when. Like, yeah, bro, you can't just put anti-Semitism in your thumbnails and expect not to be permabanned from YouTube. You know, yeah. Sorry, you're a shithead. Do better. But as always with my streams, we don't immediately start with the video. We start with a showcase of a friend of the channel, Kaiser's art corner, and then he makes me do a dub for I Want to Hug That Gator. Wait, what? Oh, I see. I'm supposed to be screaming, that's why you said I need to prepare my throat for this. I thought I was getting a lot of Olivia lines today. Damn it! Okay. Also, Giselle and Shark Jumping Walrus have, given out some gifted subs. Thank you very much, you guys. If you get hit by the gifted sub fairy, just go to Discord, go to Connections, connect your Discord and YouTube accounts, and it should dump you right in my Discord server, which is much like my channel, where we just kind of shitpost and have fun. So, anyway, yes. We are doing a Wani dub today. It might not be what you expect, so let me get Kaiser's artwork into the browser. He did a long-ass fucking comic for me, apparently. This. You guys can listen to Flogging Molly while I, Oh, it's the whole... it's the whole Hellaverse Hatedom plus Shadiversity for some reason. He doesn't even go here, Kaiser! He doesn't even go here! Anyway, let me these are all nice and zoomed in. Okay, it was still loading, apparently. Let me get some more supers.
At DireWolf181 sent a super chat. That EC guy was mega cringe though, and that worked tax.
Yeah, but the extra credits scene was another instance where I went into something like, I'm gonna be balanced, let's see if this gut shittier was always shit, and then I'm like immediately, like 2 minutes into the video, I'm like, oh wow, this was always shit, okay, wow.
At Skinny the 2 Indie sent a super chat. I'll admit, I thought Stella was going to be more important when first watching. Ended up being an obstacle/punchline character, and that's okay too.
Well, see, the thing about her being a punchline, is kind of pre-existing due to her voice actor, and I will go over that probably when we get to Stella in the video, because maybe I'll bring it up right before the video too, because a lot of people don't seem to understand that Stella seems to be written around her voice actor, Georgina Leahy, because Georgina Leahy has been in Brandon Rogers' videos for years, and Stella is just her usual comedic bit. So you're saying that this character that was completely written for the comedic stylings of the woman who voices her is misogynistic. I'm just pointing that out.
At SolarBones sent a super chat. Do you have a Saiken ref? I wanna draw fan art.
I don't really have any reference materials for Sai-chan. I mean, she's a pretty simple character, so go nuts.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Wait, no. Oh god, if this the video I watched yesterday. Sigh, it's so stupid it is borderline parody. Okay. I was genuinely laughing when not face palming.
I hope that is the one you're talking about then. Yes, if you want more Shadiversity trashing, check out Westside Tyler. He also did some very good videos on Silent Hill 2 and mouthwashing recently.
At Scoony the 2 Indie sent a super chat. Also, Tummy. Spinel.
Yeah, we've been having her in a lot of midriffs. If you don't know, I've been doing this little series where I've been drawing my AU version of Spinel in Velvet's outfits because they just fit her so well. So I'm gonna be sketching a few more of these today. I'm not procrastinating on the comic pages. I have been doing my thumbnails. I'm just still kind of figuring out the layout, okay?
A Talking Movie Bubbles B6 and sent a super chat. Another Star Giant fact. Ryan, formerly known as Star Giant, went after Lily was taking shit about Starlight Gilmer, an LP character, and threw a fit.
Of course it was brony drama.
Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. Hatedom says HB is misogynistic cause the female characters supposedly don't get enough screen time. Then turn around and call AHH misogynistic despite the main character being a woman.
Yeah, it's almost like they'll never be happy. Also, I'm just gonna check to see if my music is on. Come on, iTunes, come back. I don't think it's on random right now. That's bothering me. I like having my music on random. So we're gonna have a little bit of faff before I start the actual video. Okay, well, I tried closing the mini player and then iTunes just fucked up completely. That's great. Thank you. Oh, here it is. It's back now. I just want to make sure you're on shuffle. Yeah, there we go. You're playing the same band twice in a row. You may not be on shuffle.
At DireWolf181 sent a super chat. Crispy also did a vid on Shad was epic and funny.
Oh yeah. He had another recent one that I haven't watched yet. Okay, oh, damn it, now I gotta recapture the iTunes box. There we go, so you guys can actually see what song is playing. That's very important to me.
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. Hell of a stream to have while playing Yap Yap. I'm sure some wonderful language will be uttered other than commands for the piss van.
Oh good, yeah, I have no idea what that is, but okay. Alright, let's get a move on. I gotta read this comic that Kaiser has drawn for me. So we see Lily with her has been bad video and me right there. I'm like, okay, now keep calm, Sai. Idly, I don't know what that means. They have to follow the algorithm, biddle-em. Is this a reference to something? Gotta criticize fairly, darely. Oh, I get it. It's Flanders, alright. Now keep calm, Sai, diddly. They have to follow the algorithm, biddly-em, and gotta criticize fairly, darely. Crappity, fucking, fuck! Ah, fucking god, shit, damn, fucking fuck! Can't you retards literalize media? But they keep spoiling the story in their songs. Musicals tell their stories in their musicals, Lily! Blitzo is abusing Stolas. The O is silent. They are two messed up people trying to find good in a bad situation. Also, I will continue to call him Blitzo. Elsa should have been written like Omni-Man. Oh, if it isn't the tiny voice of Little Punk King, coming in with a comparison that no one asked! You don't understand non-linear narratives. You are just jealous of your brother. I don't know why you're here, Shad. You don't even go here. And then I walk up to Kaiser. Kaiser! You are so fucking annoying. And he's like, yo, go off easy. Good day, mate. I also have that same N7 jacket. I made Skrill very jealous when I wore it to New York when we met. They don't sell it anymore. It's a nice track jacket. So there we go. That's me. That's me flipping the fuck out on everyone, as I am wont to do. But I also have a Wadi dub to do, so let me close all these tabs real quick. Good comic though, Kaiser. You should go check out Neo Kaiser on Twitter. It's mostly re-uploads. Oh yeah, these are all the clips we might need later. These are all the clips I took last time we talked about Helluva Boss. So alright, and then I gotta do Mia. I gotta do Mia here. Gotta do my Mia voice. Which is really just kind of my Jersey mom voice. But, you know. Gotta go more Boston, though. Gotta go more Boston. Anyway, I'll pause the music. Don't worry. I won't bite. Still, I devour violently. Then ... Inko, I just crap my pants. Probably. There we go, okay. If you don't know what the fuck I'm doing this for, go look up my I Wanna Hug That Gator live stream. I went through this whole game making funny voices, and we had a really good time.
At Chipmanly1 sent a super chat. At work tax.
Yeah, stick it to the man. Watch side streams at work. You came into me streaming swears it's a normal stream.
A super chat. YouTube is being stupid saying video unavailable, so I'll be watching the VOD later tax.
Oh yeah, YouTube has had some really weird outages right now, so...
At Dio MKV sent a super chat. 0 days since Aura was mentioned.
I started that joke too. 0 days since 4 was mentioned.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. Shad's there because he's starved for attention.
Yeah, he'd probably say the show is a Satanist or something anyway.
At Talking Movie Bubbles B6 sent a super chat. The amount of shit Lauren Faust has dealt with is the same amount Vivziepop has to deal with now.
Yeah, it's almost like every time there's a female showrunner, people are extra hypercritical of her. Even if they pretend it's not because she's a woman, and they make up all sorts of other excuses for why they're being hypercritical, up into including mischaracterizing her writing and her show and blaming her for stuff she didn't even write, you know? Yeah, it seems to be a pattern, doesn't it? It seems to be a fucking pattern. Huh. So we're gonna bring up the Distracto Vision, which is the little box I have in the corner to react to videos when I'm drawing. Though on Fridays, I tend to have things full screen, so if you want to... You guys are going to have a vote tomorrow. You're going to have a vote between 3 topics for Friday tomorrow. So keep on the lookout for that. Did I draw the guy who has been killed by Shark and Brighter as a sinner? Why not? Actually, yeah. Would most of the people Vox killed when he was a human be in hell? That's a good question. So anyway, this is a video by Rottika, who I've never heard of, and who seems to have only been making videos again recently, and I don't normally like to react to videos this early, because it's only been out for a few days, but, this was very much, requested, repeatedly. So this person is gonna make a lot of the arguments we've probably heard on Twitter about how, Helluva Boss is totally sexist and misogynistic somehow, when usually it's like, we ignored Millie and we're blaming the show for that, is what I've noticed a lot. But, you know, I probably shouldn't go in with any presuppositions, but it's hard not to. So I'm gonna hear out their arguments. Hopefully, I don't have to pause Andy. We know how I guess this video's like an hour long, so if I have to pause Andy, that's like a 6-hour stream, probably. Oh, uses he, him, okay. I don't know anything about this person, so, yeah.
A Talking Movie Bubbles B6 and sent a super chat. Thank God now Akko Takeuchi has to deal with it.
I feel like female mangaka are more respected in Japan than female showrunners are in the West, but, you know. Anyway, so let's start the video, and I will be sketching Spinel in more of these outfits, so you guys can enjoy Thoughty Spinel while we do this. I actually might shrink this alert a little bit. There you go. Alright, let's go. Yeah, fuckle your bucks.
Every time I think I've made it out, something pulls me right back down. To hell! Hey everyone,
Oh, you sound like you have a blue snowball like I used to.
I didn't exactly expect to be sitting here ever again, hunched over my computer desk in the cramped closet I record in, talking about Helluva Boss of all things. After the last video that I made on the topic, 2 years ago, what the fuck? I put the show entirely out of my mind for a while. I didn't so much as touch another episode, and blissfully avoided most of the discourse. But lo, all good times must come to an end, because here we are again. See, as much as there existed a part of me that wanted to move on from the topic permanently, on account of the draining nature of dealing with both the fans and the haters of the Hellaverse alike.
Well, yes, it is draining, but also, can we all just, like, accept that we're all talking about fucking cartoons at the end of the day? Like, it really is not that serious. I don't understand these people who act like hating Vivienne Medrano and her shows is like some kind of linchpin of their online brainworm politics. Like, it's a fucking cartoon. Stop doing all of your, like, all of your thought on politics and social issues through the vector of pop culture. That's so fucking childish. Like, grow up.
Like, there has been a particular aspect
I'm saying I'm agreeing with him on that.
Helluva Boss's writing stirring in the back of my mind for multiple years now. One that I always wished that someone would make a comprehensive video about. But as time marches ever
I'm going to assume this isn't that video, but
forward, and I have still yet to see the kind of analysis I'm craving, I figure that this might be the opportunity to get up off my ass, roll up my sleeves, and tackle it myself. So
okay, I can at least give you props there. Like, okay, this is the kind of video you wanted to see, so yeah, okay, cool.
So what is bothering me so much that I'm returning to talk about this show one final time? Well, Helluva Boss is misogynistic. Incredibly misogynistic. Like, so—
oh boy, I sure love having misogyny mansplained to me. This is gonna be fun.
So deeply misogynistic, it's coconuts. Yes, we're going there. I am acutely aware that I'm poking a beehive right now, but if no one is gonna come out and just say it so plainly, then I'm willing to get stung. Now—
what do you mean no one? There's crazies all over Twitter saying this bullshit. It's probably where you get half your fucking arguments from.
Don't misunderstand me, I do not intend to imply that no one in the Hellaverse critical zeitgeist or even the YouTube sphere has pointed this issue out. I am aware of several different people who have mentioned it in tweets, videos, and posts here and there. And there are probably a lot more that I haven't seen. Critiquing Helluva Boss for its sexist writing is not a wholly unique venture on my part.
Yeah, I was just saying that, actually. Okay, maybe I should stop pause Andying.
And I don't want to claim that it is. Rather, I am merely unsatisfied with and disappointed by much of the coverage that I have seen. Generally, I've found that the subject of misogyny tends to 1. Get buried underneath other complaints, 2. Not be expanded on in its entirety, or at worst, 3, be employed by certain individuals as a rhetorical tool to get an own, before they then proceed to weaponize the very same prejudice that they were just complaining about against other people. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's mostly the last one. It is mostly the last one, yes.
I will have words to say about that later, trust.
I've heard.
Whether it's people who love Helluva Boss or people who hate it, the discussion around the show is a realm made up of primarily queer or otherwise progressive people. And as your local neighborhood dollar store transsexual wokey, such open and rampant sexism and femophobia and whorephobia being so casually permitted by both sides is
Femophobia, horrorphobia, I am not young or online enough to know what the fuck that means.
frustrating and concerning to me. That, friends, is why we're here today. My name is Victor with a K, though I also go by Rottika or Rot here on the channel, and in this video I want to analyze each and every aspect of the misogynistic writing that I found present in Helluva Boss. But before we jump down that rabbit hole, I want to issue a couple of brief but very important disclaimers.
Okay, I thought you had a sponsor there for a second. Let's let some supers through before we continue.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. The trans woman is the only one to avoid it. Ironic.
I think they have other complaints about Millie's sister, even though Morgana, who she's based on and voices her, like, all the things I complain about were her ideas. It's so self-defeating.
At Weak Freak sent a super chat. It would have been misogynistic if the female characters had 0 scenes. Guess all the Loona, Millie and Via scenes doesn't exist.
Yeah, or they just get ignored.
At Chipmanly1 sent a super chat. There you are, minding your own business when all of a sudden, you're a Vivziepop. You never asked for this.
I did say I wanted to see that come back as a meme.
At VarishWolf95 sent a super chat. Where did all these phobias come from?
I don't know, people just make up new words on the internet all the time to have something to complain about, so there's a lot of that. They're making up a new phobia every day while I'm having misogyny mansplained to me, which is already, we're off on the wrong foot here already. Hooray! Well, let's hear what your disclaimers are.
Number 1. I am here to analyze a piece of art, a collaborative piece of art no less, that many different people have worked on. I am not here to accuse any of the specific individuals who worked on or are involved with the show of being misogynists or bigots in general. Even if I thought that they were, my concern is not so much about the creators behind the curtain as it is about the creations that they put out.
Okay, well that's actually fucking refreshing in one of these videos to be like, look, I'm critiquing like what I'm seeing in the text of this art here. I'm not like using it as an accusation. Can we be normal about this? Okay, I'm on board with that. Even if I don't agree with you, Rottika, I'm on board with that.
Taking into account the authors behind our favorite works can sometimes lead to a better understanding of them. I am very much disillusioned by the weird parasocial vitriol that some critics tend to have for the people behind the works that they cover. My channel is about creative works that I think are interesting, not about starting public fights with strangers. The drama-focused, obsessive digging up of every facet of problematic shit that a person gets into online is weird and creepy, in my opinion, and
Okay, so everyone watching this right now, keep in mind that Rottika said that before you go get the receipts, the out-of-context receipts you have on me and like to wave around. Also, this disclaimer did nothing for him, because right here in the pinned comic is, dang, chat, I didn't expect this to do well, honestly, blah blah blah, comments are already a cesspit of weirdos hyper-focusing on Viv. And it hasn't even been up for 24 hours. We are so screwed. Broken heart. So even with all that disclaimer and all those sensible statements of, hey, we're just critiquing art here, we're not putting a value judgment on the people behind it, all the comments were just full of that. Probably people who didn't even watch the video just went, yeah, fuck Vivziepop, yeah.
I think we all, in this media commentary community space, have to get better about squashing the inner gossipy Kiwi farmer that lurks within us all. Number 2. Just because I am criticizing a work of art does not mean that I believe it shouldn't be allowed to exist. When I made my Stolitz video, I noticed that a lot of people assumed that my criticism of it equated to a call for deplatforming or censorship of the show, but rest assured this is not my intention. I am firmly—
Well, again, that's because all these people online, like, make pop culture the one and only vector of all their politics and social woes. So, like, oh, if you hate show, you must think show bad and creator bad, and they must be deplatformed and shunned from society. And it's like, we're just talking about cartoons, man. We're just talking about fucking cartoons. So at least me and Rottika are on the same level there, even if I may not agree with his arguments. We're at least on the same fucking level there.
Anti-censorship, and just because I dislike something doesn't mean that I think it should disappear. Hell, as much as I don't like Helluva Boss, I'm actually very glad it exists. More art is always better than less art, even if not all the art that gets made is to my particular taste.
Also, you gotta think about the precedent Spindlehorse has set with the deals they made with Amazon. It's incredible that Amazon also decided to pick up Helluva Boss while letting Spindlehorse retain full creative rights to it. That is insane. That has never happened before. I mean, Vivziepop is carving her way through indie animation the same way Markiplier is carving his way through the movie industry. But only one of these creators gets praise, and the other one just gets shot on constantly, even though they are both opening pathways for independent media. And that, you know, but one's a man and one's a woman, so what can you do?
And indie animation means a lot to me and always has even besides that. And finally, number 3. Like my earlier point about this video not being a personal attack on the creators of Helluva Boss, I want to clarify that it's not meant as an attack on the people who like it either. I am aware that there are likely many fans who are completely nice people, and it would be very hypocritical of me to assume that enjoyment of a piece of media is indicative of an inherent endorsement of everything within it. I'm an anime fan. I know what it's like to love and connect with a piece of art in spite of problematic, misogynistic aspects being present within it. Furthermore,
Yeah, like
I
Death
don't
Note.
think that people who are sensitive to criticism of the things that they care about need to subject themselves to that criticism all the time. I think it's very cool and important to be open-minded, but at the end of the day, I'm not here to ruin people's enjoyment of a show that they might be, you know, very personally connected to. So if you think that
We hear that, potentially angry chatters and commenters, you should be open-minded to anything I say as well.
this video is going to make you feel upset, or maybe it will feel like a personal attack
Yeah, he's chill, but his opinions might still be wrong, so both things can be true.
on your character, then there is no shame in clicking off and deciding to watch something else instead. No shade to the people who like Helluva Boss or to the people who like the Hellaverse in general. After all, even if it's for different reasons, I think we can both agree that the show is very interesting to think about and to talk about. That all out of the way, hold on to your scrotes, divas, because we're gonna get into it now.
That was a really bad attempt to do, like, Tele-style dialogue.
The first thing that I
stuff.
want to take the time to discuss is humor, particularly because of how often the "it's just dark, edgy jokes" excuse is used as a tactic to indulge bigotry, and I'd rather
Okay, so we're already off on the wrong foot. Yeah, it's dark, edgy humor. It is dark humor, and a lot of people don't seem to understand the humor of the show, and that's fine. It's okay if it's not for you, but, like, I don't get why people keep watching and wanting it to be something completely different than it is. Also, how does dark humor lead to bigotry? Hang on a second, we need to hear that again.
The first thing that I want to take the time to discuss is humor, particularly because of how often the "it's just dark, edgy jokes" excuse is used as a tactic to indulge bigotry, and I'd rather nip this in the bud as fast as possible because it's a tired, ignorant, and uncompelling argument.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, not sorry. Humor is, after all, only one of the most powerful rhetorical tools used to strengthen and reinforce already entrenched ideas and to inform new ones. Think, for example, of how right-wingers use jokes and memes that mock minorities as a way to signal allegiances and affirm prejudices in others. Or all that boomer "I hate my nagging wife" humor that, when boiled down to its core, is rooted in obvious sexism. Unlike
Okay, how the fuck is it similar to anything in the Hellaverse?
those examples, I don't think that Helluva Boss's streak of misogynistic jokes are intentionally malicious or are included as a conscious effort to make a statement about something. I think that more likely—
Almost like maybe they don't exist and you're kind of hallucinating them.
it's a writer blind spot. But whether or not it is intentional, Helluva Boss has consistently, from its start all the way to its most recent episodes, featured extremely misogynistic, nasty, and demeaning jokes at the expense of its female cast. It is constant.
And there's never been nasty, demeaning jokes at the expense of the male cast. It's not like Moxxie is constantly the butt of the joke because he's the straight banana of the group. It's not like Moxxie is the one that Blitzo constantly picks on.
Let me tell you, most of it just boils down to the women being called bitches, sluts, whores, cunts, cows, and other sexist.
I'm pretty sure everyone is called those words. Though. Like, everyone.
Pejoratives, by the way. I don't think a single—
Is it only, like, if you call everybody bitches, like, I call everybody bitches. Bitch is a gender-neutral term to me. You know, I can reclaim it, because I'm a bitch. I'm a lover, I'm a child, I'm a mother. But, like, I call everybody bitches. Everybody are bitches. So, like, is it only bad when it's aimed at a female character? What if they call a male character a bitch? Is it misogynistic then? Like, I don't get this fucking optics-based logic. It's just very short-sighted.
Helluva Boss has consistently, from its start all the way to its most recent episodes, featured extremely misogynistic, nasty, and demeaning jokes at the expense of its female cast. It is constant, let me tell you. Most of it just boils down to the women being called bitches, sluts, whores, cunts, cows, and other sexist pejoratives, by the way. I don't think a single one of them escapes this treatment. The experience I had rewatching the show from the beginning and delving—
Well, I don't think anybody escapes that treatment in Helluva Boss. Oh my god, people swear at each other and use pejoratives and are insulting to each other. Yeah, that's the fucking show. And even then, the Hellaverse is nowhere near as edgy as the average Brandon Rogers video. And he's the co-writer.
Into even the newer episodes can be described as a long string of me wincing at one uncomfortable joke after another.
Yeah, so you don't like swearing in adult jokes, that's fine, but, like, so don't watch it. That's all I can say to people sometimes, okay, so don't watch it.
Another after another after another. I'm not exaggerating, it's genuinely awful to watch. I decided that the best—
Venture Brothers would kill some Zoomers on the spot. Fucking Archer would kill some Zoomers on the spot.
way to really get my point across about the severity and frequency of it would be to edit together an extremely long and tedious series of clips featuring each and every single time a woman in Helluva Boss is called a bitch, slut, skank, or whore, or any other demeaning gendered insults of that ilk.
Why didn't you edit it all together to prove your point then, since you're saying it's constant? You're claiming it's constant. You need to actually show me proof that it is, because I've watched this show through all the way, like, 3 or 4 times, and I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
Long and tedious series of clips featuring each and every single time a woman in Helluva Boss is called a bitch, slut, skank, or whore, or any other demeaning gendered insults of that ilk. This compilation is not exhaustive, by the way. I decided not to include examples in which the character doing the name calling is portrayed as in the wrong for doing so. And for simplicity,
we gotta make sure they're portrayed explicitly as being in the wrong. Let's just bring back the Hays Code, I guess. We gotta make sure the audience has their hand held and are told that the character is being an asshole, so we don't think that this is aspirational. Like, are you 2 years old? Seriously.
I also decided not to bother with visual gags or any examples of more complex writing that bears further analysis and explanation deeper than mere quick clips can provide. I will be covering all of that later. Instead, this is just the obvious stuff, the casual misogyny.
This intro to your compilation of bitches is taking a little too long.
As a quick note, while I was rewatching these clips and just letting all of it wash over me like—
Rewatching these clips, but did you rewatch the show, or did you just go through and cherry pick this compilation and then just watch that and then make this video? That's my question for you right now.
A tidal wave of raw sewage, I came to the realization that this comp is so unpleasant that it could even be possibly triggering to some people. Like, unironically, if you—
I bet you anything this is gonna make me laugh out loud.
You are a survivor of patriarchal, misogynistic, and/or sexual violence, some of these clips, especially all back-to-back like this, could have the potential to
Oh yes, tell us, man, about the patriarchy, yes.
Seriously upset you. Even for people who haven't been on the receiving end of gendered violence, this stream of straight misogyny lasts, like, a while. So even for
Honestly, I think maybe you should just go sit in a nice padded room with a lot of soft toys and things you couldn't, and safety scissors and things you couldn't possibly poke yourself with or swallow and die from. And just sit there watching maybe VeggieTales or Dora the Explorer if this sort of humor is too much for you. Like I said, the average fucking Brandon Rogers video is more edgy than the entire Hellaverse. Fucking Venture Brothers is worse than this. Fucking Rick and Morty and Family Guy are worse than the Hellaverse. All of those shows are edgier and more disgusting than the Hellaverse. And you're so fucking sensitive to this, which is basically just like a teen show that swears. Let's be real.
The average viewer, it will probably still be very bad. For those of you who want to skip the compilation because you think it might be too much for you, or
oh my god, why do we need a 5-minute trigger warning for this? This is exhausting.
Otherwise don't want to subject yourself to this.
Verosika! Of course, that fucking bitch.
I've included a time.
Okay, yeah, Blitzo calls everybody a bitch, and that's one of his exes. And it is established in the show as we go along that all of Blitzo's breakups were kinda his fault, and he's an asshole with intimacy issues and is non-committal. Like, yeah, you're gonna misunderstand the whole anti-Blitzo party that Verosika throws too, aren't you? Just like Artis did.
Timestamp on the screen. For everyone else, hold on to your butts, because this is going to be a gnarly one.
Oh no.
No, he's not!
Watch out! Cover your ears, children! Cover your virgin ears! Adult swearing might be too much for you! Anyway, let's see how bad this compilation we needed a fucking 2-minute trigger warning for is. Oh my god. Like, again, I'm on board with you about how we're just talking about cartoons here. I'm just talking about your cartoon opinions. I'm not putting a value judgment on you as a person, really, but dear fucking Christ.
Green. For everyone else, hold on to your butts, because this is going to be a gnarly one.
Buckle your seatbelts.
No, he's not, you bitch!
That's your husband? I figured you for a slut, but I didn't know you needed dick that bad.
I had a hard time understanding the unprompted melodrama you just spat at me, tits.
That horse survived.
Okay, so like almost all of this is from the pilot, which is very tonally different than the final show, but okay.
How does it feel to have survived such a crazy bitch?
And don't worry, we'll get that skank. And,
So, yeah, remember how, like, it was kind of unfair that this chick survived and the other chick got framed as being just a crazy bitch for it? Remember that?
I got you, bitch. Listen to your hoe, Mox. Listen up, you unoriginal pink cum duck! I can smell fish for miles, which is odd because...
I mean, she's a succubus? I mean, doesn't she call her own people stuff like that?
I believe the nearest ocean is 3 rings down!
So, okay, so you're like, Blitzo is making a complete ass of himself here. How do you not know he's supposed to be in the wrong here? He's just yelling obscenities at her while looking like an idiot. Why do you think this is supposed to be aspirational?
Listen up, you unoriginal pink cum duck! I can smell fish for
Also, she just stole his parking spot.
miles, which is odd because I believe the nearest ocean is 3 rings down!
Yeah, this is an ex he's being an asshole to. How did you not understand that?
I'm surprised they let your fat ass out of rehab. I can see you're still a drunken whore, clutching onto that Bielsa juice bottle.
Blitzo is being a bitch here. He's being a bitch to his ex. Like, you're just saying nobody can swear at a woman ever. This isn't what misogyny is, you dumb motherfucker.
Like it's the last cock in hell. God damn it, whore, you will not let that go. Ugh.
And again, she's a succubus. She's a fucking succubus demon. Of course you're gonna call her things like slut and whore.
I wasted so much time with
Yeah, she calls her own crew sluts in this. They're all succubi.
bag of holes like that. Hi, big man. Where's your bitch bag of an employer? Oh, no, you don't, bitch. We rub it in that sloppy bitch's drunken whore.
So, like, over half of this is just Blitzo being a bitch about his ex. And we are explicitly shown later in the show that he is in the wrong for this, because he's the one who just flaked out on her.
Ass face. That's 9 kills in the bag. I'd like to see that Willie snatch orgasm that many. Gosh damn it, that's big.
Again, this is all about his rivalry with Verosika in a single episode. This is all from one episode. Where he's agitated about her.
It started her goatish mating call. Oh, perfect. That must be the whores. In your face, bitch!
Yeah, again, she calls her own... Remember at the end of the episode where they get caught by the cops and she says, get ready to suck a lot of pig dick sluts? They're succubi!
Must be the whores. In your face, bitch!
Judgmental cotton candy tit-having bitch!
Millie, I am not
Okay, so you're showing a woman calling another woman a bitch. So what are the rules here? How is it misogynistic for me to call another woman a bitch? You, a man, maybe don't have any business here.
above hitting a female in front of her daddy. Wait, what bitch is talking shit up?
I'm not above hitting a female in front of her that's a joke Millie would find funny. You know, like, her and Blitzo are, like, best friends, right? She finds his humor funny. He can talk like that to her because they're on that level.
Wait, what?
Fucking one of my best friends just calls me Hooker as a nickname. I mean, maybe this is a millennial thing. I don't know. But you Zoomers are just such puritanical little weirdos.
Bitch is talking shit about me! Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there, bitch.
Well, maybe it's because I'm in the presence
What
of
bitch is talking shit about me? Isn't he talking about, like, a guy there as well?
bitch!
Darling.
Okay, so fucking Loona losing her temper at a party is also misogynistic, apparently. I guess. Like, she was, like, completely agitated that whole episode.
Wait, what bitch is
Oh wow, these characters that were born and live in hell aren't perfectly polite people. Oh no. How shocking.
talking shit about me? Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there, bitch.
Well, maybe it's because I'm in the presence of a massive bitch!
And they're
Darling,
both
can we not
dogs!
talk about this now? Your mother's being a real bitch.
Oh my god, he was even oversensitive and spelled it out, and you're still calling that misogyny? Seriously? And Stella is a bitch.
Well, how was I supposed to know you can spell?
Yeah, and then that bitch!
Well, how was I supposed to know you could spell? I missed that joke.
hit her head on the way down and shattered her skull!
Okay, so this is Blitzo, falling into starring on a television show and getting addicted to the audience being forced to laugh at him, and he's slowly going crazy at that point. How is that misogynistic? That is just him trying to find any line that will make the audience laugh again. Jesus Christ, all of these in context. Like, all you did was, like, search through the episodes for the word bitch, didn't you?
Crazy bitch! How the fuck you fuck up
Okay, so Chaz, who's a bad guy, said bitch. Oh my god.
that bad anyway, titty haver?
Oh, I can't spell. I can't read either.
The Hellbees shot, you fucking really can't say that word anymore. You gotta
I love that joke. Because he said retard in the pilot. That's how, recently, it was a normal insult before all of you Zimmers decided it was a slur all of a sudden because you got called it for being obnoxious cunts in high school. So, yeah. Anyway, I love that joke. How is that misogynistic? You can call anybody a fucking retard. Oh no, trigger warning, guys. I said the dreaded Riri word. Some of you must have, like, just exploded on the spot just now.
got a problem with me. I kill people. How does it do?
What? You don't even know what he said! It was censored! We don't even know what the fuck he said! That's the joke where they don't censor any swears on this show, and they censor that one, so what the hell did he even say? That was so unspeakable! The joke is the bleep! Come on!
One special sound, whore.
No, you stupid cow! You did nothing! You're so lucky you're attractive.
So, the villains again.
Says she don't want you dead no more.
You know I kill people for a living, right, bitch?
Pick her like a couple of teen skanks.
Should have been faster. Whore! Slow us.
Skanks now is also Ain't no skank. And pushes an ATM machine on their head.
Bitch.
It's pretty telling that you snatches can't even keep your
So wait, did they just call Fizz a bitch?
Pick her like a couple of teen skanks.
Should have been faster. Whore! Slow us, bitch.
It's pretty
Okay, so it's the twins calling each other whore and bitch. Again, like I said, one of my best friends who I've been friends with for, like, over, like, 25 years calls me Hooker affectionately. Like, again, I think this is a millennial thing. I think this is a generational gap thing.
Telling that you snatches can't even keep your stupid mirror shtick together. Pile drive.
Okay, so he's insulting people who are rivals to the guy he's backing. Okay? And...
Those sluts. And here I am standing on...
Yeah, he was... Yeah! Fucking... Stryker was calling Blitzo and Fizz skanks! He was calling two men skanks! How is that misogynistic?
Top of the world with some bitches to defeat.
Yeah, they're his rivals. He's calling them bitches.
Welcome to hell, bitch!
Verosika! Of course, that fucking bitch. Sorry for the comment I made at your sister's wedding, though she did deserve
it.
You
show that one already?
She's a whore. Yeah, get that spooky ghoul cock, bitch.
Fucking beat the...
So him watching porn and saying bitch is now misogynistic too? You probably don't think the porn is misogynistic, but you think the word bitch is. That's interesting.
Nazis, and I'll beat you too, bitch!
I'm in his mind, bitch!
You are so
Again,
lucky.
that's the gender-neutral bitch being used right there.
You are hot, Stella.
And that's the joke about Androphilus, like, masking he's gay by calling his sister hot because he's an idiot. Like, how is that misogynistic? That's a running gag with him and him alone.
Alright, fine. We'll do your shitty job, but you're paying us double, bitch. I'm your worst fucking nightmare.
Oh, he called the homophobic Karen a bitch. How terrible. You're mad that he called the homophobic Karen a bitch? Really?
Bitch. Bitch, can we hurry this up?
Whew, now wasn't that just the worst minute or two of your entire life? It's on-
No, I've had far worse minutes of my life. Probably listening to you giving that trigger warning was one of them. Let's let some supers through after that so we can decompress a little bit.
At CatsRoll110 sent a super chat. Hasn't seen Helluva Boss but still watching Tax. Smiley face emoji.
Hey, Helluva Boss is fun. If you like the humor, you should
At
watch it.
DireWolf181 sent a super chat. I meant Goose works. She gets far less vitriol.
Oh, Goose. Yeah, well, Goose, my theory is Goose has unlocked, like, this OP superpower. Well, what she does is she's just completely incomprehensible and weird on Twitter, and nobody knows what the fuck to say to her. I think she's cracked the code of how to confuse the chuds.
At Yin125 sent a super chat. The Vivziepop haters would hate Robot Chicken.
Yeah, oh god, Robot Chicken would kill Zoomers, too. Zoomers, just go watch any clip from Robot Chicken, Venture Brothers, or Archer, and see how fucking mild goddamn Helluva Boss and Hazbin Hotel actually are.
At Talking Movie Bubbles B6 sent a super chat. Name one thing that Ryan has in common with Freddy Krueger. They're both a threat to children. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Oh god, what was that even a reference
sent
to?
a super chat. The O is silent greater than.
No, I'm gonna keep calling him Blitzo. Didn't you have an O on it like a clown name? It's one of my favorite fucking lines.
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. A lint and tax sorry that I don't have. Money bag emoji. All that I can give you is fish emoji. While I eat. Banana emoji.
Okay.
And chocolate bar emoji. Pancakes emoji. At
Odd combination.
Jehudi9910 sent a super chat. Everybody gets shed. That's
Yeah,
the point.
like, everybody, like, the characters just talk like this. It's in hell!
At random YouTuber 4831 sent a super chat. If they want to talk about an actually misogynistic show they should make a video on Space King. That's real misogyny.
Or the fucking Big Bang Theory.
At DireWolf181 sent a super chat. They should not go Oz or UK, they love that word.
Yeah, right. They'll say, even the kids will say cunt over there,
At
you know?
Saucy Louise sent a super chat. Shameless would destroy average Twitter users.
A lot of things I watch would destroy average Twitter users.
At Weak Freak sent a super chat. Could this person even handle MLP?
That's probably their basis for all, or his basis for all of media.
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. I heard worse as a kid in the 90s. This is Team AF.
I know, and that's the thing. We're like, millennials are sandwiched between Zoomers and Boomers right now.
Sent a super chat. Traumatized by cartoons tax. I will never recover.
Will you ever recover hearing bitch so frequently? Oh my god.
Athalonic111 sent a super chat. Is this what years of anti-bullying campaigns have led to? Good grief.
Yeah, unfortunately, we need to bring back bullying just a little.
A Talking Movie Bubbles B6 sent a super chat. Ren and Stimpy will confuse the Twitter people.
Ren and Stimpy would completely horrify. And again, I've said to this day, I can't tell you for the life of me why we liked Ren and Stimpy so much back then, but it was the time. We were really into gross out subversion. But that's the thing. My generation grew up with a bunch of puritanical boomers who used religion to censor media and say, oh no, you can't swear, you can't say bad words, and we rebelled against that. And then the Zoomers are exactly the same, only they're coming at it from, like, leftist language now. And of course, the reaction to a millennial like me is saying, I don't give a fuck you're offended. Get over it. You know, we're gonna rebel again. You're never gonna convince us with this shit.
At Dio MKV sent a super chat. 3 rings down is a Gakai Mochi reference.
Oh, is it?
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. Have they never watched any other adult shows?
I don't think
if
so.
If this is enough to make them clutch their pearls, God help him if he ever finds out about Quagmire.
Yeah, and I pointed that out in my big video where I cut down my discussion of the finale of Hazbin Hotel, where there's been worse shit on network television in fucking South Park and Family Guy than there is in the Hellaverse. And yet you uniquely complain about this one because a woman made it. You know, let's be fucking real here.
At JJaws sent a super chat. Dude, these people would never be able to handle reading the Altingville Club. And it's spelled out for you in the comic how bad everyone is.
They never watched a show where everybody's an asshole, I guess.
Brain sent a super chat. Do they not understand we are supposed to not like Verosika in Spring Broken? We find out more about her character later.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Blitzo is the protagonist. He's the main character, so of course we're expected to be on his side in that episode where he's bitching about Verosika. But even in that episode, there were hints about how he fucked her over, and I think I actually have, the clip of that.
Are you mad, Blitzo? You gonna run off, leaving someone else to pay for the hotel room, steal their car, and run 3 rings to Rap and max my credit cards on shitty horse riding lessons?
God damn it, whore, you will not let that go!
Yeah, so right even in there, right even in that scene, we see that he is probably the problem in their relationship and why they broke up. So even in that episode, we see that fucking Blitzo is the one who fucked her over. He doesn't even deny it. He just goes, bitch, you won't let that go. Blitzo is an asshole. He is supposed to be an asshole. And a lot of these, like, people who are, like, half fans, half haters seem to really struggle with this. Like, oh, well, Blitzo's the main character, so since he's the main character, we're supposed to be expected to agree with him all the time. No, we're not. He's supposed to be an asshole. And you can like a character who's an asshole. Blitzo would be a terrible person to hang out with in real life, if he was a real person, but he's not a real person. He's a fictional fucking character who is enjoyable to watch. We're laughing at him most of the time. Like, a lovable asshole character like Blitzo doesn't work unless they regularly get their comeuppance. And he does. That's why he's likable. So yes, he's an asshole. He's in the wrong a lot, but we like him anyway, because he's a fun character, and that's fine. You can like a character who's an asshole. You can like characters who are villains. Like, this whole attitude is just stupid.
At Silver Star Strike sent a super chat. Show defenders who aren't fans of the show sound off. I cannot believe it has come to this at this point.
I don't know. I mean, I know some of the fandom is a little crazy, but in my experience, the hatedom has always been crazier. And I'm not saying Rottika is necessarily part of the hatedom, possibly hatedom adjacent, since he has more of a fucking head on his shoulders about this sort of thing. But Jesus, you know?
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. Shows aren't for everyone, and that's fine.
Yeah, like, you like parts of the show, and you don't like other parts of the show. You have to get over it.
Super chat. People from Hellswear. In other news, the sky is blue.
I have a theory. Since a lot of Zoomers grew up really online. I mean, I grew up pretty online, but I got into the internet in, like, fucking 1993. I'm a digital native, but I can still remember a time before the internet. I think they call us Zillennials. Like, we're on the cusp of Gen X and Millennial, and we're kind of in a very strange position in society. But so yeah, like I'm a digital native, so I kind of get growing up on the internet. But the thing is, by the time a lot of these Zoomers were interacting with the internet, it had gone very corporate, it had gone very organized, and it had gotten very, very, you know, cushioned, like putting wood chips down at a playground and putting like foam on everything. So they're used to people self-censoring on YouTube and TikTok because that's how you stay monetized. I could make more money in ad revenue if I didn't swear, but I'm not gonna stop swearing. That's how I talk. I'm a millennial, you know? So I'm gonna talk off the cuff like I talk. So they're used to people saying sewer slide and other bullshit online, and so when they actually hear something swear, they're like shocked. And they've only watched children's cartoons before this, so it's like a culture shock or something. I don't know.
At Week Freak sent a super chat. Did he take these from a Slur compilation from?
Maybe? I don't know. I mean, he seemed to indicate he put it together himself. I'll believe him on that.
At Jehudi9910 sent a super chat. Cheering megaphone emoji. PSA. Cheering megaphone emoji. Calling somebody regarded is not the same as kicking sand at intellectually disabled kids.
Exactly.
It's an incentive to stop acting dumb because you know better.
Exactly. That was how millennials always use retard. You only call somebody a retard when there's someone who should know better. You don't actually call, like, the Down syndrome kid a retard. You call your friend who decided he was gonna try to, like, ride his skateboard down a railing and landed headfirst on his head a retard. You know? That's how you use it.
At Oblivion Blade TD sent a super chat. I'm just gonna be that guy and ask what they're expecting from a show set in literal actually biblical hell.
I don't know. And again, it's so mild compared to other things even.
305 sent a super chat. The worst minutes of your life. Nah, I'm black. I've heard worse.
Woof. Yeah. Pretty presumptuous of you there, Rottika.
At Denmark1226 sent a super chat. My kitchen job is worse language-wise than HB, and we're mostly under 30.
That's the thing. A lot of these people have also never had a job. So, you know, I'm just saying.
At the _space frog sent a super chat. Is Jesse Pinkman the most misogynistic man alive?
Well, that's the thing. Like, Jesse is a street rat, so of course he's gonna talk with the language he grew up with and not even think about it very hard. But Jesse is a pretty beloved character. But yeah, he just says bitch all the time. Like, and again, it's gender neutral bitch. It's like when his magnet plan worked. He's like, oh yeah, bitch, magnets. Oh, you know, it's like it's just a word.
At Chipmanly1 sent a super chat. Can't wait till these idiots turn Ohio into a swear.
Can we just turn Ohio into a swear just to do it, just to fuck over Ohio?
At Miss Jasmine305 sent a super chat. Also, this is ignoring that being a bitch can also be seen as positive. Bad bitch. Doing the emoji.
What, we can't reclaim bitch? We can't reclaim bitch?
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Big tax. Ara.
Fine. Ara, mama. You can super chat me to make me do that like an NPC streamer. Now, we have established this. But yeah, so the man is telling me I can't reclaim bitch. You know, me who is a proud bitch. I've been called a bitch a lot in my life, as you might be able to imagine. You know, I'm a proud woman. I can reclaim bitch, so you can't tell me what to do, Mr. Man.
Advocuousimbered3481 sent a super chat. Just because people use that word all the time doesn't mean it's perfect and shouldn't be challenged. TS is why Ant ditched you.
I guess. But also, like, fucking, the characters in the show also don't have to be perfect people. Like, you understand you can watch a show about imperfect people and understand that they're imperfect. You know, like, that is allowed. That's allowed in a piece of media. Again, if you don't like that, maybe just go back to Barbie movies or something.
At Carl sent a super chat. Isn't this Victor person FDM? Doesn't that mean he's the ultimate misogynist?
I wouldn't say that, but I don't know. Is that a discourse right now?
At Around you sent a super chat. My sheltered has heard worse from my Gen X mother.
Actually, yeah, the Barbie movies are, like, some of the Barbie movies are pretty good, though, I have to say.
At Jessel sent a super chat. No Master Clockwork. That's my tax. A drawing tax.
Yeah, sure, drawing tax. I'm getting a lot of drawing done. I am getting some drawing done.
At Sawesomeness sent a super chat. We need Ralph Bakshi more than ever now.
It's a family picture.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. The constant swearing is me and my friends talk, some of them Gen Z. Like we use words like b, tch all the time. This aversion to swearing is baffling.
Yeah, you might be older Zoomers, maybe, that are more on the millennial side, but, like, yeah, like, I don't know, my generation especially, we just swear a lot, we just casually swear a lot, because, again, we grew up in a time when we were told that was like, oh, that's so verboten, and oh, no, bad things will happen if you say these bad words, and so we just went, fuck you.
A Talking Movie Bubbles B6 and sent a super chat. I mean, the creator of RNS is a person we get mad.
RNS? Which is that?
AdvocuaSimbered3481 sent a super chat. Millennials called everything they hated gay too.
Well, luckily, well, you got people to stop doing that for a while, and now it's back. I don't know when it started coming back again, but yeah, for a brief period, people were using gay to mean stupid, and we were like, hey, stop that. And for a while, people stopped, and now it's back for some reason. So, I don't know, stop it.
At Tyler Preston 699 sent a
Ren and
super
Stimpy,
chat.
sorry.
If you want an actual misogynistic show, check out Hemlock Grove. And I kinda like it ironically and how crazy it is. It's an Eli Roth project.
No good.
BTW. At SolarBones sent a super chat. Most gens aren't like this, these ones are just loud.
I know, I'm kind of doing like old man shakes fist at cloud, going like, you damn kids today, but this is kind of a uniquely Zoomer issue, though, to be honest. It's kind of an issue unique to your generation, I'm sorry to say.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. Musical notes emoji. Bitch by Meredith Brooks starts playing.
I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I'm a child, I'm a mother, I'm a sinner, I'm a saint. Some things, I forget the rest of the fucking lyrics.
At It's West 777 sent a super chat. I wish the worst thing in my life was someone calling me a bitch. Being mixed is tough sometimes. Crying face emoji.
Yeah, it's like, Rottika, if you think that compilation of people just saying bitch and teen skanks and retard that you just put together is like possibly the worst thing someone's ever heard, I'm afraid to tell you, I think you might be awfully sheltered. Again, not trying to put a value judgment on you as a person, but I'm making an observation that you might be a little sheltered.
A Talking Movie Bubbles B6 and sent a super chat. Ren and Stimpy. The creator of Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not used to seeing it called RNS, so I kind of blanked on that, but yeah. John K. We don't talk about John K.
At Forbidden sent a super chat. They manufacture their offense so they feel like they're fighting for something. It's an entirely self-serving shortcut to feeling important.
Yeah, that's the usual Hellaverse shit, where it's just, we're just bitching to feel important. This person's not quite that. Again, he's a little adjacent to it, but, I mean, I don't agree with any of the points so far, but at least he is trying to present his arguments in a sensible way, so, yeah.
At CatPeasant106 sent a super chat. Sigh, call chat your silly gay little poke champs.
Oh, you're all my silly gay little pog champs.
At SolarBones sent a super chat. I've noticed homophobia is more prevalent among young Zoomers now. My younger brother always just yells AO whenever two guys kiss in shows.
Yeah, I blame people trying to reclaim queer for some of that. It's like, it's fine to just call gay people weirdos again. That's cool, that's nice, that's really cool, that's fun. I definitely enjoy that. I mean, if you can say bitch is a slur, why can't I say queer is a slur? You know, I'm just saying. Anyway, let's get on to the rest of the... What chapter are we on? That was right after the compilation. Okay, so let me just rewind a little bit to make sure I don't miss the next point. So we're gonna rehear some of this, I think. But, oh wait, no, this might be the rest of the video now. Hang on a second.
But you're paying us double, bitch. I'm your worst fucking
nightmare,
no,
I'm sorry, guys. Trigger
bitch,
warning. I'm replaying the last bit here.
Now, wasn't that just the worst minute or two of your entire life? It's honestly kind of hilariously depressing to me that Oops, Season 2, Episode 6, being the only episode in the show where there are no female characters who make an appearance, still manages to have a misogynistic line like this.
So, wait a minute. You think teenage skanks must mean girls? Why? And he's calling two men that. two men, and Blitzo is clearly into Fizz, like, has had a crush on him this whole time. So, somehow, him just saying, stop flirting like teenage skanks is misogyny.
Bicker like a couple of teen skanks!
How in the fresh hell did they even... Back when I made my...
Because you just made that up in your head, that's misogynistic somehow? That's how they manage that, because you are imagining this, sir.
Fresh hell did they even... Back when I made my original critique on Helluva Boss talking about stolets, I vaguely mentioned the sexism in the show towards the beginning of the video.
Yeah, the other writing issues and the misogyny elephant in the room are objectively bigger problems, there's no doubt about that.
At the time I got...
Again, it's like clear that Blitzo is the one that fucked over Verosika, even in her first appearance. It's very clear that he's the one who fucked over her. And also, what, it's misogynistic because she's a succubus and she's a sex icon? She's a succubus. Like, what part of that don't you understand?
Got several comments from fans asking me what I was talking about. And even outside of my own personal experiences and interactions, I've seen many fans asking others what they mean when they say the show is misogynistic. So I know that it may have come off as excessive or perhaps very pedantic to some people of me to have painstakingly included all of these clips, but I sincerely feel like the best way to convey to you the scope of—
So painstaking to search bitch in the transcripts of the episodes and then just take a clip out of context.
Anti-woman vitriol we're dealing with here is to simply show you whether these fans—
yes, mansplain to me about the anti-woman vitriol that I'm supposed to be noticing here that I never did. Yeah, I'm obviously my feeble womanly brain cannot comprehend that, so please tell me.
that I mentioned before were asking others, what misogyny? Facetiously or not, I hope that I have thus made it clear that the prejudice and bigotry here is absolutely undeniable, especially when viewed in its entirety. While every woman on the show ends up on the receiving end of some of this nastiness, most of the examples of sexist remarks I noticed are meant to be humorous for the viewer because they are directed towards antagonists. Even with—
Also humorous because all of these characters are dickheads and you're supposed to understand that. We're laughing at them most of the time. These people are not aspirational. One of the reasons why I always preferred Helluva Boss to Hazbin Hotel is because the setup of a found family of coworkers who are all really, really bad at their jobs is something that always gets me. That's one of my favorite dynamics.
When the insult isn't supposed to be inherently funny on its own, being that these misogynistic comments come from primarily characters we're intended to be rooting for, Blitz especially, and at the expense of usually—
we are supposed to be rooting for them, but they're also imperfect people. Now, why can't we root for imperfect people? Do people have to be completely perfect and polite and stalwart and moral and good in order to be rooted for or liked? Are you saying everyone has to be like a puritanical goody two-shoes in order to be worth rooting for? We can't root for problematic people who aren't perfect, who are in like bad situations like the poverty the imps live in. We can't cheer for those people on the fringes of society. Not to mention that a lot of the queer people you mentioned who would be into the show could relate to that. So it's almost like both shows are about fucked up people on the fringes and their stories and how we can have sympathy even for people like that, which you seem to be allergic to.
Unlikable female characters, we are encouraged to uncritically join in on the show's contempt for women. I think that
like, how are we joining in? Blitzo falls face first out of his fucking van in this scene. He is the butt of the joke in this scene, not Verosika. Verosika is standing there looking completely glamorous and awesome, and here he is in his shitty van getting his parking spot stolen, and then he falls flat on his fucking face. He's the butt of the joke here!
One of the best examples of this comes in Season 1, Episode 3, during that terrible opening scene of Spring Breakers. We are supposed to jeer
where two exes are bitching at each other, so we understand that they're bitter exes, because that's kind of important to the story. Yeah.
And laugh along with Blitz when he calls Verosika a slut, a whore, an alcoholic who clutches her flask like it's the last cock in hell. What?
She's a succubus! Do you not understand that she's a succubus? She is a fuck demon! So how is it making sexual insults at her misogynistic? She is literally a lust demon. She fucks all the time.
The fuck? And because she's the antagonist...
Again, like the last cock in hell, she's a succubus! How is that out of pocket?
For this episode.
Oh, he had a little thing at the bottom saying he mispronounced the episode and just kind of got it confused with another title. It's no big deal.
Because we are intended to root against her, it's supposed to be totally kosher to degrade her.
Are we supposed to root against her? Because Blitzo is clearly the asshole who was the problem in their relationship, and they're both bitter at each other. This is all to establish that they're bitter exes. That is what this is here for. You're just not following the basic plot. Because you're too busy going, oh my god, he said bitch, he said cock, this shouldn't be allowed in a cartoon.
For being promiscuous and being an addict. Which is, last time I checked, something that Helluva Boss's sister show, Hazbin Hotel, was trying to say was bad to do.
Well, it's bad for fucking Angel Dust because he's been sex trafficked. Verosika is a succubus. She's completely autonomous. She does what she does because she wants to, and because of the nature of the kind of demon she is. So yes, these are two completely different situations.
With characters like Angel Dust, oh, but he's a guy, so it's totally fine when it's a woman we're not supposed to sympathize with being caught in the crosshairs, I guess.
What, is she even a drunk, though? You're going by Blitzo's word. Blitzo is an unreliable narrator and an asshole. So why are you believing the man about his characterization of a woman? And you're calling the show misogynistic when you're listening to the asshole man insulting this woman and believing what he says. Do you just believe him because he's another man? You know? Uh-oh.
Yes. The vibes are honestly so viscerally icky to watch that it makes my skin absolutely crawl. The female cast is frequently at the—
What, you don't like her being sexy as a fucking succubus? I don't know what to tell you then, buddy. I mean, again, maybe go back to Veggie Tales.
The vibes are honestly so viscerally icky to watch that it makes my skin absolutely crawl.
Stop
the female
watching
cast
the
is
show.
frequently at the receiving ends of these sorts of remarks all throughout the show because the writers seem to think that it's automatically entertaining when a woman is slut-shamed and venomously called a bitch over and over again.
Again, by Blitzo. Why are you taking Blitzo as, like, the objective truth of anything? He is not a reliable protagonist. This is the bad media literacy comes in. They think because Blitzo is the main character, we're supposed to agree with everything he says because he's the main character. Because if people like this wrote their own show, they would absolutely make their main character a Mary Sue everyone is expected to agree with. But that's not the case here. Blitzo was a very imperfect person. He's a fucking asshole. We're laughing at his antics most of the time. He was making a complete ass of himself in front of Verosika as he's like, you know, shouting swears at her. But you are taking everything he's saying about her at face value. Why? You're the one taking everything Blitzo is saying about Verosika at face value. Because why? He's the main character. He's a man, so he must be correct. He's obviously supposed to be in the wrong there.
I assure you, it's not. Oh god.
Yeah, Blitz is an exaggeration of a typical Brandon Rogers character. He is, and again, an average Brandon Rogers video is more edgy than the entire fucking Hellaverse. And we will get into that when we get to Stella, because I have Day at the Beach in the wings up here.
Prepare yourselves. I think that it's very important to mention here that the B word is a misogynistic slur, and the flippant usage of it, especially—
So if you can call bitch a slur, I should be able to call queer a slur. That's the deal I'm making here.
Especially in the venomous, nasty way that it is often employed in Helluva Boss, is absolutely unacceptable. It is a pejorative—
You mean just calling everybody bitches? Again, that's what I do. I just call everybody bitches.
Imbued with a lot of heavy historical and modern implications, and is a word often used before, during, or after committing acts of patriarchal violence, whether those
No, patriarchal violence, because let the patriarchy tell us about patriarchal violence and how we're supposed to feel about it, huh? I'm just remembering, do you guys know where the word bitch comes from? It is an actual word that is used in a particular sphere. Bitch just means a female dog. That is the actual word. You know how, like, a female fox is a vixen? A female dog is a bitch. And I remember, when I was working at the printing place, we were doing a print for a German Shepherd breeding group that, had show dogs and stuff. And some of the titles in the book were things like the best proud brood bitches. And I was like, that's gonna be my all-girl, like, metal band name. Oh, it was great.
Violent acts are physical, sexual, or even deadly. I was initially hesitant to include this point in the script for fear of backlash due to how—
Wait, Blitzo saying bitch in Helluva Boss is potentially deadly? Let's hear that. Let's hear that fucking point again.
Occasions, and is a word off—
Naughty Duder, I do not understand why people look to media for their morals. I don't understand why this generation wants every piece of media to be a morality play that tells them how to think and how to act. That doesn't have to be everything.
Been used before, during, or after committing acts of patriarchal violence, whether those violent acts are physical, sexual, or even deadly. I was initially hesitant to include this point in the script for fear of backlash due to how normalized it is to use this word in wider discourse and even wider society, but in watching these—
Yeah, we can say bitches be bitchin' bitchily in the bitch sphere. Yeah, we can say that. Again, how is it a slur? Like, yeah, people use it as, like, a gendered targeted term, but that's becoming less and less common pretty rapidly over the years.
Clips back in editing, feeling sickened by them, and really pondering how important this issue is to me personally, I feel like—
You pondering what I'm pondering, Pinky.
Like this is a necessary addition. At the gleeful risk of sounding like an unhinged SJW, I have grown in—
You do, but what, it's an unnecessary addition for people to fucking swear in a show set in hell where people swear a lot because it's a millennial series? And we can just make whatever we want now as independent artists because it's great that anyone can make anything from anywhere and get it out there. It's good. It's a good thing.
Increasingly tired of how comfortable people are using it uncritically, even in queer—
That's funny. I'm increasingly tired of how people use queer just uncritically without thinking about it and thinking about the ramifications and the history of the abuse of that term. But, you know, we can just call anything else a slur we want, though, and just say that one's reclaimed and people like me need to shut up who don't want to be called it, yeah.
Or otherwise progressive spaces. To give everyone the benefit of the doubt, I don't think that most people realize the gravity of this word, including many women or feminine people too.
Oh, please tell me! Please mansplain to me how I should feel about this word that I use regularly to refer to both sexes. Please tell me!
And so by stressing this point, I hope to maybe open some eyes to the reality with my commentary. Bitch, when used to silence, oppress, and harm especially, is a dirty word that makes women feel unsafe. I think—
Oh, guys, I didn't realize until this man told me that I'm supposed to feel unsafe right now. Oh my god, I had no idea. My poor feeble womanly brain just couldn't comprehend this. I just wasn't aware. I guess I'm just too stupid. I need a big strong man to tell me that I should feel unsafe right now. Yeah, that's just like your opinion, man. Also, where did bitch silence anybody in any of those clips? When does getting insulted silence anybody in this show? When do these characters ever stop talking, for that matter? Like, what are you talking about? Most of the humor is dialogue-based. When has bitch ever shut anybody up in this show? Never! It's almost like we're fucking adults who can take a fucking insult. Like, why do you want everything to be baby? Why do you want everything to be cushioned and soft and safe for you? You want the future Demolition Man was.
With my commentary. Bitch, when used to silence, oppress, and harm especially, is a dirty word that makes women feel unsafe. I think it's important for us all to unpack that truth bomb, reflect on it, and grow as people. That heavy—
Oh, he just dropped a truth bomb, guys! Oh my god! Oh, what a statement that no one's ever said before.
Out of the way. Not only are these jokes weird and gross, but they're also just incredibly lazy too. Like,
don't watch the show. If you don't like the humor, don't watch the show. I don't know what to tell you. It's just not for you.
Come on, guys, you aren't even trying here. And the misogyny doesn't start and end with gendered insults directed at the main cast. Oh no. Even many of the female background characters are usually reduced to sexist stereotypes, like the receptionist woman in Western Energy, who Blitz calls a titty haver and almost calls the R slur because, haha, isn't it so funny that she can't read? Or what
the R, yeah, retard is a slur and bitch is a slur, but queer isn't a slur, even though it was definitely used violently against people like me, probably before you were born. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna keep harping on that a little bit. Also, the receptionist, how is she a sexist stereotype? She's a, you know, annoying person when you have an errand to do stereotype. You know, when you're at the DMV or the doctor's office and everything is just taking a really long time. Like, what about her other than fucking Blitzo just calling her a tit haver because he's Blitzo? What about her is a female stereotype other than that?
And almost calls the R slur because, haha, isn't it so funny that she can't?
Unless you think women can't read is a stereotype, do you think women can't read, Rottika? I mean, since you're saying I was supposed to feel unsafe this entire time and didn't realize it, maybe you do.
Read? Or what about Nurse Pussyface? I think this one is self-explanatory, really.
Okay, yeah, Blitzo is an asshole. What about this haven't you, like, understood? Blitzo is a fucking asshole. You were supposed to understand that Blitzo is an asshole.
Or all of the teenage girls in Unhappy Campers being dumb, shallow queen bee stereotypes. Or Emberlyn.
Oh, wow. Characters in the teen camp send-up episode are stereotypes from movies and shows like that. Wow. The satire is satirizing. Oh my god, that's incredible. How misogynistic. What are you talking about? It's like a send-up of teen movies. I mean, it's the weakest episode of the show, and everyone knows that. That's a really nice background, though, now that I look at it. But, like, yeah, it's a send-up of fucking teen comedies. And also, in the Hellaverse, it's a lot like Invader Zim, where all the humans are just stupid. Like, every single human is stupid. It's exactly like Invader Zim, which was obviously a very big influence on this show.
Or Emberlyn.
I mean, fucking Richard Horvitz is here, and he does the voice direction.
From the Weeaboo Boo short being seen as weird, cringe, and ugly because she's short, chubby, and...
That's not why. Oh my god. You know who else is short and chubby and a nerd? Fucking Vivienne Medrano. This is a self-deprecating episode about female nerds and monster fuckers. So now women can't even self-deprecatingly make fun of ourselves because you, a man, said so? Is that what you're saying to me right now? That women can't even make fun of ourselves in a self-deprecating way? This episode was fucking hilarious. I'm constantly using the gif of Blitzo looking around going, oh, you're one of those. That episode is funny! Like, for God's sakes! This is like Medrano practically making fun of herself. Yeah, get off of Emberlyn. Emberlyn is great. We stan Emberlyn in this household. And she does have a very cute design. So what, you're saying she's chubby and that's sexist? So now, like, in this show, people are constantly complaining that the characters are spindly, even though Vivienne Medrano is very obviously inspired by Jonan Vasquez. And nobody complained about his characters being spindly. But when we do have a fat character, that's also a problem, somehow. Like, why can't she just be chubby? She's a fucking nerdy weeb girl. A lot of us are chubby, okay? And, you know, some of us like chubby girls, alright? Like, listen, maybe you take your man self out of here and mind your own business.
Also being sexually enthusiastic. It's an ugly pattern, one that is...
What? She can't be chubby and horny at the same time? That's sexist? What? What? Wait a minute, what? What are you saying?
Or Emberlyn Pinkle from the Weeaboo Boo short being seen as weird, cringe, and ugly because she's short, chubby, and eccentric will also be...
Okay, who said she's ugly, for one thing? And she's weird because she's a monster fucker! That's the... She's weird because she's a monster fucker weeaboo. That's the joke. And I assure you that most of the people who write on this show and animate on this show are probably monster fucker weeaboos. Whoever said Ember was ugly! Yeah, who said you're saying she's ugly! What, cause she's chubby? You're saying no fat chicks? Oh, that doesn't sound very pro-woman.
being sexually enthusiastic.
I'm kind of playing it up right now, by the way, for anybody in the audience who is hate watching this and doesn't understand jokes, because clearly this is one of those people who doesn't understand jokes.
It's an ugly pattern, one that is consistent from episode 1 to episode done. Then, of course, there's the show's very weird habit of excusing or justifying sexual harassment, and even coercion and assault, as long as there's no penetrative sex involved. Like Blitz.
Wait. What? This is blue screen. What the fuck part are you trying to— what? What are you saying?
That is consistent from episode 1 to episode done. Then, of course, there's the show's very weird habit of excusing or justifying sexual harassment, and even coercion and assault, as long as there's no penetrative sex involved. Like,
okay, for one thing, I will assure you there's a lot of penetrative sex going on with Blitzo and Stolas, very evidently. But, like, do you know what flirting is? I think this is another problem with Zoomers. Like, do you know what flirting is? You know, do you know what, like, having a sex drive is? I know a lot of you are on SSRIs. I mean, I am too, but the weed helps with that. I might have gotten a little too high before stream today, too. I overslept, I had coffee, and then I had weed, and I'm in a mood. But, yeah, do you know what flirting is? I'm just asking.
Like Blitz's numerous rape threats directed at Moxxie, for example.
Apology.
It's not a rape threat.
Accepted.
But if you ever pull a stunt like this again, I will fuck you and your wife.
You said fuck, not rape. And also, there's a running gag that Blitzo is constantly trying to be the third in their relationship. Like, Millie even calls him out on that in the Ghost Fuckers episode. She thinks it's funny. She always thinks it's funny. He's picking on Moxxie. Like, how is that a rape threat? That is, I want to be the third in your relationship rep. Because it's pretty obvious, if you pay attention as the show goes on, that Blitzo had a crush on both Millie and Moxxie, and then they both ended up together. Because he met Moxxie first in prison, and then he brought Millie on into their little crew. And I think he had a crush on both of them, and then they ended up getting married, and he's alone. So he's constantly trying to be the third. And that is the joke. That is the joke. And Millie finds it funny because her and Blitzo are very much— he's always nice to Millie, which you haven't pointed out. Him and Millie are like best friends. She thinks his antics are funny. She's always laughing at them. She finds them charming. It's Moxxie, the straight banana of the group, who is freaked out by it, because again, he's the fucking straight banana of the group, so of course he's gonna be the butt of most of the jokes, which you haven't actually pointed out yet, that Moxxie, out of the entire crew, is the most often the butt of the joke.
Righty, job!
I don't want to call him the straight man, because he's bisexual, so I'll call him the straight banana, but that's his role in the group dynamic. This is typical character writing and tropes, which are not bad things, by the way. Yeah, so...
Well done, now let's get off.
Yeah, Moxxie's bi, so Blitzo could have ended up with either one of them, but they ended up together instead, so that probably stings a bit for him.
The scene in Spring Breakers where Moxxie is assaulted by the—
yeah, I don't mean he's straight, I mean the straight man, the straight banana, the character who is serious around all the other characters who are crazy and funny. You know, you're always gonna have that one guy who's just the normal one, you know?
Succubi. Both of these things being played off as jokes at the expense of—
yeah, he got kissed by succubi. Oh no. There's succubi. Again, you ignored Verosika. You didn't mention that this is Verosika and her friends, by the way. I don't think you mentioned that.
There's no penetrative sex. Or the scene in Spring Breakers where Moxxie is assaulted by the succubi. Both of these things—
the succubi. But you don't mention that Verosika was one of them because you want to paint her out as a poor maligned babu who doesn't do anything wrong, I imagine. So, oh no, he has a bunch of kissy marks all over his face. How harrowing. Like, for fucking grow up.
Things being played off as jokes at the expense of Moxxie.
Jeez.
Poor guy. Or—
again, you sound like you've only ever watched children's cartoons and you've never watched any show aimed at adults, live action or animated. I'm just putting it out there.
Of course, who could forget Stolas' sexually coercive dynamic with Blitz never be—
oh yeah, sexually coercive. Here he is offering himself up on a silver platter for Blitzo to fuck him. You know, here we go again. Even though they changed the pilot to be more in line with the final show, you guys are still bitching about this. Obviously, the dynamic between Stolas and Blitzo changed significantly between the pilot and the final show. Pilots often do not represent the show that they end up as. They're a proof of concept. They're a premise. So they completely changed the dynamic, and Brandon Rogers, who is the co-writer of the show and voices Blitzo, is a gay man, and you're all constantly bitching about, you know, this messy gay romance in the show that he is very involved in. And a lot of people try to chalk it up to, oh, it's just Vivziepop doing yowies. They ignore the actual gay man working on the fucking show. And that just kind of annoys me. Also, how's this sexually coercive? He shows up at his office with a bunch of candles and says, fuck me, Blitzy. And Blitzo is obliged to do so. Because another thing people like this don't seem to understand, and I'm assuming this about Rottika, maybe he'll contradict me, but this happened with Artis too. They don't seem to understand that Blitzo is very, very okay with casual sex. He is very okay with casual fucking. That is not a bad thing to him. He's fine with it, so he casually fucks all the time. I don't know how you find this coercive. It's what he's into. Anyway, let's hear what the whole point is, because I pause Andy there to rant.
And even being portrayed as funny, because Blitz is the top in their relationship, and therefore can't be a victim of rape.
How is he a victim of rape? Like, they both agreed to this sexuationship. They are both consenting adults agreeing to this sexuationship. Why is that a problem? He's like, oh, okay, this bird wants me to fuck him, and I get this book out of it. That's a pretty good deal. The problem for both of them is when they both catch feelings. You know? That's when it becomes a problem.
See my old Stolitz video for more context on that if you're interested.
God, if we have enough time today, maybe, but I'm already pretty fucking exhausted. We're only 18 minutes into this hour-long video.
I guess. None of it is funny, and all of it is misogynistic.
How is the dynamic between a gay man and a pansexual man misogynistic? How? How? If you don't find it funny, then don't watch the fucking show. It's not for you. It's not your humor. So, Stolas being the bottom is misogynistic. The gay man exploring his sexuality for the first time in his adult life is misogynistic, somehow. Misogyny most affects men, apparently, according to this man. Okay, so after that, I'm assuming we're going to a new section now, or something. Oh no, there's not a chapter change. Why did you fade out there? Oh, this is a new chapter. Okay, well, let's some supers through while we, take a break.
At616 sent a super chat. They really want this show to be weenie hot JRS.
Yeah! Yeah, like, all the people who make these arguments
At
seem to.
iCatslove1 sent a super chat. Latina trans man tax. I don't claim him.
I'm not saying it's all Zoomers. I didn't even say transness has anything to do with this, but, like, if you're a man, why are you mansplaining misogyny to women? The showrunner is a woman. She's also one of the writers. The voice actors behind the female characters are also women. Plenty of women watch the show. I'm a woman who says bitch all the time. Why are you mansplaining to me how I should feel? You know, that's the only rub here, really.
At Oblivion Blade TD sent a super chat. It's like nobody wants any bite to any show.
Yeah.
Also just sorta treating the audience like a bunch of unthinking parrots that will just uncritically blurt out the obviously bad things. Zero faith in anybody but themselves.
Like, do they think everybody is a dysfunctional autist like them, and will just, like, think again, the problem is, with a lot of these critiques, is that they think because Blitzo's the main character, we're supposed to agree with him all the time, and that's just immature, you know? And very obviously not true in the show itself and the way things are portrayed, you know? I don't get it. And again, talking about bite, the Hellaverse is pretty mild. It's pretty fucking mild compared to other adult animated shows. Like, come on. You're just hypercritical because a woman made it. Where's this energy for Rick and Morty, or Family Guy, or South Park, or, even BoJack Horseman to a certain extent? Where's your energy? Like, I can't imagine these people applying this same logic to fucking BoJack. Can you fucking imagine? And BoJack, I will still argue, is very tonally similar to the Hellaverse. You have a lot of, like, good, dry, dialogue-based humor. You have some gut-punch, sincere moments here and there. And then the rest of the time, it's all Looney Tunes bullshit. You know? Same fucking energy. Yeah, Archer is so much more edgy than this. Venture Brothers. But again, all made by men. All of them made by men. That seems always be the fucking factor here, doesn't it? Ugh.
At Kamaya_Lyrian sent a super chat. There are situations in life where bick, slut, skank etc. are misogynistic. However, these clips aren't those situations.
Yeah.
They're just insults.
Yeah.
At Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Woman can't be STS, I guess. Verosika chose this.
Oh, she's a succubus, for fuck's sake!
At Blue Bladerbot sent a super chat. I don't like Vivziepop. I don't hate her, either. All I remember about Hazbin was the meme of Charlie chasing Verbalays in an animation that cost $5,000.
I did cover that early on in my channel when I was still finding my feet. I had I just recovered from COVID at the time. My voice is completely fucked in that clip.
At Miss Jasmine305 sent a super chat. Maybe it's just me, but I think calling bitch a slur is just minimizing the affect actual slurs have had on marginalized people.
Yeah, but again, if I say queer is a slur, please do not refer to me as that. I get told, but it's been reclaimed, but it's been reclaimed, but it's been reclaimed, and then these same people turn around and say, well, retard is a slur and bitch is a slur, so you can never, ever, 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 ever say them, and under any circumstance, so the fucking double standard just drives me fucking crazy.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. They finally got to it. His problem with the B word is because of associating with the patriarchy and violence. Dumbass.
Yeah, seems so.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. I love Blitzer, but he's messed the show doesn't hide it. Also, Verosika being what she is being called, that means nothing. It's her raison d'etre, basically.
Exactly! I keep saying, she's a succubus! And yes, Blitzo is supposed to be a messy bitch. Blitzo is the messiest bitch, but he's a hell of a boss, and he's who we're following. But doesn't mean you always have to agree with him just because he's the protagonist. That's a stupid way of looking at media.
At Evie Tomato Soupful sent a super chat. Of course, a video I'm dying to watch is happening just as I'm about to start my dog walking shift.
Aw, well, listen to me in your headphones. I'll come with you on your dog walk. And like Renee Berry in the chat says, it's like calling Karen a slur. Yeah, there were a bunch of Karens for a while that were trying to say Karen is as bad of a slur as the N-word, and then we run into the same problem as, well, you won't say one of them. I think that one is worse.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. I'm a biatch, you're a biatch, we all are, get over it.
Yeah, I'm a biatch. Biatch.
At Zigzagram616 sent a super chat. This guy sounds like he'd go to a bar and ask for a sugar-free ginger ale made flat.
I don't know why that fits so well.
At CatPeasant106 sent a super chat. Emberlyn is just me with a Laster.
The Emberlyn episode, great. Again, women can't make fun of ourselves now, apparently.
At Rock Josiah sent a super chat. Emberlyn is hilarious. What the hell? She's a Fuyoshi and a weeb.
She's more of a monster fucker, I would say, but...
At Weak Freak sent a super chat. Did she just call the cute female character ugly?
It's he, him, actually. It's Rotika's he, him, but yes. No one
At
said Emberlyn was ugly in the episode.
Sent a super chat. Dad, is she watching them hentais again? Mom, why won't she leave?
I know, it's a complete self-deprecating send-up of, like, nerds and nerd culture, you know, from a bunch of nerds. We can make fun of ourselves sometimes, you know. Maybe you have a problem with doing that, but, you know, the rest of us don't.
At It's West 777 sent a super chat. We do not hate Miss Emberlyn Pinkle in this house.
Hell yeah, we stan Emberlyn. She's a proactive female character.
At Sharuvi sent a super chat. Cannot explain why, but this video has such a vibe of Adam trying to mansplain misogyny to Loot.
I wouldn't say Rottika is as bad as Adam.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Emberlyn is geeky queen. I will not hear slander.
I know, and again, who called her ugly? What, just because Blitzo didn't want to fuck her because she was freaking him out?
Webster649 sent a super chat. The only time Viv properly represented her fan base and they complain she's unrealistic.
Yeah.
At Blue Bladerbot sent a super chat. Tell us how you really feel op. Say it with chest.
Well, that's the other thing, too. Now the Hatedom is mad that Vivziepop put out an anti-Vivziepop shirt with the joke image of her in the Family Guy death pose from the new pilot where Blitzo and friends ran her over with their van.
At Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Even I'm ace, but like, holy fuck my guy.
Yeah, like, again, I don't know what Rottika's orientation is, but, like, have you flirted ever in your life?
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. Blitzo wants to be in a happy relationship but is scared to be vulnerable, so he tries to insert himself into M and M's relationship cause they're both safe.
I would say that's a fair reading, because, yeah, like, it's like when he's talking to Stella saying, I'm just too imp to simp. I've ended every relationship I've ever been in when it got too serious. You know, that's his problem. He's a fear of commitment and a fear of intimacy. That's why he fucked over Verosika, because she told him she loves him, and what did he do? He ran away and maxed out her credit cards on shitty horse riding lessons. Yes, Blitzo is toxic. Blitzo is a messy bitch. Blitzo is an asshole. He's also our protagonist. I mean, yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. Safe bet they won't survive a Johnny Bravo episode.
Even Johnny Bravo would be insulting this person.
At Swordheart520 sent a super chat. Playing Stardew Valley while watching stream tax.
Hey, nice, nice. I like when people play video games or draw with me while they're watching.
At Cosmic Woolly sent a super chat. Then word is reclaimed. Don't call me it.
Eduardo. Big brother. Let's play. Anyway, so I'm actually going to take a quick break. I just have to go pee. I'll be back in a minute, so I'll leave you guys with some music while I am gone. Let me see. Oh, good. Some more flogging Molly. We can do that. I'll be right back, guys.
Well, I know I miss more than hit, with a face that was launched to sink, and I seldom feel the bright relief. It's been the worst day since yesterday. If there's one thing I have said, is that the dreams I once had now lay in bed. As the four winds blow my wits through the door, it's been the worst day since yesterday. Falling down to you, sweet ground, where the flowers they bloom. Well, it's there I'll be found. Hurry back to me, my wild calling.
It's been the worst day since yesterday. Vlogging Molly has revenue sharing on, so I can just play them on my streams and they get a cut of the ad revenue after on the VOD. I'm cool with that. I like being able to play like some of my favorite music on stream again. I used to do it all the damn time on Twitch, and now you can't on YouTube. So, anytime there's revenue sharing. Though I do have my whole music list on Spotify. You can go to my Tumblr, sciscribbles.tumblr.com. It's in the pinned post. If you like the music I play, I've got all the songs I play in that Spotify list. So, haha! Anyway, support the artist. I have bought all the music I play on stream. I will say that much, anyway. Alright, take a sip of water. So we have one more super chat, and then we'll get back to the video.
At Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. I do love the sheer level of accidental friendly fire that these guys do constantly. Again, because they have no faith in effing anybody.
Yeah, this is like an Always Sunny situation. This is an everybody is an asshole show, you know? If you don't like that, if you're too sensitive for that, well, I'm sorry, then it's not for you. Don't watch it. What can I say? Like, maybe you like the style and the animation, but not the humor, and, well, that's something you're gonna have to reconcile. That's not a fault of the show, unfortunately. The show is doing exactly what it is intending to do. You just kinda don't get it because you find jokes insulting. Like, man. Yeah, like, well, Johnny Bravo was supposed to be chauvinistic, but he did always get his comeuppance. So Johnny Bravo, again, the lovable asshole archetype, in order for a character to be a lovable asshole, they have to get their comeuppance regularly. Otherwise, they're just an asshole. This is why people don't like Mary Sue characters, because they're just always right no matter what, because the plot said so. And it seems like some of these people want protagonists to be Mary Sues, want them to be objectively correct all the time, and tell them what to think and how to act. Like, again, it's like fucking Dora the Explorer or something. It's like, no, it's, like, you're probably in your 20s now, it's time to, like, maybe expand your thinking a little bit past, you know, Paw Patrol, and join the rest of us up here in adulthood. You know, I don't mean to be this, I'm not trying to be insulting, but this is like my assessment of your words based on what you were saying to me today in this video. And don't take it personally, this is just my style. I just kind of argue with the video like it's a conversation. This is my style of performance. A lot of people get a little bamboozled by that. Anyway. Well, Johnny would just get his ass beat. That was his comeuppance. He'd flirt with a hot chick and she'd beat his ass, so that's Johnny Bravo's life. And he lifts weights and lives with his mom. Anyway. Yes. But I'm trying to be transformative here, so I do say, Ghost, if you want to hear these points not interrupted by me, go watch the entire video yourself as well and give Rottika the ad revenue. He are getting my premium click, so there we go. So let's see what we have to say about Moxxie now, because again, Moxxie is the most picked on character because he's the straight banana. Which again, it was really funny to see Richard Horvitz go from the kind of characters he usually plays, which are usually kind of crazy and over the top, to Moxxie the normal one.
Before I pivot this conversation off of the humor and start to dive into the more deep-rooted misogyny present in things like framing and character writing, I want to take a quick detour to discuss a specific aspect of the show that really bothers me, Moxxie. For a minute, I considered including him as a side note later in the video while talking about the female characters in more detail, but considering he's a man and that most of my issues with him have to do with jokes made at his expense, I feel like this conversation serves its place better here, sort of as an—
Well, thank God you weren't just mixing Moxxie in with the female characters, because why? Because of his personality? Because of his, you know, temperament? You think he should be more with the female characters? I mean, you're kind of telling on yourself a little bit here. Is he not manly enough for you? He's one of my favorite characters, by the way, and not just because he's voiced by Richard Horvitz, but that has a big part of it.
ending bumper to my discussion about the comedy. Allow me to explain—
At least you're not saying men most affected by misogyny again, so I guess we can give you that.
What I mean. Moxxie may be a part of the male cast, and he is therefore not nearly as shunned by the narrative as many of the women are. He doesn't—
Are you kidding me? Moxxie is the butt of the joke more often than any other fucking character in the show. Moxxie is constantly the butt of the joke. Like, Blitzo's constantly picking on him. Loona is constantly calling him fat. He's constantly getting himself into situations. Moxxie is the most picked on character because, again, he's the straight banana. He's the normal voice of reason within this group of crazier characters. That is his role in the group dynamic. And therefore, he is the punching bag of the show. How can you say he's not picked on and shunned as much as the female characters when he is the literal punching bag of the show? He's the punching bag of our group of main characters. That is his place in the fucking story and the show. Like, did you rewatch the show before you made this fucking video? I mean, honestly.
Doesn't get it a quarter as bad as most of the ladies do, to be honest.
That's just a lie! That's just a fucking lie!
Being said, a lot of the sexism in the writing even seeps into how he is characterized and framed throughout the narrative.
Oh, tell me. Oh, maybe you are going to say men most affected by misogyny. Tell us.
In contrast to many of the other dudes on the cast, especially his boss, Blitz, Moxxie tends to lean a bit more traditionally feminine in character. Unlike Millie.
Oh my god, he actually said it. He actually said he almost grouped Moxxie in with the female characters because he's not manly enough. What's feminine? What's masculine? Tell me. It's like a running gag when they do human disguises that usually Blitzo and Moxxie are dressed as women and Millie is dressed as a guy. Is Millie now butch because she's a straight woman who sometimes cross-dresses when they have shitty disguises? Because the whole point is supposed to be how shitty their disguises are? That's the joke? The joke is their disguises are crap? I guess a man can't wear a dress without being called too feminine. Again, what are you classing as feminine and masculine? I am always very reluctant to call clothing styles feminine or masculine. That kind of seems to just be, you know, reinventing sexism and gender roles all over again, but pretending that you're being more progressive about it this time. You know, I kind of have an issue with that. So he can't cross-dress as a disguise. And like, because he's a pushover, because he's meek, because he's polite, he's not manly enough for you? Like, I'm trying to figure this out here.
He is characterized and framed throughout the narrative. In contrast to many of the other dudes on the cast, especially his boss, Blitz, Moxxie tends to lean a bit more...
And again, Blitz is the main fucking character and the lovable asshole, whereas Moxxie is the straight banana and the punching bag. These are their fucking roles in the group dynamic of fictional characters.
Traditionally feminine in character. Unlike Millie, who...
So he's traditionally feminine.
...fights in close quarters with an axe or her bare hands, or Blitz...
Does that make her traditionally masculine, then, to you? That she's the heavy of the group? Does that make her traditionally masculine, then? Are we just saying gender roles but woke now? Is that what we're doing here?
Blitz, who revels in the thrill and power of killing people, Moxxie is much more sensitive and generally a great deal more emotionally involved with the actual murder part of the immediate murder profession.
Ah, sensitivity and emotional intelligence is woman now. Okay, I see.
The first episode is all about how he struggles with the idea of killing a mother and wife, for fear that her family will suffer her loss. The Harvest Moon Festival is all about him trying to prove his worth to Millie's parents, who value a more traditional, sexist understanding of masculinity as hard physical power and find...
I'm pretty sure all the Rathians value hard physical power. Both the men and the women. Like, all of them are about, like, rootin' tootin' roughhousing. That's just all of them. They're wrath imps. They all value violence. They're fucking wrath imps. Like, what are you talking about? The mother, too. And then Sally Mae walks by saying, doesn't count if you hide the bodies. Like, they're all into violence.
of masculinity as hard physical power and find Moxxie to be a bit of a scrawny dork.
Yeah, Wrath is just Texas.
2 episodes after that, in Aussies, Moxxie is mocked by both Osmodius and the clientele in the sex club when he sings about more romantic, gentle intimacy with his wife.
Yeah, because they're in the fucking sex club in Lust, and Ozzy is posturing because of the scandal in his own life that he's in a loving monogamous relationship. That is the joke. That is the fucking joke. The scandal for the sin of lust is that he's in a loving monogamous relationship. Like, right after this, we find out that Ozzy and Fizz are full of shit. And it's clear, even in this song sequence, that they're full of shit. Let's just, do I even have that? Do I have that clip? Let's just find the song. And I'll show you. Even in that song, if you actually watch and aren't on your cell phone and only half watching the show, you can see that Ozzy and Fizz are full of shit in their anti-love song. And actually, we can just play this because it's Helluva Boss. Anyway, let me just get to the ending of this. As much as I love, John Monroe Inglehart's voice, let's just get toward the end, where Millie comes in and knocks Fizz out.
Happy going to sing something for me, Mox?
Yeah, I was.
I love us. I love us just the way we are.
Look at Ozzy back here freaking out over his little twink getting knocked unconscious. Like, again, even in this episode, you can see that Fizz and Ozzy are full of fucking shit. And they're totally into each other. And they're totally, like, cute and in love and domestic with each other. And we get confirmation of that in, like, the very next episode. So, come on. You're just full of shit. You're really reaching here. And you're just eliminating— yeah, no, my twink! You're just eliminating the context here, completely. It's not because, oh, it's because he's being feminine that they're making fun of him. It's because these two idiots are trying to, deflect that they're also idiots in love. You know? Look at, like, how did you watch with your eyes closed? Like, this is very simple visual storytelling. You are supposed to understand that Ozzy and Fizz are full of shit in their anti-love song. You're supposed to know that. And in the end, it's Moxxie and Millie who get the last laugh. So we're supposed to be supporting Moxxie here. We're supposed to be rooting for Moxxie here. Like, how did you not get this?
Instead of getting really vulgar about it. Even besides that, he has a lot of interests and quirks that air to the less masculine side of things, like
getting tricked by street vendors in LA? Is that female-coded now? Because when my friend and I were in Hollywood, the first thing I said is, stare straight ahead, don't talk to anybody trying to sell you something. The funny thing is, I saw this episode right after, like, the first time I had been in LA, and I was like, Vivziepop, tell us how you feel about living in LA. Yeah, he's falling for all the street vendors because he's more naive than Millie. How is that, like, a feminine thing that he's doing? Like, God, you sound sexist. Oh, well, Moxxie is emotionally sensitive, and he's easily duped by people selling things on the street. That basically makes him a woman, you know? Is this whole video just projection?
Like his aggressive love for musicals, his pedantic nerdiness, as well as his—
yeah, his aggressive love for musicals, he's bisexual! I mean, duh! That's kind of par for the course!
tendency towards wearing more femme clothing in quite a few instances.
This is fucking Blitzo's drug hallucination. This is Blitzer's drug hallucination. This didn't actually happen. Do you watch the show? Have you watched the show, or do you just watch clips and find things to complain about that you don't even know the context of? Because I'm wondering now. Like, this isn't a drug-fueled trip. You're misrepresenting the scene entirely.
All of these are things that Moxxie is mocked relentlessly for, and that the—
yes, he's the straight banana of the group and the punching bag. That is his role in the character dynamics. Yes, when you have a collection of crazy characters, you always need the normal one who is long-suffering with them all. Like, we're gonna show, like, hey, Arnold. Arnold, despite being the protagonist, is the straight banana, surrounded by all these much crazier characters. It is a classic trope.
The audience is supposed to laugh about, too. He gets it the worst from Blitz, who always sounds like—
of course you're supposed to laugh about it, because it's funny. I mean, if you find these things insulting and not funny, the show is just not for you. I don't know what to tell you.
He's one shot of tequila away from calling Moxxie a sissy faggot throughout pretty much the entirety of Season 1.
Well, if Brandon Rogers got his way, he probably would have, but the show is much more mild, so—
I said shush your dick-sucking lips, Moxxie!
He's bullied every time his passion for music is brought up, and who could forget that hilarious reoccurring joke about how funny it is that Moxxie likes to be pegged by his wife?
I love that.
He's bisexual. He's bisexual. So, what, are you saying that's emasculating? That he enjoys pegging? Are you saying that's emasculating? Are you saying it's woman-coded to be penetrated? Is that also why you called Stolas being the bottom misogynistic? Do you think woman means being penetrated? Because that's pretty patriarchal and misogynistic. That's a very patriarchal and misogynistic attitude. Mansplaining the patriarchy and how I should feel unsafe with the word bitch to me. I feel more unsafe that you think being penetrated is inherently feminine. I find that more insulting, especially as a lesbian. So yeah, you're just falling into all sorts of patriarchal and misogynistic attitudes right here in what you just fucking said. So that's cool. That's really cool. Wow, I didn't expect to actually, you sounded so sensible at the start. I wasn't expecting to get this angry, but oh wow. Wow, that's yeah, that's misogyny, homophobia, biphobia, all at once. That's pretty impressive.
That woman?
Oh, she totally pegs you, doesn't she? Does Millie ever peg you?
Okay, so he, the bisexual man, gets pegged by his wife, and Blitzo, the pansexual man, is currently in a relationship with another man. And this is misogynistic because why? Because why? Like, also, do you know about prostate stimulation? That is why a lot of men enjoy that. You know, it has nothing to do with emasculation or being gay. It's just another way to stimulate your bits down there. So yeah, I just yeah, I mean, given how much you don't recognize flirting, I don't know how much experience you have in this this realm of life, but yeah, let's just move on.
Sometimes. Wait! Ew! Fuck! Why that?
Why, Moxxie, why do you have Millie put it in your butt?
It gives me an erection.
No need to.
So yeah, he's annoyed at Blitzo banging on about this because Blitzo is constantly picking on him, like, so. Again, it seems to be like your problem with this is you think it's inherently feminine to be penetrated, which is a whole bunch of baggage you might need to unpack there.
The world is your anus, so peg it with honesty.
I wish I could forget. I'm gonna be real for a second.
Well, then don't watch the fucking show if you don't find that funny. I don't know what to fucking tell you.
Second, this insinuation that being the recipient of penetrative sex, being a bottom per se, as a man is inherently degrading and shameful is the type of—
You are the one choosing it to read it that way, and you're the one who is saying Moxxie is basically female-coded because of it. You are the one saying that, Rottika! This is just Blitzo being a pain in the ass to him! They are both into men! Both of them are into men! How is this... how is this a problem?
restrictive, heteronormative, and debatably very conservative—
Heteronormative between a pansexual man in a relationship with another man and a bisexual man! Heteronormative! Do you know a lot of gay people? Do you know how we talk to each other? I mean, I'm wondering if you have friends now.
conservative view on sex that we should not be seeing in a modern cartoon created by and for queer people, but here we are.
Okay, so you're gonna mansplain that too, huh? So, like, you know, Brandon Rogers, the gay man who voices Blitzo, is the co-writer on this show, and you're saying he's writing heteronormativity because a pansexual man is making fun of a bisexual man about pegging. And not even saying it's a degrading thing, just that he is interested in what Moxxie and Millie do in bed because he's attracted to both of them. Remember how he sleeps with Chaz? Remember how he sleeps with Chaz just because Chaz also slept with both Millie and Moxxie? You remember that? Like, you were just putting all of these things out of context and spinning your own biases onto them. It's so weird.
Speaking of things that we shouldn't be seeing in a modern queer-positive cartoon, let's talk for a second about what very well might be my least favorite episode of maybe any show, Unhappy Campers. This little dog turd—
Okay, look, nobody likes this episode. It's the weakest episode of the show, but an episode has to be the worst one. One episode is always going to be the least good, so, like, Also, do they have Camp Pining Hearts hats on? I just noticed that.
Bird on a silver platter is primarily about Moxxie and Millie traveling to the human world to take on a job for themselves, finding the person who murdered their camp counselor client and promptly assassinating them. To do this, the two of them dress up and disguise themselves as human, Millie as a teenage boy and Moxxie as a teenage girl. The result is, well,
again, the joke usually is when they have disguises that Millie is disguised as a man and the boys are disguised as women. It happens in Ghostfuckers too. Blitzo disguises himself as a woman and Millie disguises herself as his cameraman. Like, this is a consistent joke in the show, that they always dress in drag in their shitty disguises. All of them.
Well, maybe this is what Trump meant when he was screeching about transgender experiments on illegal aliens. Okay.
What? They're a bisexual cis man and a straight cis woman cross-dressing as a disguise. What does this have to do with trans people? It makes you think of Jesse and James. Yeah, they always did the same bit. It was always the same bit with Jesse and James in Pokemon. James was always disguising himself as a woman, and Jesse was always disguising herself as a man. It's just a jape. There's nothing deeper here. It's just funny.
Okay, but seriously, this whole episode is one big shit sundae of blatant sexism topped with a cherry of what feels like
Well, I wouldn't say sexism, but I would say it is a shit sundae. I mean, the episode's it's not terrible, but it is definitely the weakest episode of the entire show, yes. Everyone knows that.
Flying trans misogyny. It's all about Moxxie failing.
What does this have to do with trans people? This is just Moxxie cross-dressing and pretending to be a teenage girl. That doesn't make him trans. That makes him have a shitty disguise on.
Is one big shit sundae of blatant sexism topped with a cherry of what feels like underlying trans misogyny. It's all about Moxxie failing femininity. He attempts to present himself as female and the-
It isn't failing femininity. He's going, how do you do, fellow kids? He is failing at presenting himself as a teenage human girl, which, yeah, given he's a grown-ass man-imp, is kind of expected. He is failing to present himself as a teenage girl. Not failing femininity. He is slaying right now. What are you talking about? Look at him.
The other teenage girls see right through him. He's mocked relentlessly.
Of course they do! He's a grown-ass man trying to pretend to be a teenage girl! If it was Steve Buscemi doing it, you would understand.
By the whole camp for being ugly, overly made up, and ridiculous. And the worst part is that this is all contrasted by Millie, whose performance of masculinity is praised by the campers, celebrated to the point that her male all-
No, it's just... for fuck's sake. It has nothing to do with her pretending to be a boy. This is just about Moxxie and Millie. Like, it comes down to Moxxie's personal insecurities, because Millie aces this. That's the joke. Moxxie fails at this and Millie aces it by accident. And then he gets jealous. And then they talk about it like adults. And then they make out in front of everybody. You know? It has nothing to do with her performing masculinity. They always do this. She always disguises herself as a boy. And the boys always disguise themselves as women. This is what they always do.
Alter ego, Miller, practically becomes a minor celebrity.
Yeah, it's a send-up of teen comedies, too. Like, you've probably never seen, like, a 2000s-era teen comedy, because you're, like, 23, but those existed, and that's making fun of that.
This episode is so stupid, on God. This is a form of misogyny or sexism often referred to as femophobia, which is the belittling of, aversion to, or contempt for femininity, regardless of
Where is their contempt for femininity? Fucking Moxxie just fails to impress the teenagers and Millie impresses them instead. Like, it has nothing to do with what they're wearing. Like, absolutely nothing.
Of the gender of the person performing it. The underlying message, whether it's intentional or not...
Is cross-dressing changing gender now? Or it's just because they think Moxxie's a girl because they're human and they're stupid and they're falling for the disguises? You know, like... What are you saying? I'm so confused.
Presents femininity as artificial, gaudy, and unnatural, especially when—
Ow! Look at him! He's slaying! He's fucking slaying! He is rocking that outfit these teenage girls just cannot appreciate. But also, yeah, he is not convincing as a teenage girl, given that he is an adult man. That kind of makes sense. You know, you're really you're really reaching hard here. You're about to pop your arm right out of your shoulder socket, I think.
Embodied by a man, whereas Millie's masculinity is seen as effortless, natural, and charismatic without seemingly much effort on her end. This imagery of Moxxie being portrayed as an ugly, creepy alien to be jeered at is, to me, very reminiscent of transmisogynistic caricatures that you might see in 80s, 90s, and early 2000s.
Okay, so I guess no male character can cross-dress anymore. No male character can cross-dress anymore, even though quote-unquote female impersonation has been a comedy thing since, like, the 1800s. No male characters can cross-dress anymore, I guess, ever. Because, that's trans misogyny, somehow. It's not just misogyny by itself, it's somehow uniquely trans misogyny if a male character ever cross-dresses, I guess. Like, what? Like, so men just can't wear nice, pretty wigs and long dress. Men can't be pretty. What if a man just likes dresses? Like, can a man not just do that? This seems very self-defeating, and like you're just kind of reinventing gender roles and saying it's woke this time. I'm just saying.
Films. These characters were often used to mock trans women who were denigrated as
Psycho! 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 Where the guy has a delusional split personality that's his dead mother. How does that have, like, if you showed Silence of the Lambs, maybe you'd have a bit of an argument, even though they explicitly say Buffalo Bill isn't trans in Silence of the Lambs. They explicitly say that he got rejected for diagnosis and surgery and stuff because he isn't trans. He's just crazy. So, like, Psycho, of all things? Where the twist is just, it's Norman Bates having a split personality that's his dead mother because he's internalized her control over him that much? Like, what does this have to do with trans people? It has nothing to say about trans people. It's based on Ed Gein, the serial killer. What are you... Yeah, the media literacy is hot in this one. Jesus Christ. God, that took me out a bit. After this chapter, we're doing super chats again. Oh god, I did not expect this to be this frustrating.
And made objects of disgust, ridicule, and scorn. I do not think that this is intentional, being that they do have
And then you show the trans character on screen who is pretty positively portrayed and voiced by an actual trans woman who is also, like, in charge of, like, the merch and stuff and has a lot to do on the show and makes the decisions everybody complains about surrounding this character. You know, again, very self-defeating.
A trans woman character on the cast in Sally Mae, who is fine, in my opinion, but this is blatant trans misogyny.
Fine, and based on her voice actor, Morgana Ignis, I think it's Ignis.
Even if that's not the intent. All of this is to say that despite being a dude, Moxxie is a constant target of the show's immature sexist humor. The constant bullying...
Yeah, you are saying men most affected by misogyny, and you think that Moxxie is basically a woman because he's a bit of a pushover and sensitive. That is revealing far more about your internalized attitudes than anyone else's, Rottika. I'm just gonna point that out.
Or actually, okay, maybe this is a bit of a reach and a tad bit off topic, but this will be my final time ever talking about Helluva Boss on the channel, hopefully, so I feel like I have to mention this here. But Moxxie tends to read to me as kind of autistic-coded or just otherwise neurodivergent-coded, you know?
Why? The meek nerd? Like... Okay, just because you headcanon the character is neurodivergent doesn't mean the show is saying anything about neurodivergent people. And I assure you, again, that most of the people working on this fucking show are probably some flavor of neurospicy. Like, let's be real here. This is a completely independent show made by internet people. High probability most of them are gonna have something wrong in their head. I'm just saying.
No, he's socially awkward, a bit geeky, often speaks overly formally, likes to
They're all socially awkward, every single one of them.
Actually people, has a lot of compassion, and he's very energetic about his personal interests and obsessions.
Yeah, he's the straight banana of the group. He's the group punching bag. That's his role in the dynamic.
And the constant bullying of him from the rest of the cast is honestly kind of triggering to me. I don't know. It reads as a tad bit ableist due to his ND coding, and it reminds me.
I decided that this character is neurodivergent, so now him being the punching bag is also ableist because I said so. This is not how you analyze media. It just isn't, alright? This is not conducive to discussing narratives in media.
A lot of autistic kids being bullied for being socially clueless and obsessive about their interests. But even
Okay, well, I'm autistic, so are you gonna mansplain that to me too? Or, I don't know, are you autistic? Are you even are you neuro anything, or are you just talking for us again now?
Even if that is a bit of an out there take, I maintain that this treatment of him is still very misogynistic and indicative of the writing's disdain for women and femininity in
Men most affected by misogyny, according to Man. Yes, good, great, perfect.
General.
Yeah, Man says men most affected by misogyny because this character is a bit of a sissy, so that basically makes him a woman. Wow, that's a lot of baggage you might want to unpack there, Rottika. Wow, Jesus Christ.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. This is just sensitive equals woman, tough equals man.
Yeah, congratulations, you reinvented gender roles and you're just calling it woke now. Congrats, you played yourself.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. The only one that gets it harder is Angel Dust.
Yeah, well, Angel Dust also, like, he compared it earlier, like, Verosika and Angel Dust. Like, Verosika is a succubus who, like, has complete autonomy in what she does, and Angel Dust is a sex trafficking victim. I don't think those are equivalent.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. He is the show victim. He lit exists to suffer.
I'm gonna call him the show victim, but Moxxie is the punching bag and the straight banana of the group, yes.
At Otaku Shiza sent a super chat. Don't go to a last club from them.
Yeah, right? I thought your name was Otaku Jesus for a second there.
At Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. Ah, the Loric method. Watching the show is not important to the critiquing the show. I see. I'd tell Am not to quit their day job, but...
Yeah, I just, I can't say for sure he hasn't watched the show, or at least didn't rewatch it for this video, but, like, it does seem like you're just watching clips and finding things to complain about, Rottika. And if you did do that, that's pretty piss-poor media analysis, you know? And it's not just a Lily problem. It seems to be a problem with a lot of people today, where they think they can just read a plot summary or watch some clips and they completely understand a show without actually watching it, or when they do watch it, they're on their phone or doing something else in the background, and it's like, if you want to do a media analysis, you have to actually watch the show and pay the fuck attention. Every time I've rewatched this show for a stream, which I didn't do for this one, but I have watched it about 4 times, I've paid the fuck attention to it, and taken notes in my head. Yeah, like that bad Iron Lung movie review, god damn. That was so awful. That was so awful. I think that was also in the extra credits video where I went over Iron Lung a bit, so... Minor female characters and antagonists. Oh boy, that's gonna be the next one. Let's let all the supers come through, though.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. Yeah, guy is being super misandist. Mox isn't femme.
Oh, but he's emotional and sensitive and polite and talks formally, so that basically makes him a woman, you know?
At VarishWolf95 sent a super chat. How does he feel about gay men?
Well, he basically also said Stolas is basically misogyny because he's a bottom, I guess, so I...
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. Also, is a panman calling a bi-man homophobic?
Good question. Probably not, really. I mean, gay people, use those words with each other all the time, but it's kind of like that's our word situation. Like, you're not allowed to say we are.
At Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. It's misogynistic because I really need it to be. Shut up.
That does seem to be most of the arguments here, unfortunately, yeah.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. The pegging thing is just bliss, so having zero boundaries and being overly invested in M&M's relationship.
Yeah.
Also, 100% Blisto thinks pegging is hot.
Of course he does, of course he does. I mean, he uses toys with Stolas, so...
At Scoony the 2ND sent a super chat. This episode explores how Millie is very talented and skilled but often gets pushed to the side. It's a meta-commentary, for pity's sake.
And they ignore that.
At Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Woman getting praise is misogynist, Gus, I say so.
Yes! I don't know where you're going with any of this, Rottika.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. Mox isn't trans. Also, don't you dare touch Pleakley.
Oh yeah, the guy from,
At ActionFan19 sent a super
Lilo
chat.
Stitch.
Don't you dare have a low opinion of Sally Mae. Morgana is a treasure.
Well, he at least said Sally Mae is fine. Is just fine. So I guess that's the highest compliment a female character has gotten in this show from Rottika so far.
At Balonic111 sent a super chat. Methinks there is a lot of projection from this guy onto Moxxie.
Yeah, a lot of projection in general from some of the things he said today.
At Master Clockwork sent a super chat. This so reads Samus is trans. Source? My vibes.
Yeah, like, this is the whole, like, you can have your headcanons and shit, though personally I would argue that a headcanon should be reasonably extrapolated from canon, not just something you pulled out of your ass because you just wanted to. But you can have your fucking headcanons, but you can't, like, try to impose them on other people and insist that's the text of the show when it's not, you know?
At Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. I do like how they had to staple 10 things on Mox to be extra offended by his treatment.
And then also, he's basically a woman, so it's also misogyny, because
At CatPeasant106 sent a super chat. Headcanoning Moxxie as neurodivergent is fine, but it's not a criticism of the show. Charlie and Lucifer exist.
Exactly, you can't just say, well, I headcanon this character as autistic, so now everything bad that happens to them is ableist. Like, that's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
At Tyler Preston 699 sent a super chat. I took the teenage girls bullying Moxxie as them, seeing a nerdy girl trying way too hard to be liked by the popular kids.
Yeah, it was this typical teen drama, like, fucking teen movie Mean Girls shit. Like, again, it's like a send-up of, like, mid-2000s teen movies. But this person is either too young, or he just isn't aware of that kind of trope. So we're 24 minutes into the goddamn video. We might be here a while, guys. I'll try not to pause Andy so much. Let's go into the next section after we heard how misogyny affects men most of all.
With the unabashed misogyny and shit-tier juvenile humor's clothing now out of the way, I want to start dissecting the female characters and their portrayals within the show in detail, because I'm
going to immediately poison the well in this chapter and now discuss this. Okay.
Nastiness that lurks on the surface is one thing, but the sheer scale of how deep it penetrates every facet of the writing is a whole other beast.
Well, if it's penetrated, it must be a woman then, right?
For simplicity's sake, and for a little drama, of course, gotta edge you guys on my eventual Stella crash out, I want to start by first talking about the more minor women on the cast, excluding background or dialogue-less characters because it's understandable that most of them don't have a lot of depth. I'll be focusing on the ladies with enough screen time or relevance to the story to be noteworthy, but not enough to be
You say while showing Barbie Wire, who has only been in one fucking episode.
Considered major quite yet. All of them, I have noticed, tend to fit into one or more sexist character tropes. Some are what I like to call the mega bitch stereotype, in that they are the tired one-note queen bean diva or nagging psycho bitch archetype, and their role is
So Stella and two very extremely minor characters who are supposed to be antagonistic in the episode. And I thought bitch was a slur. Why are you saying it now? Isn't that misogynistic?
The story is generally to be so insufferable or unpleasant that it justifies them being treated like punching bags for misogynistic name-calling. Some are sex objects meant to do or be very little more than an object that appeals to the male.
Which one of these two are you calling a sex object that's just there to appear to the male gaze? Which one of these two are you calling that? I mean, you could have put a Verosika on the screen and maybe had a point, but these two? Like, what are you... what are you saying?
Gaze. Some are cardboard cutout nothing burgers with little personality and development, even in situations.
So, the dead mom whose face we don't even see, like, obviously isn't going to be a developed character. Like, yeah, dead mom backstory. I'm sorry, not every minor character can be, like, expanded upon. Like, is it misogynistic that the I say guy hasn't had a whole episode to himself, too? Like, what about the minor male characters? Can't you compare the treatment between the minor female characters and the minor male characters and maybe see that this is just a problem you're inventing in your head? Because Vivziepop bad, even though you're gonna argue against Vivziepop bad later, you're still kind of contributing to all the arguments the Vivziepop bad people use. So,
situations where they are major or important characters. And finally, some are accessories, meant to serve the development of male characters first. And
you mean the fucking one-episode antagonists? The characters that are just there to be the antagonist for the episode? Why do they need to be developed? If they were two male characters, would you have the same complaint? That's my question.
And act as independent characters with their own agency second, if at all. So treat it like an I Spy game and take a shot for-
You don't seem to understand that characters need to serve the plot. If a character doesn't have a point in the plot of an episode or the overarching plot, then they shouldn't be there. Like, characters need to have a purpose, you know?
Each one as we go if you're a masochist.
Yeah, the clown bitch twins are cool as shit. I like their designs.
Starting with Verosika Mayday. Oh boy. I spoke a
Oh boy, let's hear how you misunderstand Verosika and are just down on her because she's a succubus, probably.
Little bit earlier about the horrendous gendered insults that she's subjected to, but to expand on that point a
little- By Blitzo and Blitzo alone, who is her bitter ex and supposed to be an asshole. Yeah.
Well, Verosika is a succubus, and in-universe she is established as a sex icon of the pop industry, as well as a fairly sexually liberated person in general. Both of these aspects of her character are fine on their own, but the way that the show frames her for these things is not fine. Whereas male characters—
What do you mean? We are supposed to understand from her very first appearance that Blitzo is the one who fucked her over. Like, why do you think they put in that line about him maxing out all of her credit cards and running away?
Like Blitz, Ozzy, and Stolas are also sexually enthusiastic, especially Blitz, whose every third line is a sex joke of some kind.
A new hole!
They are not shunned by the narrative in the same way. Our intro—
How is Verosika shunned at all? Again, you are just taking things Blitzo says as objective points toward Verosika for some reason. So why are you listening to the man who is clearly in the wrong over the woman just being who she is? Verosika's awesome.
Introduction to Verosika is first as an antagonist, and is essentially a long, drawn-out stream of slut and—
Yeah, antagonist doesn't mean bad guy, though. She's an antagonist to Blitzo, but Blitzo is our unreliable narrator asshole character who we're following.
Sex-shaming whorephobia, mocking her for being a promiscuous alcoholic.
Dude. Blitzo is also a promiscuous alcoholic. Do you not see that's a pot calling the kettle black here? He's projecting just like you are. Like, both of these characters are sluts. It's a slut calling another slut a slut. What is your problem here? She's obviously not even offended. Look at her. She's just smirking at him.
Big action-y conflict of the episode, in fact—
Pearl and Verosika Maydays out. She didn't have the chest for it. Come on. Don't be mean.
Fact is caused by her drinking, because her magical hell flask ends up getting dumped out into the ocean where it mutates a fish, I guess? Did I mention that this show is stupid? And the ending stinger of her—
Yeah, it's supposed to be— Do you not realize that this show is supposed to be stupid and most of the characters are supposed to be idiots and assholes? Did you not understand that watching it, or do you just watch clips? Like, again, I'm asking.
Story, of course, has her and her succubi gang being forced to blow a bunch of police officers in order to evade arrest. Very classic.
Like, you don't even see that. She just says, get ready to suck a bunch of pig dick sluts. That's it. That's the joke about how they're going to get out of this situation. They're succubi. That's what they do.
Every time she shows up or is mentioned, the audience is reminded of her whore status. Her promiscuity is weaponized as an insult, portrayed as a sign of her wickedness.
By Blitzo and Blitzo alone, who again is not a reliable narrator.
A sentiment strengthened every time it's brought up in conjunction to her antagonism. In contrast, Blitz's enthusiasm for sex is portrayed as charismatic and charming. His sex jokes are supposed to
No, oftentimes it's portrayed as kind of destructive, actually, and part of his fear of commitment and intimacy. So, actually, that's what leads to his breakup with Stolas, for God's sakes, that you're showing on screen right now.
Be funny, not because the audience is intended to laugh at him with scorn for being horny, but because we're encouraged to find him endearing.
No, we are supposed to be laughing at Blitzo. Do you not understand that most of the time with Blitzo's antics, we are supposed to be laughing at him? Blitzo is not aspirational. Why do you think he is?
Or otherwise laugh at the absurdity of the kinky shit he gets into.
Yeah,
Fuck,
absurdity.
even Chaz, whose whole bit is that he's a cringe fail, overly horny, pathetic bisexual, is not sex-shamed in the same way that Verosika is. This also
Chaz is a one-time antagonist of one episode. Verosika is a returning character. She's been in like 3 episodes. Like, your assessment of media is so broken. Like, at what point is Chaz supposed to be endearing? Or charming? Or in the right? You're supposed to hate Chaz. Chaz is supposed to be a slimeball who you just hate the entire time. Like, how is he not shamed? Moxxie slams the door in his face, like, right after his fucking song. And then Millie does the same, and then Blitzo sleeps with him just because he also slept with Millie and Moxxie. That's his whole logic. And well, to investigate him and fuck him over later, of course, but mostly the first part.
Because we're encouraged to find him endearing or otherwise laugh at the absurdity of the kinky shit he gets into. Fuck, even Chaz, whose whole bit is that he's a cringe fail, overly horny, pathetic bisexual, is not sex-shamed in the same way that Verosika is.
Like, who besides Millie in this show was even straight? Like, what are you trying to say? Oh, he's a bisexual, okay? Yeah, so is, like, most of the rest of the cast, in some manner. So, like, what the fuck are you talking about?
This also carries over when it comes to characters like Glitz and Glam, just to a lesser extent being that they are less important characters within the story.
Yeah, they're one-time antagonists for a single episode. Why do they need to be developed more than that? Also, their designs are really cool, though.
And aren't sex-centered.
That's one thing I like about the Hellaverse. Even the minor and background characters have cool-ass fucking designs, you know? That's always fun. It's really, really, really ripe for making OCs.
Cons in the same way that Verosika is. The two of them are introduced as one-time antagonist in Mammon's magnificent musical mid-season special, fucking tongue twister of an episode title, jeez. And their one whole character trait is that they're kind of smug divas. They don't even do anything all that evil besides go up against—
Oh wow, the rivalries in a singing competition, the rivals in a singing competition episode are arrogant and smug and think they're gonna win. Wow, that's never been done in anything before. Like, if you watch fucking High School Musical, like, come on! This is all basic shit! What are you— Oh god, this is so frustrating.
Is in a clowning competition and act sassily confident about it, and the episode still eagerly takes every opportunity—
Oh no, they're sassy and they show off their dirty pillows. This is very misogynistic.
Oh god, I'm loopy today.
To venomously call them bitches, sluts, and whores. Just like with Verosika, their biggest sin is being sexually confident women in a competition against the main characters.
What, did you expect them to win? Why would you not want Fizz to win this? Yeah, they're, like... It's not shaming them for being sexually competent, they're just the rivals in a— they're one-time antagonistic rivals in a song competition episode that isn't about them! What do you mean? This is so confusing.
And the gloves come off, and all restraint is thrown out the window when it comes to how they're treated. The show is just allergic to having female characters—
What? Because they get flattened by a rock at the end as a sight gag? Just as a quick sight
gloves
gag?
come off, and all restraint is thrown out—
They go, oh, so did we win?
Out the window when it comes to how they're treated.
And then they get squished by a rock. Oh wow, that's so over the top and edgy, how misogynistic. They had a tiny sight gag at the end where a rock falls on them like some Looney Tunes shit. Oh no, that's What? How is that, like, no holds bar, over the top, like, just shitting on them? What do you mean? They even have a really cool song. They even have a really cool fucking song. Hang on. Clown bitch, Helluva Boss. Let's just watch their song. Cause it's cool. Where's the one? Like, did they upload it by itself on their actual account? Okay, whatever. To show the footage, or is it? Here we go. Oh, I've had the big vision on this whole time. I didn't even notice. Sorry, guys. When they have wings, I guess we can assume they're succubus creatures, so yeah. Yeah, they're definitely not depicted as, like, fucking cool and awesome and get their own song. Yeah, they're only just degraded the whole time. Anyway, sorry, I didn't realize I had Distractor Tron on this whole time. I have been drawing. I actually finished this sketch up here, so... Sorry about that, guys! I forgot to switch back. Anyway, so, yeah. They're totally not showing being awesome, and they're totally being, like, degraded for being sexual, even though their song is, like, all about being hot, and it's cool, and it's really well animated, and, like, what do you mean? Again, are you just watching clips where they get called bitches and that's it? Like, you're just omitting the rest of the show from your mind? Because that seems to be, like, what you're doing. Yeah, so... Okay, back to watching me draw. That's the important thing you're all here for, obviously.
The show is just allergic to having female characters that we can root against without resorting to calling them demeaning, misogynistic names, and
So your only problem is they're called bitches and sluts. These characters that are, like, from the lust ring. Both times! These characters are from the lust ring, being called sluts, and you somehow have a problem with that. Like, context. Nuance. What are those? Like, again, if you don't like the humor of the show, so don't watch it. Sorry, it's not for you. Okay, it's not for you. That's not a fault of the show. It's just you. It's just you, Rottika. It's you. It's you.
Portraying them like brainless sex dolls. In terms of characters that
Brainless? How are they being treated like brainless sex dolls? We just watched their awesome fucking song. What are you talking about? Verosika too. Verosika is one of the most developed characters in the show. Are you even gonna talk about the anti-Blitzo party? I'm gonna play that scene.
And portraying them like brainless sex dolls. In terms of characters that I don't mind too much, I think that Mrs. Mayberry, Martha, and Sally Mae all sort of fall in that category. None of them are particularly unpleasant characters, nor do they embody extremely misogynistic stereotypes.
The cannibal? The cannibal Satanist woman is not an unpleasant character. Okay. Like, what development does she have, exactly?
Types, or are even likable in some instances. Like, I'm gonna be real, if we got more Mayberry and Martha Yuri outside of that one quick moment, I would be all for that. Like, their dynamic.
Calling a same-sex female relationship Yuri, that's really cool and definitely isn't homophobic. That's cool. And also it's like a one-time sight gag. Who the fuck cares?
Could theoretically be so peak. And Sally Mae is cute and enjoyable in the cameo that she had in the first season, and then again in the short
cameo? She was just in the episode. What do you mean? She was involved in the episode. It wasn't a cameo. What? How do you call that a cameo? That's the episode she's introduced in. A cameo would be like if a character we already know about just, like, showed up briefly. like Mayberry and Hoosadinkle being together is this is a cameo. This is a cameo.
For that, like their dynamic could theoretically be so peak. And Sally Mae is cute
and Sally Mae, this is the episode she's introduced in. That's not a cameo. That is an introductory episode for a minor character. What are you talking about?
In the cameo that she had.
Well, yeah, because Yuri, like Yaoi, is mostly written for straight people by straight people. You know, like calling gay and lesbian relationships Yaoi and Yuri, like, as a joke, okay, but some people are, like, starting to, like, really seriously, like, reduce gay relationships down to this heterosexual fetishization of us, and it's, I kinda don't like it. Yeah.
Had in the first season, and then again in the short featuring her, and of course her scene with Millie towards the end of Sinsmas. Though
yeah, so she's a minor supporting character, it's not a fucking cameo.
I still have my complaints with them. In Murder Family, which is the episode that Martha and Mrs. Mayberry debut in, by the way, Mayberry is called Tits by Blitz in literally the first scene that she's introduced in, and throughout the—
Yeah, Blitz is an asshole! Why don't you understand this? Blitzo is an asshole! If you can't stomach following an asshole character, then don't watch the show!
Rest of the episode, Martha is called things like skank, bitch, and whore repeatedly. This is quite—
Yeah, because she's trying to kill him, and he's insulting her while she's trying to kill him. Like, why is that a bad thing? Oh, but it's okay that Blitzo kills people, but he can't call a woman a bitch while doing it. That's just too far. That's just too far. Doesn't matter that she got like a fucking shotgun bullet through the back of her head. Calling her a bitch is too much.
Quite similar to Verosika, Glitz and Glam. Of course, more casual misogyny weaponized against woman antagonists in Helluva Boss.
Casual misogyny, like saying Moxxie is basically a woman because he's sensitive and gets pegged, you know, like kind of like that, yeah.
Who would have guessed? If those were my only hangups, though, I might not have talked about them much at all. They're very minor characters after all, so them being underdeveloped or one-off is whatever on its own.
Well, I wouldn't compare Sally Mae to Miss Mayberry, who was just like the tutorial character for the pilot. Like, Sally Mae is a character, whereas Mayberry is like a one-time episode-related character. Those are different things.
What really bugs me, though, is their objectification when compared to how much screen time that they do get. Martha and Mrs. Mayberry only really have Murder Family to shine in, and then they're—
Yeah, Martha is supposed to be a hot slut who's constantly cheating on her husband. Like, what about that don't you understand?
They do get. Martha and Mrs. Mayberry only really have Murder Family to shine in, and then their brief cameo later. And up until the most recent episode, Sally Mae only had her 20 whole seconds on screen in the Harvest Moon Festival, and a short that came out long after season 2 was already halfway finished and published.
Okay, yeah, so the shorts are there to like, I don't know, like tide you over between episodes. So she's been in other stuff.
And yet, all three of these characters have copious amounts of horny merchandise produced featuring them.
Yeah, every single character has horny merchandise. Every single one. It's a horny show. The show, the beginning of each episode starts with a trigger warning that the show is full of demon horniness. They even tried to warn you. So, yes, there is sexy merchandise of every single character. So what? It's very universal.
Especially Sally Mae, like, oh my god. And a lot of this merch existed long before she had more than, like, 2 lines.
Okay, so Morgana Ignis, who she's based on and who voices her, is also, like, in charge of their merch. So, like, she might have had something to do with that.
These women have little to no presence on the show outside of brief appearances, and in Mrs. Mayberry and Martha's cases being called—
Minor characters are minor characters! Who you're talking about before even the main female characters of the show. That's cool.
Misogynistic pejoratives in their appearances.
You would think you would have left the minor characters for, like, last? And talked about the main characters first, then again, maybe you're trying to get watch time, which you know what, based.
And yet they are heavily sexualized in the marketing. This applies to Verosika and Glitz and Glam as well. As for Verosika,
heavily sexualized. Everybody has sexy pins. Every single character. What about the sexy pins of Millie and Blitzo and Moxxie? And even Stella. Stella also has sexy merch, so what are you talking about?
While she's constantly shamed for her sex appeal, she is also defined by it.
Again, by Blitzo and Blitzo alone. Blitzo is the only one who shames her for it because she's his ex, and he's an asshole. And he's bitter! Like, what the? Why don't you get this?
The character is centered firmly around the same sexuality and flirtiness that she is repeatedly bashed for. Most of her on-screen appearances emphasize—
Again, bashed by who besides Blitzo, who is her bitter ex-boyfriend? Bashed by who besides Blitzo? I will keep calling him Blitzo. Fuck him. He's an asshole.
her body, and this carries over into the show's merchandise as well. Throughout all of—
She's a succubus! She is a succubus! Of course! She's gonna be horny and sexy! Like, why can't you wrap your head around this? Please! I'm begging you! You keep repeating this point, and all I can keep saying is she's a succubus!
her appearances until Apology Tour, she is a character whose one and only trait is being a slutty diva.
Are you gonna talk about Apology Tour? Because she gets a lot of really important character development in that episode, and I bet you're gonna misunderstand it!
Sex object, something that she is also shamed for a lot.
You keep showing the footage of Blitzo's shitty drawings about his plan to get back at her because she's his ex. Like, again, all of this is coming from only Blitzo!
And this dichotomy between sex shaming and marketing sexualization is made all the worse in Glitz and Glam's case, despite being intended to be clown.
The show doesn't sex shame. The show is horny as fuck. Like, and open to all sorts of sexual kinks and orientations and all sorts of things. So, like, just because Blitzo is going around calling people bitches and sluts because he's that kind of asshole doesn't mean anything. Again, your problem is mostly with Blitz, but you can't wrap your head around the fact that he's the main character you're supposed to be rooting for, but he's also an asshole who isn't aspirational. Like, you can't hold these two ideas in your head at once, and I worry for you.
Clowns, or maybe jesters. Their visual designs reflect zero of that.
They say they're a clown, bitch! Did you listen to the song?
Inspiration, and instead are trying way too hard to be generic, crowd-pleasing sexy bait. This being compounded for—
Why can't they be hot? Why can't they be hot? Like, what? You're mad when the women are hot, and then you're mad when they're called sluts. Like, make up your mind.
Further by the fact that they're also intended to appeal to that whole twincest fantasy that dudes like, which is very evident in much of the show's merch.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean, yeah, you could call that out, I guess, but it's just kind of a gimmick. Like, there's, like, no actual, like, indication that they're actually that way. They just have a twin act. Yeah, okay, I know that could be kind of problematic, but like, there's like no pro-incest here. Like, come on. Like, I'm not gonna like rag you too much for having a problem with that. That's like the one valid thing you've said so far. But like,
featuring them, especially that Valentine's Day one where they're practically scissoring. I mean, what the fuck? Call me.
I don't think you know what scissoring is, and also it's, tribidism is the proper term, actually, so I get it right. Scissoring is what, straight women do on pornos for straight men.
Crazy, maybe I'm just too woke, but I think that this is perhaps—
They might be twins. I think they are twins. Again, maybe it's just their gimmick. I don't know. Hugging is scissoring now, I guess. Yeah.
Perhaps a little bit indicative of—
Even though their pussies were nowhere near each other, it was scissoring somehow.
Something. There's also a serious lack of attention put to developing these female characters' relationships with each other. Like how Loona in Spring Breakers is initially mentioned to be a fan of Verosika's and is a bit starstruck, but instead of using that as a way to forge an interesting connection between the two of them, Loona is Verosika's shitty ex's daughter, after all. Loona is immediately sidetracked by Vortex, or again, how Beelzebub—
Okay, like, a celebrity isn't gonna become BFFs with a fan that just runs up to them. Do you understand that? That's not what the episode was about. Like, why do you have a problem with Vortex? What?
An interesting connection between the two of them. Loona is Verosika's shitty ex's daughter, after all. Loona is immediately sidetracked by Vortex, or—
He adopted Loona long after him and Verosika broke up. She has absolutely no relation to Loona. So, and Loona barely admits that she's Blitz's daughter at this point. So, yeah, she gets a crush on an older man in one of her first ventures out, and one of her first times meeting another hellhound since she's been with Blitz. So what? She has like a little teenage, well, she's not a teenager, she's like 20 something, but she has a little crush on, probably an older dude here. That's the whole dynamic. So what? I love Blitz's line too. It's like, now Loona, spring break is no place for vulnerable goth girls.
Or again, how Beelzebub, instead of forming an interesting dynamic with Loona upon meeting, remains a shallow sort of rival standing between.
Rival? They're pretty buddy-buddy by the end of this special, and it's just a special episode that had Kesha in it. And unfortunately, she couldn't sing the song because of the bullshit lawsuit she was in at the time. So, no, they're not rivalrous by the end. Luna's in a bad mood, but by the end, they like, B gives her advice on handling Blitzo and being there for him. Like, what?
Between her and her crush, which is also Vortex again, by the way. Or even...
I think she was over her crush on Vortex by this point, because he mentioned at the end of the spring break episode that he has a girlfriend. You know, it was that whole thing where she's crushing on him the whole episode, and he's like, oh yeah, my girlfriend really likes that, and she's like, aw. You know, like, she already knew he was unavailable at this point, so what do you mean?
With Loona upon meeting remains a shallow sort of rival standing between her and her crush, which is also Vortex.
She's also one of the Sins? I don't think Loona sees her as a rival. She's one of the Sins. She's pretty up there.
Again, by the way. Or even Sally Mae, who in my opinion is massively underutilized as a character. I
will agree with that. We haven't seen a lot of Sally Mae, but you never know. She might be more involved, especially with Millie's plot going forward into the next season.
Because she necessarily needs a ton of screen time and emotional depth or anything.
Again, she's a minor supporting character, you know? She gets more screen time than Millie's other siblings, so I don't think we've even heard talk.
But considering what we've seen in the show and its shorts, she is the person-
What do you have to say about Millie's two male siblings who haven't had any dialogue at all? What about them? Is that misandry?
That Millie, who I will remind you is one of the main 3 protagonists, has the closest relationship to outside of the main cast, and it would be really cool to see female friendship.
Oh my god, a woman has a close relationship with her sister above everyone else in her family. How unusual. What do you mean?
Familial or otherwise be focused on more. Because, well, there fucking aren't any female friendships at all focused on outside of the 2 of them, to be honest.
What? I mean, Millie's pretty friendly with Loona. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Rather, most of the women on the cast have primarily connections to male characters.
Yeah, like Miss Jasmine is like, wow, it's almost like they're sisters or something. Yeah, wow. Wow, sisters relate to each other and have sister talk? Wow, I didn't know that.
Characters instead. Though they always get-
Please mansplain to us how sisters work.
The short end of the stick when it comes to focus and agency in any given conflict. In regards to Verosika, remember at the beginning of the video when I mentioned dropping the show after I made my first video on it? Well, that means that I didn't watch an episode after I think oops until I decided.
Okay, so are you about to tell us you haven't rewatched the show, or did you rewatch it? You better have rewatched it for this video, or I'm just gonna throw out everything you said as projection.
Focus and agency in any given conflict. In regards to Verosika, remember at the beginning of the video when I mentioned dropping the show after I made my first video on it? Well, that means that I didn't watch an episode after I think oops until I decided to make this video. And for like a year.
So you're saying you've gone in with a chip on your shoulder and your biases all lined up like ducks in a row then. So yeah, you weren't watching this show, which you should have remained not watching this show, because clearly you don't like it. And the humor is not for you, so you should have maybe just kept not watching it and then not made this video. That's my advice.
I heard repeatedly that Apology Tour gave Verosika some more depth and development as a character.
It did. It did. How are you gonna say it didn't? Let's hear it.
Lo and behold, I go to watch it, and what I find there is nothing! So to the people that I saw.
So you like didn't fucking pay attention to the entire conversation now?
Raving about how much development that she got? I'll take shit that never happened for $500. This-
Oh! Okay, so you didn't watch the episode at all, did you? Anyway, so where is my Apology Tour clips? Otherwise I'll just go to the fucking episode. Did I take a clip? Maybe I just went to the episode last time. Oh, let's just go to the episode. Helluva Boss, Apology Tour. So, in Apology Tour, if you don't know, let's just put it in the Tran for now. Hopefully I won't forget this time. I'm like right at the clip already from the last time I had to talk about this. So in this episode, Blitzo and Stolas has broken up with Blitzo. And Blitzo is not used to being broken up with. He is usually the one who implodes his relationships before they get too serious. So he's never actually been broken up with before, so now he's bugging Stolas about this. Like, oh, wait, no, you didn't break up with me, I'm breaking up with you, You know, so he's being an asshole as usual. Being a messy bitch, and Stolas has gotten an invitation to Verosika's anti-Blitzo party she throws every single year. But the whole point of this is she's not over him, and Blitzo points this out to him too, that all these people are here because they cared. I guess maybe I don't exactly remember exactly where he says it, so we'll just watch the whole scene.
Look, I
love when Blitzo walks in, he's like, damn, have I actually fucked this many people? It seems like anyone who's ever had a bad encounter with Blitzo on any level gets an invite from Verosika, which is pretty funny.
acted this morning.
Like, even Dennis is here. You know, the guy he said he wasn't gonna sleep with because his name is Dennis. Even Dennis is here.
It was fucked, okay?
This morning? Oh, why did you show up there? Why did you show up here?
You already asked that, but look, I just really need to talk to you, to explain.
Oh?
I've always been real shit at sorries, okay? They're for pussies, and no one fucking deserves them anyway, but I felt like maybe you actually...
I love when the Goetia do bird things. But yeah, you hear he's like saying, he's like, oh, apologies are stupid and gay and suck, but I think I might owe you one, maybe. He is really bad at this.
really needed one.
Oh, lucky me!
Oh, shit. Okay, what I mean is, I said sorry a lot today, and honestly, didn't really mean any of it, because the only one I wanted to say it to was you, Stoles. This whole thing we had going, I mean, you're a fucking prince. How could you ever actually care for an imp? Me. How could anybody?
Blitz, there is a crowd full of people here who cared so much, they throw an entire fucking party about hating you every year.
Captain Theme Stater right here. These people are all here because they cared about Blitzo. And we're going to see this repeated with Verosika when she goes and talks to him. Drunken ass Stolas gets charmed away by some chud too. And he did it. He just stated the theme of the entire fucking episode out loud and you still didn't get it. How do you do this?
Hey, Ver.
So, an apology tour, huh? You got a lot of balls coming here, Blitzo.
Yeah, I know. Everyone here hates me.
Yep. That's the point, dumbass.
So what, you're waiting for your sorry?
Oh, fuck you, you little prick.
Well, I'm sorry for always telling it like it is, sister. Well, I'm just being honest. I'm sorry for dumping you. Sorry for not falling head over heels for you, or that guy, or fucking Dennis, or anyone at this stupid fucking party!
Oh, you are so fucking shitty! Do you hear yourself?
Everyone's shitty! Hello, we live in hell! Why am I all of a sudden the bad guy just for sucking at relationships?
Are you expecting sympathy? Oh, poor Blitz. Finally having to own that his actions affect other people's fifis. Bitch, please.
Oh look, Verosika just called him a bitch. Is that misogynistic now? Is Blitzo basically a woman because a woman called him a bitch? Is that how that works? You see how her tattoo is his name and a heart crossed out? You see that? You see the visual storytelling here? Also, I love the hair, the up hair and the outfit. She's very pretty here. I'm just like, oh, woman.
How do you think I felt when the fun guy I was dating decided to just bail on me because I made the shitty mistake of saying I love... It was the...
Like, she just says it out loud. She told Blitzo she loves him. he ran off and maxed out all her credit cards on shitty horse riding lessons because Blitzo is that bad at relationships and that allergic to intimacy and commitment.
Most embarrassing feeling. To be vulnerable for once and you really just know how to send a message in the shittiest
Yeah, I'm very gay for Verosika with her hair up, Sumi.
fucking way. The worst part is you still make me feel like a bad person for being angry at you now. But hosting this party for everyone else you've dicked over, at least I can help others cope with the shit you did. What? No snarky comeback?
No. You're right. I actually am, sorry. I don't want to be this way. Not forever.
Looks like Stolas is having a good time.
Yeah, well, he needs it.
I love this next line of Brandon's. My favorite delivery.
Oh, a really good time.
Oh, that bird-stealing cockback!
Hold it, Blitz. If you want to change, it just starts with saying, good for him. Hope he gets laid. Here, have some cake, fuckwad.
I really like this whole scene. It's so good. So well written.
Away, I've been haunted.
Anyway, if you can't understand from that scene that Verosika is still carrying a torch for Blitzo and still has feelings for him, I don't know what to tell you. That is a very efficiently written character interaction that tells you a lot. It completely will turn the audience's opinion of Verosika around if they still thought she was an antagonist. At least it should. And we can see that Verosika still has feelings for Blitz. She throws this party every year because she's not over him. She still has feelings for him, and she's still, the only person he can really confide in. So, yeah, that whole it's such a good scene. It's such a good scene. And it's how can you say she had no character development there? We learned everything about their relationship and how it blowing up was all on Blitzo. Which, again, if you were actually listening and paying attention in the first episode, is clear. Because she's the one who said he ran off and maxed out all of her credit cards and abandoned her. Blitzo was always the problem in their relationship. Blitzo was always the one that fucked Verosika over. I don't know how you don't understand this, except that you don't watch the show, or you watch it while playing video games or being on your phone, or you just watch clips and come up with your own harebrained fucking viewpoints on why this is misogynistic because someone said bitch, and this is misogynistic because someone said slut. Let me, a man, tell you little ladies how you should feel. I love how she kicks out the banister and sits there. It's very good character acting. Tells us a lot about their personalities, And Blitzo is actually remorseful here, and I think this is some of Brandon's best acting in the show, too. The other best acting is when he's yelling at Stolas when they break up. But, yeah. So, let's get back to you just fucking slandering our girl Verosika. We stand Verosika in this house.
This episode, Apology Tour, is not about her. It is about Blitz and Stolas. In fact, her role in this—
Yeah, it's almost like Blitz is the main fucking character, and she's a minor character. It's almost like that. Again, a lot of these people that make this argument also say, well, Blitz being main character is misogynistic because man is main character. Come on now. Blitz, who do you think the titular boss in Helluva Boss is? It's Blitz! He's the main character! Christ almighty.
The story is that she's literally the host of a party that all of Blitz's exes throw every year to—
Because she's still not over him. Yeah, like that scene I just played completely spelled out for us.
Celebrate how much they hate him for having—
Oh, look at this guy with the hater on his— Spindle Horse, release this as merch. I'd fucking wear this. Maybe not with the midriff. I'd wear something under it, but I want this hoodie now.
Been a shitty boyfriend. Not only is the— You're supposed to end demeaning jokes at the expense of its—
Oh no! Fuck! Switching the things, switch the video. Damn it. Hang on a second. Let's figure out where we were. Oh, this is about where we were.
Shit that never happened for $500. This episode, Apology Tour, is not about her. It is about Blitz and Stolas. In fact, her
And again, yeah, it's about the main character and his love interest and not this minor supporting character. Imagine.
In the story is that she's literally the host of a party that all of Blitz's exes throw every year to celebrate how much they hate him for having been a shitty boyfriend. Not only is the episode far more about the Stolitz relationship—
And he is a shitty boyfriend! Like, unequivocally he is!
Relationship conflict than it is about anything else. The development that Verosika does
Wow, it's about the conflict between the main character and his love interest. Imagine that.
Is also far more about Blitz's character development and absolution than it is about hers. Like, come on.
Yeah, so that doesn't mean she didn't get any character development in the episode. You're just lying by saying that. Just because the episode is mostly about the main— Oh, I almost got an OBS crash there. Holy shit. I'm so angry I almost got an OBS crash. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Am I still alive, guys? Am I still alive? I can't type to any— I'm like half crashed on I'm half crashed on OBS right now. Okay. I might have to restart it. Okay, I'm still alive. Okay, I might be able to work around this. It's fine. Okay, oh, I think we're recovered. Try refreshing the stream. Oh, don't send me a bug report. I'm still live. Get out of here. God damn it. I hate when this happens. It's Phil Collins. It's because I was talking about the Phil Collins situation again today. No! Phil Collins hates me. Anyway, if you don't get that joke, look at my short about Gorilla Heaven. Anyway, okay, so the main character got more development in this episode than a side character, but that doesn't mean the side character didn't get any development. We just watched the entire scene where she did, so, like, you can't say she got no development just because you don't like she wasn't the star of the episode. Like, again, that's not how any of this works.
Finally, I want to include Barbie and then Blitz and Moxxie's mothers here as well because they have this trait in common. Family members to a male character who exist to cause that character angst instead of being their own individual people. Barbie—
You mean, like, also, like, Moxxie's father, Krim? Like, he doesn't exist for any other reason but to be a thorn in Moxxie's side? Is that misandrist?
He is only present in the show once during—
Yeah, he didn't even talk about the conversation, so it makes me think he didn't even watch the episode. Or is just omitting it because his point wouldn't make any sense if he didn't. He couldn't say Verosika got no development if he didn't omit that conversation completely. He's gonna talk about the main characters next. He started with the minor characters for some reason, but again, it might be for watch time, which, like I said, based, so I can't really argue with that.
Unhappy fucking campers, which we have already established is an episode that I just love.
Everybody doesn't like that episode.
The B-plot of that
cares?
episode, by the way, is about Blitz hunting her down after she leaves rehab. The two of them have an argument where her struggle with addiction is mentioned, but don't get too excited about the show potentially exploring what it's like to have a family member struggling with substance abuse.
Well, yeah, because the joke there is, she's like, oh, for God's sakes, relax, I'm just on meth. And he's like, oh, thank God. Or, oh, thank Satan, rather. You know, yeah, like, it's played for laughs that she's not on hard demon drugs anymore, she's just on meth. Like, that was not setting up a serious plot point. Just because drug addiction was mentioned doesn't mean it's setting up a serious plot point. Like, I'm sorry, you don't like jokes about bad things and humor about bad things, but the show has that in there, and so don't watch it then. I don't know what to tell you.
Because it's primarily about—
It was heroin, not meth, my bad.
How she doesn't want to see Blitz anymore because he fucked up with her. Yep, just like Verosika, she is yet another person that Blitz has burned bridges with, and also
literally burned their mother by accident alive, so that might be why she has a problem with him. Like, did you watch the rest of the show? I mean, you just said you watched Oops. You just said you watched before you started making this video. And in that episode, we find out that Blitzo accidentally caused the fire that killed their mother! So yeah, maybe that's why she has a problem with him.
Like Verosika, this revelation has little to do with expanding on her and all to do with expanding on him.
He's the main character, and she's only been in a single episode, and there's going to be more show. There's gotta be like 2 more seasons. Why are you assuming she isn't gonna show up and get more development at some point? Like, you can complain when the show is over and she doesn't, but, like, right now, the show isn't even finished yet.
Notable mother characters, Blitz and Moxxies, are very similar in that they are women in refrigerators or are otherwise fridged for drama.
That is not what woman in refrigerator means. Fuck off. Woman in refrigerator means when an established female character is just murdered or depowered for the sake of a male character's story. These characters are both already dead. Their backstory, their dead mom backstory, that is, dead parent backstory is not uncommon. You know, like, but that's not what Women in Refrigerator would be if, like, Loona was suddenly murdered just to further Blitz's story. That would be Women in Refrigerators. But not 2 characters that were dead before the story started. You're not even using these terms correctly. God damn it.
For those of you who are unfamiliar and aren't aware, this term was coined by the comic book writer Gail Simone to describe—
Well, now you're gonna explain how you used it wrong, okay?
The fiction trope of using violence against a female character, usually deadly violence, but sometimes sexual violence too, as a way to further the development of a male character. It's called fridging in reference to a Green Lantern comic in which a dude finds his girlfriend maimed and dismembered in a refrigerator.
A dude. You mean Green Lantern, the main character? Yeah, they fridged his girlfriend, and Gail Simone started coining that term for female characters that have been depowered, murdered, or sexually assaulted just to advance a male character's story. Yeah, Kyle Rayner, and these were all established female characters that were in the comics as people already, and were just murdered to advance the male. I mean, you could even call Gwen Stacy a fridging by this metric. You could. I mean, that might be more arguable. But yeah, a guy. It's fucking Kyle Rayner, the Green Lantern. Like, you're using this term wrong. Dead mom backstory is not the same as women in refrigerators. Again, women in refrigerator would be like if Loona or Millie were suddenly just killed and stuffed in a fridge to advance Splitzo and Moxxie's story. Like, that would be fridging. What you're talking about is not fridging. Oh, yes, this video is an hour long, Dino Nuggy, and we're, like, halfway through. This is gonna be a long fucking stream. Like, I have some popcorn for sustenance over here, at least.
By the way, both of these mothers in Helluva Boss have
I love how you're, like, so smugly and arrogantly explaining what it is when you just completely used it wrong. That's great. That's good.
No agency as individual characters. They solely exist to be dead and were both killed in horrific ways, no less, to act as
before the story started, so it's not a fridging, it's a backstory.
Trauma and angst for their respective sons. Blitz's mother perished in the circus fire that he accidentally started, and this event is shown to have shaped him into his adulthood. There aren't any flashbacks that feature her either. She's just mentioned to have existed, and the focus is entirely on Blitz's survivor skill.
When did you made this recently, and you haven't watched Ghost Fuckers. So you didn't watch Ghost Fuckers. So you didn't finish watching the show for this video. Because you would have mentioned Ghost Fuckers. Let's watch that horrible scene, actually. Helluva Boss go. Yeah, the mom is never mentioned again. Or how it shaped Blitzo as a person. Never mentioned again, ever. Ever, ever, ever. So, what the fuck, let's go back into the Distractotron for this one. Switch it before I get off this video. Where's the scene? Where's the scene? I'll know it when I see it. Or they meet the demon guy, I think. Yeah. Close. Get Millie's flashback, too. Oh, yeah, because Millie starts talking about how they met to cheer him up. Here we go. Here it is. Here's the trauma. Here's the trauma.
Fucking people's lives up. When was the last time you actually left someone without hurting them?
I don't know why subtitles in Espanol, but they're here. It's the first one I clicked on.
Mom! Mama! I was having the worst dream.
This isn't a dream. This is your life. And it always will be.
No, Mom, I'm sorry! Mom, please, I'm sorry!
Yeah, never mentioned again in the entire show. That definitely wasn't like horrific trauma we were just watching where he sees a ghostly vision of his mom burning up and her eyeball falling out. Yeah, that's definitely, yeah. Never mentioned again, guys. Never, ever mentioned again. Okay. Yep. Didn't watch pool hopping. Many such cases.
Guilt. Moxxie's mother.
Yeah, Brandon's gotten, like, I mean, he's always been a very good comedic voice actor, but his dramatic acting has definitely gotten really good over the show. Like, he's been killing it the last few episodes.
Or at least does have a flashback. In her case, Crimson, Moxxie's father, killed her when he decided that she was too soft on their son and more trouble than she was worth. Her death is
somehow you managed to put that together from just visual storytelling, but you can't put together anything about Verosika.
Debatably even more egregious because it doesn't even serve much of a purpose in the story at all, aside from shock value. Unlike Blitz,
or just explaining why Crim is the dad. Explaining why Moxxie is the way he is. Wow, yeah, okay.
Who is shown repeatedly and consistently to be affected by the circus.
Also shock value, and this show is so mild compared to so many other things.
Fire trauma. Moxxie's mother's death doesn't even seem to inform his character much at all. If his
How? How? This is how he became so meek and obedient to his dad. Like, he calls Blitz Sir exactly like he calls his dad Sir. Like, that's pretty telling. It's not my fault you have really bad media literacy and can only read things on the surface. Sorry, did I scare you by screaming just now?
To stand up against his father was merely about his past being abused and belittled by him, and as well as seeing Crimson carry out violence.
Yeah, and losing his one supportive parent, I think maybe that had an effect on him. Oh my god, I want to die.
Against other people, the story would make just as much sense, even without his mother's inclusion at all. And that's the female sidecast, not including—
So you're saying it would be better if she just didn't exist? You're just saying it would be better if this female character just didn't exist? How does that solve the problem you're insisting is here? Oh, God, the beginning had me so hopeful that this video would not be this fucking mind-rending, but unfortunately here we are.
Any irrelevant background characters. Disappointing, shallow, objectified, underutilized, or otherwise showered in misogynistic insults. Not one of them makes it out unscathed.
Nobody in this show makes it out unscathed because everybody's an asshole and they're constantly insulting each other, and I'm sorry you're such a sensitive little baby that you can't take that. Then don't watch the show. Go back to the Tinkerbell movies, okay? Let's let some supers through before we get into the main characters, and we'll probably do the Loona and Millie chapters, and we'll do the Loona, Millie, and Octavia chapters, and then we'll pause before the Stella chapter, because we know this is gonna be the nuke. We're gonna be here a while, guys. I might take another break to get some fucking snacks or something.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. As a gay man, both Mox and Blitz both get word rights.
Yeah, there we go, based. Okay, we've solved it.
At ActionFan19 sent a super chat. The only negative I have towards Verosika is her anti-Blitz party. Like, yeah, he did you dirty, but depending how long ago that was, move the F on.
She hasn't moved on, that's the whole point. You probably said that before I played the clip, but yeah, that's the whole point. Verosika hasn't moved on, she's still holding a torch for Blitz.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Did he miss that Verosika is a celebrity while Blitzo is a loser?
Apparently not, because yeah, even the other characters said, like, you dated Verosika Mayday? You!
At ActionFan19 sent a super chat. Interesting thing about Mayberry I realized 2 months ago. She almost resembles a tiefling from D&D.
She does!
At Arsonist47 sent a super chat. Theoretically be so peak is such a nothing statement for talking about media. Anything could be peak if it's done well.
Yeah, I know, right?
At EdStevens5542 sent a super chat. Do these people want cartoons to be an open world MMO?
You know, that's a really strange statement, but I kind of know what you mean. Like, they want it to just be a playground for their own ideas instead of a show you just watch and, you know, pay attention to what it's communicating to you.
At its West 777 sent a super chat. What's with some of the critics of this show being so incredibly sex negative?
I don't know, but it's kind of telling, isn't it? I think this is just Zoomer puritanical problems.
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. Does this person like anime then?
I don't know. He hasn't made a lot of videos. He seems to have just come back recently, and sorry, I'm just, like, coming in with a steel chair as he returned to YouTube, but unfortunately this video was kind of instantly infamous and requested of me a lot, so sorry.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. All of Sally's stuff is approved by her trans VA.
Yeah, I brought that up earlier, that Medrano Ignis, I keep wanting to say Ignis, it's Ingus, I think. Ignis, it is Ignis, oh my god, I can't say words. Anyway, Sally Mae is based on her, and she voices her, and yeah, she's also, pretty in charge of, the Hellaverse merch, and has approved all of the Sally Mae merch. Every time people complain about Sally Mae merch being transphobic, they're talking over the trans person she's literally based on who voices her. So, again, very self-defeating.
At DioMKV sent a super chat. Verosika gives him a heart because she acknowledges he's welcome at Hate Blitzo party for that reason, and gives him compassion she gives to others.
Exactly. And she understands him and clearly is still kind of in love with him, but she knows he's bad for her.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Reminds me of people complaining there's too much Steven in Steven Universe.
Yes, we're going to complain that the main character gets more character development than the supporting characters, because reasons.
At ActionFan19 sent a super chat. Hey Verosika, did you consider Moxxie's fifis when you and your crew actually say salt today him?
Yeah, remember how Rottika here just kind of omitted that it was Verosika that did that? You know, just kind of didn't even mention that?
At Talking Movie Bubbles B6 sent a super chat. Blitzo in Ponyville? Imagine that crazy shit.
He would love it, and he would traumatize the ponies, I think.
Awesomeness sent a super chat. Sigh, my sock has a hole in it.
Oh no! My condolences?
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. No, they just got the Disney mom treatment.
Yeah, the Disney dead mom treatment. Look, you know, again, that's not what fridging is, though.
At DinoNuggy22 sent a super chat. Are we still here? How is this video an hour?
The video is an hour. I'm gonna try to maybe go a little faster, but...
At sent a super chat. Insert pool hopping. Here.
If you don't know what the fuck we mean by pool hopping, you'll have to go back and watch, my very first big Steven Universe response to Lily Orchard, where I had a revelation in the middle of it that there's a particular episode she didn't watch, and I kind of turned into a rule of three joke.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. Chat's feelings, degree.
Yeah, that's the sound that makes when you flip a table, obviously. Diggery-dee. Anyway, so we're gonna talk about Loona now. This'll be fun.
But if you thought that the portrayals of the more minor female characters were bad, well, you best prepare to open your already abused asshole even wider and get ready for the 12-inch Punisher that is the major ones.
Weren't you complaining about jokes about sexual harassment, and then you're making a joke about, forcibly inserting things into our anus? That's a worse joke than any of the jokes you were complaining about, so that's interesting.
Let's start with Loona. Gonna be pissing off a bunch of furries when I say this, but I do not like her. She is Blitz's adopted daughter and acts as the receptionist for IMP, meaning that she doesn't usually go on most of the missions and is therefore generally on screen less than the other three main imps. Her character archetype can be
she's like Zooble. She just kind of is like, I'm not even bothering with any of this.
Described as the dispassionate, moody teen girl addicted to her phone, which is an odd—
Except she's 23.
Odd choice to me, considering that she's supposed to be in her 20s, but that's neither here nor there, I guess. She tends to—
You might be too young to realize what people in their early 20s are like, but yeah, you kind of are in that phase between being annoying teenagers and being real adults, so, you know.
Plays second fiddle to most of the other characters on the main cast, but when she is allowed to be a focus, then you will probably not be all that surprised to learn that her stories always have something to do with a man. Like in Spring
Really? But also, do you still, like, a lot of the quote-unquote critics, you don't seem to understand that Blitzo is the main character and the rest of them are supporting characters. You do not...
Where her little bit of screen time is all about her being interested in Vortex, which carries over into her being jealous of his girlfriend in Queen Bee. And then all of...
So she has a little crush on an older guy. That's a very typical late teens, early 20s type of thing to do. Why is this a problem?
Her more major appearances have to do with her relationship with Blitz, him being her adopted dad and whatnot. You will also...
Don't her and Octavia also, like, bond in that episode?
So not be shocked to realize that she has zero interesting dynamics with any of the other female characters. Despite her literally working with Millie, they hardly talk, like, at all.
I'm pretty sure I could find... What about the time they teamed up to go rescue the boys when they were kidnapped by the Men in Black, by dorks? You know, that whole paranormal agency that's just a bunch of dibs. Like, they teamed up in that episode. Like, what do you mean?
Even when the two of them are separated from Blitz and Moxxie in Truth Seekers, the show does not take the opportunity to have them interact in any interesting or funny way during their mission.
They're rushing off to save the boys! Why would they?
To rescue the boys. Next to all of the...
And you just saw Loona picking her up. Like, let's go watch that scene and see how not getting along they are, I guess. Okay, this is the actual website. Okay, that's a good shot to start on. Anyway. Where's the scene where they team up? Oh wait, actually, first let me put it in the Tron, but I'm just clicking off because it's gonna fuck up the timestamps again.
Loona, close it!
Wait, no!
Yes, indeed. Where are the girls though? Yeah.
Us loses now. That was pretty badass.
Super badass.
That's Sapphire's VA, by the way.
Shit! Shit! Ah!
You
Shit!
you okay there?
What are you doing sitting there? The boys are in trouble! Open it again!
Blitz was using a total of 0 euphemisms, innuendos, or swears. That means it was serious, which means I don't open it until...
Open the fucking portal now!
Is that misogynistic?
They aren't here!
It smells like they went this way. Come on, let's find the dumbass twins.
So, they seem to be getting along pretty well there. With Loona just sticking her in a backpack to make tracks faster. And then they team up in a cool fight.
This where they ended up?
Yeah, the female dib there is Sapphire's VA.
I think so. Fuck, this looks intense. How are we gonna get in?
Lift me up to that vent.
Look at them having teamwork. We all need a pocket Millie in our lives. There's a goth girl here! Look how well they work as a team! I love you, Millie. And they're totally in sync as a badass team!
Help me!
Damn, you're pretty agile for an old lady.
I'm like 5 years older than you.
And then we have the meme face of Blitzo there. Perfect. Yeah, they don't get along at all. They're definitely not an awesome badass team together or anything. No, not at all. You're just casually omitting things because your point wouldn't work otherwise. Very Lily coded, unfortunately. I thought you were a little more sensible than this from what you said at the beginning, but you proved me wrong. Congrats.
To rescue the boys. Next to all of the in-depth character exploration of Blitz and Moxxie's trauma and how that influences their strained professional relationship with one another, there is no bonding between Millie and Loona, surprise, surprise.
No bonding! I just showed that whole scene where they're bonding and completely in sync in battle. And you're just cutting all of that out.
Comes to her more noteworthy interactions with other women on the cast, it always has something to do with one of the male characters first and the girls second. Like in Seeing Stars, when she has a heart-to-heart with Octavia, the conversation is about their fathers more than it is about either of them personally or even their...
Well, she went to find Octavia at the behest of Blitzo and is, like, giving her advice on how to deal with a problematic, flighty father.
Emotions. Octavia starts to talk about how Stolas' neglect makes her feel.
And you know, because since Stolas and Blitz are probably endgame, these two are gonna end up as like pseudo-sisters, so it's cute that they bond here. It's very cute.
Before Loona then pivots the conversation to how worried he is, searching for her down in LA. And then there's her dynamic with Beelzebub, which is all about their respect.
She told Octavia her dad's looking for her. Why is that a problem? I guess let's watch that scene too. Stars. Helluva Boss. Yeah, I keep having to pause because I keep having to bring up the scenes from the fucking show because you're... Here's the conversation between the two girls. The whole premise of this episode is Octavia got lost because she asked the book to bring her to the stars and she ended up in LA. And Loona does a lot of investigating on her own and figures out where Octavia is by the buildings in her Sinstagram posts. So that was all detective work by Loona, all by herself.
Hey.
Hey. How did you find me?
Your Instagram. Nice pics, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
You okay?
Can't believe I was so stupid. I spent all day looking for a place where I can see some dumb meteor shower. And all I get is this.
Yeah, smog's a bitch. You know.
And you gotta keep in mind that Loona's a few years older than Octavia and a much more world-weary and has been through a lot more shit than Octavia has. This is like the first like major conflict Octavia's ever had in her life at 17 years old. You gotta give her a bit of a break. But Loona's acting like her more world-weary, jaded older sister here.
Your dad's really worried about you.
Right, that's why you're here instead of him. He couldn't be bothered to keep his promise, and now he can't be bothered to come and get me himself. He'd rather spend his time just screaming at my mum. Why does he hate her more than he loves me?
Sometimes it's not as simple as that. This kind of shit gets messy. And everybody's got issues. Especially dads. And sometimes they fuck up. Well, all the time. That doesn't mean they don't care.
If he cares, where is he?
He's somewhere down there.
He's here?
Looking for you. I mean, try to cut your dad some slack. He may not always get it right, but he's trying. That's more important than you think.
And Loona's working through some of her own feelings here, as well, you know?
You ready to go?
This is such a sweet scene.
Yeah.
Aww. So Loona's a lot more world-weary, has been through a lot more bullshit than Octavia has, and is kind of giving her advice from the perspective of a slightly older woman who's also dealing with a fucking pain-in-the-ass dad. Yeah, their friendship is important to me, too. I think I like their dynamic. So, yeah, and Octavia, you gotta remember, she's only 17. She's been pretty sheltered her entire life. This is the first major conflict she's had, and she's only now learning her family life wasn't what she thought it was. That's a lot for a kid that age. You know, I don't like the people that vilify Octavia for rejecting Stolas either. Like, the thing is, Stolas and Octavia's feelings are both valid. They're just in conflict. And that's fucking life sometimes, you know? That's what a lot of these, like, so-called critics can't seem to grasp about this show. You know, it is about complicated situations and imperfect people and fucked up people and mentally ill people. You think you would like that, like showing these people honestly how they are, not pretending that they're perfect because of their oppressions or issues, you know? And maybe that's why you don't like it. I just don't understand. Oh wait, right, I gotta make sure I don't accidentally lose my place in the video again. Okay, here we go.
And then there's her dynamic with Beelzebub, which is all about their respective relationships to Vortex, of course. Loona's characterization...
It's mostly about Kesha being in the episode more than anything, though.
...is overall very shallow, not to mention incredibly inconsistent. She's shown to have a soft side under her rough exterior, and is shown to be a lot more empathetic and caring than she likes to come off as. Like at the end of Queen Bee, when
Wow! It's almost like her and Blitzo have a lot in common, where they have a rough, angry, combative exterior, but are actually quite emotional people underneath, but they've been hurt so much in life they can't express it. Wow, and it's almost like the dynamic between Blitzo and Loona works, because he can dote on Loona all he wants, and she doesn't reciprocate, and that's safe for Blitzo. Because again, he has a fear of intimacy, he has a fear of commitment, so if he can just dote on Loona and call her his baby girl all the time, and the bestest daughter ever, and she just kicks him in the face for it, that oddly works for him. Yeah, it's fucked up, but he's a fucked up guy. Think I'm misunderstanding the criticism? I don't think so, Toku. I think this person is way fucking off base. Yeah, so...
comforts Blitz after he drinks himself into a depressed stupor following his disastrous date with Stolas at Aussie's. And not 2 episodes later in Seeing Stars, she's destroying the IMP office in an immature rage because he asked her to try and be a little bit better at her job. And then at the
okay, so she showed him some affection after having that beautiful conversation with Octavia about how dads fuck up all the time, but, you know, it doesn't mean they don't care. He's drunk as shit and probably isn't going to remember this. And, so it's safe for her to show him a little affection right now. But again, they're both people who try not to be vulnerable by just being aggressive and combative on the surface. Because they have been so hurt. And that's their reaction to their fucking trauma. And yeah, trauma isn't going to make you a very clean and pure person. It's not going to make you a very easy to get along with person. Everyone with trauma isn't just some poor little babu whoopee who needs your help. Trauma makes you do shitty things sometimes. It's not an excuse, but it is an explanation.
Stupor following his disastrous date with Stolas at Aussie's. And not 2 episodes later in Seeing Stars, she's destroying the IMP office in an immature rage because he asked her to try and be a little bit better at her job. And then at the end of the same episode, as I mentioned earlier, she gently talks Octavia back into giving her dad another chance.
Why would she throw things at Octavia? She doesn't have that kind of dynamic with her. Again, with Blitzo, it's safe for both of them. She can treat him like shit, and he'll just say she's never done anything wrong in her entire life, and it works for them. It isn't inconsistent. It's almost like these people are, like, complex. You know, like real people tend to be.
Is she an emotionally intelligent, empathetic person capable of supporting other people, or is she a violent, irrational, uncaring maniac who genuinely doesn't give a rat's ass about others?
You don't think somebody could be both? You don't think somebody could be hiding a more caring personality under a vitriolic exterior? You know, because she was an orphan who was basically in the dog pound and was just going to age out before Blitzo adopted her and gave her a home? She's had a pretty rough fucking life. She's not always gonna be perfect. Oh no! A person can be both of these things at once. She can pretend not to care, but actually care. A lot of people have contradictory traits. So you're complaining that the female characters aren't developed enough, but you also want them to just have a one-dimensional personality that's just one thing. What are you even complaining about anymore?
I don't know. Outside of her very confused characterization, the majority of what she does is existing in the background, adding little to nothing to anything. To be frank here,
I mean, I don't disagree with that. I do think Loona's a little underutilized.
I've noticed that if you don't really find her attractive, then she doesn't add much of anything to the experience of watching the show. Like, she may not—
Like, her voice acting is good. She has some really funny bits and one-liners. I mean, what?
not be my type, but it's very—
So you're basically saying Luna's only in the show to be hot, while insisting that the show is writing her misogynistically, while insisting that her having a more depthful personality than just angry and uncaring is also bad. So you want her to be one-dimensional, and you're claiming she's only there because she's hot. And you're saying the show is misogynistic. I see.
very clear to me, and probably anyone else with eyes, that she is designed to appeal to a very specific demographic of, dare I say it, furry goth girl gooners. At the end—
You know Vivziepop's a fucking furry, right? Every time people are like, why are there so many furries in this show? It's like, because Vivziepop's a fucking furry. It's a pretty furry-coded show. It didn't go full furry, because it wouldn't have universal appeal if it did, but it's definitely very furry-coded.
At the end of the day, Luna's character feels like it never made it out of the first draft of
Tyler's like, oh my god, I just realized she's tsundere. Yeah!
Conceptualization. Her implementation in the narrative is clunky and inconsistent. The tie she has to the—
I don't disagree that it's clunky, but I don't— oh god, they colored her wrong here. But I don't think, like, your assessment of her personality is good.
Other women are non-existent or are otherwise only there because of a male character. And in her relationships with the men themselves, she is always playing backup, and she serves more as furry bait eye candy more than as an interesting character on her own.
So after all that talk about women characters being slut-shamed, and how it's bad to show them being sexy, but also call them sluts, now you're just saying Loona is only there to be hot. Very self-defeating, very self-defeating. I'm sure a shit ton of people are going to be angry at me, and they're probably not even going to watch my stream, and they're going to assume what I said, and they're going to bitch about it on Twitter even though I'm not there anymore. I don't care.
Now we get to Millie. Oh, Millie, my poor girl. For being
Oh, Millie, my poor girl. Everyone keeps saying you have all this screen time, all this lack of screen time, apparently, that you don't have. Because I swear Millie is on screen just as much as Moxxie, but people pretend she isn't.
Part of the main trio of the show, Millie has perhaps less character work done for her than even Loona does. This is very sad to me, because from what we do get to see from her, I think that she's very likable. Her main personality traits are loving her husband, being southern, being feral, and a great fighter. Oh, and did I mention that she loves her husband?
She's also very enthusiastic, cares about her friends, likes really cute things, like, yeah.
Like most of her important screen time, playing support for his—
As if half of Moxxie's personality isn't I love my wife. They're on the same exact level. They're that obnoxious lovey-dovey couple who are completely into each other no matter how long they've been married. Yes, Millie, big part of Millie's character is she loves her husband. Big part of her husband's character is he loves his wife. Why is it bad for her but not for him?
His character arcs and fighting to protect him. Most of what I've just had to say about her probably doesn't come off as
fighting to protect him. She's also the heavy of the group. She is their muscle.
A surprise to those of you who have been floating around the world of Helluva Boss criticism for a while. When I spoke earlier about how some people have discussed some of the show's sexism, I was mostly referring to criticisms leveled at how Millie is written. It has been a consistent complaint among the Hellaverse critical crowd for years at this point that Millie, for being one of the main characters, is massively underdeveloped to a degree that is almost absurd. This being a criticism leveled so often that Vivienne Medrano herself even responded to it with an infamous thread saying that Millie being focused on less was the case because Helluva Boss is a male-led show, and that viewers should be patient for the at that point still unreleased Hazbin Hotel, which would be more—
So are you going to claim that it being male-led is inherently bad and misogynistic? Is that what you're gonna say right now?
Focused on woman-led stories, apparently. A hilarious statement in hindsight, considering that Hazbin still has massive issues in the male favoritism department, and
Yeah, again, that's a complaint you have about the fandom? That's the thing. Hatedom and fandom both ignore the female characters, and then the Hatedom claims that's the show doing that and not them. It's you.
Season 2 was essentially just the Vox show, but that's another discussion for—
He was the main villain of that season! Of course he was in a lot of it! Are you just ignoring all the shit Charlie went through that whole season?
Another day. While I do understand the note about the show being primarily focused on Blitz and it being important to focus on his storylines first and foremost and develop them to a meaningful conclusion before—
Yeah, almost like he's the main fucking character, yeah!
Or the show has potential of being cancelled before it's finished, I think that it's worth noting that he is not—
What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that comment?
I do understand the note about the show being primarily focused on Blitz and it being important to focus on his storylines first and foremost and develop them to a meaningful conclusion before the show has potential of being cancelled before it's finished.
How would this show be cancelled before it's finished? This is a completely independent series. It still is. Amazon is airing it a month before it hits YouTube. But it's still completely owned by Spindlehorse. It is a completely independent series. Why would they cancel it? They get YouTube revenue. They get merch revenue. They have the revenue from Hazbin Hotel. In what scenario would Helluva Boss be canceled? What do you mean? What are you talking about, Victor with a K? What do you mean? This is so confusing. Like, your points are so incoherent. Like, that's the other thing I find about the Hatedom. They don't actually understand how production works. Or the difference between indie shows and corporate shows. Like, they don't understand anything about the industry, either. Like, gosh.
I think that it's worth noting that he is not the only male character who gets an abundance of screen time even at the beginning of the show. There's Moxxie too, who has several episodes in the first season even, primarily—
Yeah, who you said is basically a woman because he likes getting pegged, so—
focused or partially focused on his character arc and story, and even going into season 2, he has more there as well. Heck, even when it comes to the season 1 episode where the gang goes to visit Millie's parents at her childhood home in Wrath for the Harvest Moon Festival, the emotional throughline and the conflict is about her husband, not her. They visit her parents and it's about him. Oh, and of course, in Exodus—
a lot of it's about her family finally accepting Moxxie, but you're like ignoring, like, I'm just gonna cut out all the scenes Millie was in and say she wasn't in the episode is what you're doing right now.
And O's when it's revealed that Moxxie and Millie both have history with Chaz as a shitty ex-boyfriend. A very funny bit, by the way. We learn all about Moxxie's history with him and not about hers, despite how—
because it's not as important, because Chaz is trying to join Moxxie's father's crime family. It's a little more relevant to him, yes. But then you're like, are you just ignoring the whole, like, big badass fight scene Millie has at the end of this episode?
Upset that she is shown to be about it even to this day. And then even outside of the main IMP game—
so you just, what is that episode? X's and Ooze. So you just didn't even mention, like, the big finale that Millie gets? You didn't even mention that? Yeah. You didn't— for fuck's sake. Okay, I have to switch views again. You're driving me crazy. I'm gonna have to take a break soon and get some food, because we're gonna be here a while. So anyway, you just didn't even talk about this moment of badass at all. Because the whole thing is Chaz is trying to marry Moxxie to get into the crime family. Because they used to be, oh, the chat got fucked. Hang on a second. There we go, it should reset now. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's watch this scene that you just didn't even talk about.
Chazwick
while pretending Millie's barely in the episode.
Moxxie in the last name, to be your lawfully wedded husband.
Oh, yeah.
And do you, Moxxie, whatever, take Chazwick Thurman to be your lawfully wedded—
Look at that! He's just so fucking happy to be here!
Everything's locked down! How are we gonna get in?
Buckle up, Millie. We're doing a Shrek.
I object! You
You're gonna have to fucking kill me.
Oh, I ain't a stranger to your thorns. Think I'm a damsel, then you get the horns. Lay low, my dear, I'll get you out of here. I ain't a damsel, I'll make that clear.
Her bare fucking hands,
Just
even.
try to stop the reckoning that's coming. Lay down your head,
What
boy,
the
get
fuck?
to hear those beats
She's a
drumming.
date!
Be it as it may,
She's a
I'll just
broad
do a
killer!
star. Think fast, cause mama's gonna tear out your heart.
You frickin' goons! What the fuck is the matter with you? Why do I pay you? Get her! You stupid idiots! You get her!
Giddy up, little bitch boy, you're dead. Giddy up, little bitch boy, you're dead.
Was bitch boy misogynistic?
Tried to take him like you didn't know he was mine and take it. Now reap what you sow. You tried to
Blitz
take
just supporting
him
his
like you
queen.
didn't know he was mine and take it. Now reap what you sow.
Hey, what about my...
This ass is mine.
By the way, y'all should probably note, Chaz isn't even rich, okay? Check his car. He just played you like a fucking rube. Later, losers.
I just steal the helicopter, yeah, so anyway. Again, we see the use of gender-neutral bitch, which, Rottika is just ignored entirely. So yeah, you just cut out that entire fucking scene and pretended she wasn't in the episode at all. A lot of them seem to just skip the fight scenes, too, which is most of Millie's scenes, because she's the fucking muscle of the group. She's the only one who can actually just rip people apart with her bare fucking hands. Because she's a Rathian. You know? I mean, Christ. It's just like, you're just omitting things to make your point work at this point. And it's very obvious. Shh. Oh, hang on. Wrong video. Here we go.
Gang, there is Stolas, who gets so much focus and screen time all throughout the show, but especially in
almost like he's the deuteragonist and Blitzo's love interest. Of course he'd fucking get focus.
Season 2. This being in-
Oh no! A show that features two men in love features two men. Misogyny!
Place of characters like Millie, or Loona for that matter, although he technically shouldn't be as prioritized as they are in my opinion, but whatever. To give this thread some grace.
He's the main love interest of the main character! Why should he not be prioritized? What do you mean? I don't even care what but Vivziepop said. You're just bitching about things outside of the show now.
So, as it says, it was made and posted only after Season 2, Episode 3 had come out, meaning that there would be a lot more show to cover and a lot more opportunities for Millie to shine later. So now that-
Yeah, there's 2 more whole fucking seasons coming, and maybe a movie. So, like...
the season has finished, Millie must have gotten the screen time she deserves, right? Right? No!
How does she have less screen time than Moxxie? Like, honestly, go back and watch the fucking show and pay attention. They have about equal screen time. So I don't even know what you're talking about.
Not counting the short Hell's Bells here, because even though I like it, the shorts are specials and not a part
I'm not counting the shorts because it would be detrimental to my argument.
of the main experience of watching the show. The first episode that I would tentatively say gives us a little bit more Millie screen time with what could be considered character drama for her is Unhappy Campers, which, first of all, is a dog shit episode, but even if it wasn't,
Yes, I know, this is the 3rd time you've complained about it. Maybe you should have edited your script. This video could have been a lot shorter.
The plot remains more about Moxxie than it is about her, centering his dismay over not being liked by the campers over her feelings of being undervalued in her regular life. After that, there's Ghost.
Both of those things get equal time in that episode. I guess you did watch Ghost Fucker, so what do you mean that that Blitzo's mom was never mentioned again?
Fuckers, which I will say is a bit better in its balance of giving her more stuff to do. We even get a bit of her backstory here, which is fun. Again, the episode is more about Blitz coping with his angst about Stolas post their—
He's the main character, which you even admitted that you know, so why are you complaining? Every time, he's like, well, this female character did get more development here, but Blitz is still the main character, so it's misogynistic. It's like... What do you mean? That's so dumb, I'm sorry.
Semi-fallout, but I mostly like her here, so I'll give that one a pass. Finally, there is Sinsmiss. This one is largely about Stolas and Blitz, mostly Stolas, but near the end—
Because Stolas just lost his wealth and his daughter and his entire lifestyle, so yeah, of course he's gonna have a bit of a spotlight here.
She does call her sister, Sally Mae, and we are given a glimpse of what Season 3 might hold in store for Millie's development. And she's pregnant? Dead ass? Let me get this straight. You have a character who—
Wow, a straight woman married to a man is pregnant. Like, Millie and Moxxie fuck all the time. They're constantly into each other. I don't get why people say pregnancy is a problem for a plot point just because I don't know. You don't want an M&M baby. You don't want a cute little M&M baby. I do.
Pregnant? Dead ass? Let me get this straight. You have a character who has received consistent criticism for being underutilized, reduced to window dressing, and used as an accessory to complement her husband. And then when you finally start teasing a more complete arc for her, the response is to get her pregnant? Dude,
why is that a problem? Pregnancy is a big part of many women's lives that they go through. Why do you think pregnancy is inherently reductive? That's my question. Sounds a little misogynistic, doesn't it? Like, literally misogynistic, because it's only the guy part that can do the pregnancy, you know?
I hope she yeets that thing, bro. $5 says that the next season we get, like—
Haha, she's pregnant! I hope she gets an abortion! That's definitely not a misogynistic thing to say, to devalue pregnancy and motherhood, even though it's something many straight women experience. And other women, too. So that sounds pretty misogynistic that you're just devaluing her because she's pregnant. You're like, oh, she's pregnant. Now she's, like, basically a nothing character. Doesn't sound like you value mothers very much. Are you one of those people who thinks a mother just becomes nothing but a mother once she has a kid, and that's all her identity will be from then on is just mother, and she can't be anything else or do anything else or be interested in anything else? Do you think mother is inherently a negative thing? Sounds kind of misogynistic, doesn't it?
The Zootopia abortion comic plotline, but with Moxxie and Millie. Okay, enough about that.
Haha, wouldn't it be funny if Millie got a divorce? Wouldn't it be funny if Millie got an abortion? I'm so supportive of these female characters. Like, a lot of people don't understand why she's upset about it, which again is a pretty normal thing. She's upset because it's going to disrupt her work. She already was, like, getting side effects from the pregnancy. It was throwing her off in a fight. She's the muscle, and she's not going to be able to work for, like, 9 months. Or hell, maybe imps are pregnant for 2 years like elephants. We don't know. Like, so, yeah, going through pregnancy is always a pretty tough time. Even if you want it and are expecting it or looking forward to it, it's a lot of work to build a whole other human being inside your body. That's a lot of stress and strain. You know, and that's something many women experience, so why can't that be explored with her? Like, why is that immediately detrimental in your mind, when you don't even know where they're going with it yet? You just immediately assume it's a negative. That's pretty telling of your own mentality, and I think you're projecting a lot onto this show that you have already admitted you don't even watch. You only, like, finally watch the rest of the episodes just to make this bitchy video. And see, bitch can be gender neutral. Anyway, who's next? Octavia. Said I was gonna wait till the Stella portion before we do
Stella.
supers.
Octavia is the 17-year-old heiress to the Goetia royal family. I would say that her personality—
For this particular one, there seems to be a lot of Goetias.
The archetype is kind of similar to Loona's in that she's supposed to be this sort of apathetic, troubled teen, except in her case,
she is.
This characterization makes a bit more sense considering her—
Wow, the Hot Topic show has moody goth girls in it. Who would have suspected?
home situation and the fact that she is actually a teenager. Her main story thread, or rather her only story thread, has to do with her navigating her difficult, increasingly dysfunctional relationship with her parents, mostly her father.
Yeah, it's something a lot of 17-year-olds go through, because at that age, you're still kind of in between childhood and adulthood, and you still haven't quite realized that your parents are their own individual people with their own issues, and they don't just exist for you. You're kind of growing out of that at that age. So yes, Octavia is a 17-year-old girl who has to wrestle with the fact that her home life never was what she thought it was growing up. That's pretty relatable, and I find her song very, very relatable, and I bet you're gonna shit on it just like Artis did.
As they go through an extremely messy divorce. As a child, Octavia was once very close with her dad, but as the years have passed and his marriage to Stella has grown progressively more volatile, she feels disconnected from and neglected by him. Because
yeah, that's a very normal thing that a lot of people have gone through. Okay?
The current string of conflict in the Goetia marriage has to do with Stolas cheating on Stella with an imp. Octavia is frequently worried—
That is not the— like, if you think him cheating with Blitz is the only problem in their marriage, not it being an arranged marriage, and he's a gay man who never would have been attracted to Stella or been able to be in love with her, like, they were incompatible from the get-go and neither one of them had a choice in the marriage, but Stella decides to, act out about it by just tormenting Stolas. The marriage has been a problem since the beginning. But Octavia is the light of Stolas' life. You know, he doesn't regret having her, even if the marriage was something he never wanted.
That he will abandon her to run off with Blitz once the divorce is finalized. This worry of hers is only strengthened in her mind when Stolas ends up more preoccupied by fighting with his ex-wife than he is with communicating and caring for his daughter.
Yeah, wow, Stolas is dealing with his own bullshit, dealing with finally being free of Octavia and finally being able to explore his actual sexual orientation for the first time in his whole adult life. Yeah, he's got his own issues and it makes him neglect his daughter and that's bad, but like I said earlier, both Stolas and Octavia's feelings are valid, they're just in conflict.
If this conflict sounds like it would be interesting to you and relate in the abstract way that I just described it, then I would agree with you. Too bad that the
Okay, I mean, it's executed exactly like you described, so let's see how you're gonna fuck this up.
Execution is absolute dog water. Octavia, out of all of the characters on the cast, is probably the most disappointing to me. The wasted opportunity with her here hurts me even more than, say, Millie or Loona, because what the showrunners have going with her is a little bit more realized in the show itself. But very much like Millie or Loona, one of the main reasons that the writing fails to stick the landing with her is because the story decides to center the conflict primarily around the character development of a male character. The keeping up with the Goetia—
You mean the deuteragonist and the love interest of the main character? Yeah, he's gonna get a little bit more development than a supporting character like his daughter, yes. Why is that a bad thing? That has nothing to do with misogyny, that has to do with the way these characters are arranged in the story.
His ass divorce conflict is much more about Stolas and his feelings, trauma, and angst than it is about
Of course it is! It was his marriage! Why wouldn't it be?
Octavia, or God forbid, Stella. Octavia—
Oh, thank God Billy Donuts is here to give us all donuts in the chat. Oh, we need it, Billy Donuts. Thank you for coming by.
Anguish over her parents' crumbling marriage is heavily sidelined in favor of maintaining a consistent focus on Stolas' perspective.
He's the deuteragonist and the love interest of the main character. Of course, he gets more focus. I don't understand. You are just looking for reasons to call things misogynistic while expressing some very misogynistic views of your own, and that is pretty ironic.
Much of her screen time and even her interpersonal conflicts is more about how Stolas feels in response to her growing discontent with him than it is about actually exploring Octavia's motivations and experiences as a person separate from him. I will make this no secret, I really don't like Stolas.
There are 2 more seasons coming, and Octavia got a big boost in character development at the end of season 2, and clearly is going to have more storylines going into season 3. Like... You're basing this on incomplete information, even.
You'll probably see why a little bit more in Stella's section especially, but for now just put a pin in the fact that I want to snap him in half with my bare hands like a fistful of dry spaghetti. Octavia's—
you definitely don't have any biases against the one gay male main character in this show like so many people like you do.
Sole purpose in the narrative is to serve the furthering of the character development of a man, her father in this case. She has nothing of her own going on.
Her father, who is the deuteragonist and the love interest of the main character.
side of him, and this becomes even more frustrating and painfully obvious when you take like 2 seconds to examine her relationship with her mother. If you just asked yourself, hang on a second there, Victor, what relationship with her mother? Then
hang on a second there, Victor, you said you weren't just parroting other people on Twitter, but it sure sounds like you are.
You already see my point. I mentioned earlier about how characters like Millie and Loona, and even the side characters, have very few meaningful relationships with other women, and this issue carries over to Octavia as well. But it's even more egregious in her case because she doesn't even have a dynamic to speak of with her own mother. Throughout the show, the two of them interact very sparingly, if ever. They might as well be strangers.
Well, she's a moody teenager, and obviously Stolas was the more present parent when she was growing up. Yeah, that's a flaw of Stella as a character. That's not just misogyny being written into the text. Are you stupid?
For all we're shown. Moreover, Octavia's stress about the divorce is entirely about her fear that she'll lose Stolas. She doesn't even seem the slightest bit concerned.
Yeah, the more present parent in her life. The one that's always cared about her and did stuff with her. We see that Stella doesn't really want much to do with her except in how she can fuck over Stolas.
About her mother and has no connection with her to speak of. They only really—
Yeah, you know there are mothers like that. You know there are people who have been raised by narcissistic, destructive mothers. You know people have experienced these things. Just because you haven't experienced it doesn't mean this isn't relatable to somebody out there and doesn't happen in real life.
They sort of interact in Sinsmas after Stolas is stripped of his princely status and Stella gets custody of her. And being that it's implied that Stella was only interested in keeping her around as a way to secure her own position in the Goetia fortune, being that Octavia is the heiress and beneficiary,
that was the entire point of Octavia being born. That is why Stolas and Stella were arranged to be married, to make an heir. Yes. Octavia is just a tool to Stella. Stella has been told her entire life that she's just gonna have a kid because she needs to have an heir. Her conception of having a child has always been as a tool. She is a product of her environment. Why is that a bad thing?
It can be inferred that neither of them care for the other much at all.
Yeah, have you ever read the stories of any parent that was cut off by their kids on Reddit? Stella's one of those.
Lack of thought put into developing a very important—
Like, just go browse Raised by Narcissists for a bit, and you'll see that this is actually not that far from reality.
Mother-daughter dynamic is not only misogynistic, but is also counterproductive to—
It's not misogynistic, it's something that happens in real fucking life, and it's the kind of person Stella is. Why can we never write a woman who's a narcissist, who only cares about herself? That can never be in anything, because it's misogynistic, even though women like that and mothers like that absolutely fucking exist. You seem to have had a very sheltered life, Rottika. I'm just saying.
To exploring a child of divorce plotline. Divorce in real life is usually stressful and even traumatizing to the child in the thick of it, specifically because they suddenly feel like they're being pulled back and forth in two different directions, and are expected to pick sides between the two people.
Well, here, like most children, she's wondering if it's her fault, because again, she's at that age where she hasn't quite realized her parents are real people and don't just exist for her. So she's struggling with that because she's fucking 17. Yeah.
That they love. But heaven forbid we explore the relationship between two female characters when we can instead make the conflict all about the man in the picture. The whole thing—
The deuteragonist, yes. So, again, this has nothing to do with misogyny. It's just the way the characters are arranged. You're saying we can never have this arrangement of characters and anything ever? What, men are just not allowed to be protagonists ever again? Because that's, like, inherently misogynistic to you? You who was saying earlier that Moxxie is basically a woman because he likes to get pegged and has emotions? Like, I think you're projecting a whole bunch here, Rottika.
It's extra frustrating when you realize that Octavia is essentially like—
And again, I love being mansplained to about misogyny. I definitely love that. Yeah.
Right? About him, actually. Well, his attention being on his wife is a little bit more understandable considering the situation. Octavia is absolutely correct in her
Stella's
assessment that Stolas tends to prioritize Blitz over her. Like in Lululand, when in trying to take Octavia away from the conflict going on in their home life for a while, he hires Blitz to accompany them as a bodyguard? You know, the guy who is literally—
Yeah, as an excuse to see him. We see at the end of the episode that Stolas didn't need a bodyguard at all. He just wanted an excuse to have Blitz there and make it like a date. And yes, Stolas, a man who was forcibly married at 18 years old in order to have an heir, cynically, for the royal bloodline, is not handling having, like, his first boyfriend and being able to express his own sexuality for the first time in his life. He's not balancing that well with his daughter. Oh no, man is imperfect, must be misogyny.
Really at the source of the marital conflict Stolas is trying to give his daughter a break from? Or in Seeing Stars, which, hot take, is just Lululand 2, like it has the—
Did you just say Blitzo is the whole source of their marital conflict?
It's to accompany them as a bodyguard? You know, the guy who is literally at the source of the marital conflict Stolas is trying to give his daughter a break from?
The source. Blitzo's the source. His boyfriend is the source of the marital conflict, and not the fact that it was an arranged marriage, and Stolas is gay. He never would have loved or been attracted to Stella. Do you understand that he's a gay man who was forced into an arranged marriage? Do you understand this? Because a lot of people who complain about Stolas don't seem to, or they think that a gay man should just continue to be forced into heteronormativity because they just don't like him, and because he's rich and his daughter has problems with him, and whatever.
Or in Seeing Stars, which, hot take, is just Lululand 2, like it has the same emotional conflict and resolution again, except a whole season apart, and worse.
What do you mean worse? I would say Seeing Stars is a better episode than Lululand. Lululand was like pretty early on when they were still getting their feet.
Allows himself to get sidetracked by this stupid subplot where Blitz is mistaken as a human celebrity and the two—
Yeah, it's almost like the show is a fucking comedy. That's the other thing these people seem to forget. By these people, I mean these critics, these biased Hellaverse critics. It's a comedy. Just because it has some sincere and heartfelt dramatic moments doesn't mean it isn't primarily a comedy. All of you people want everything in this show to be deathly serious all the time, and it's never gonna be that way. So stop fucking watching it. It's not for you.
Two of them are dragged off to film a sitcom. Like, bro, your daughter is walking around—
Like I've said, all the best comedies have some drama, and all the best dramas have some comedies, but this is primarily a comedy.
Around LA all by herself, completely—
Yeah, also B-plot, that's called a B-plot. You're right, Replica Rabbit, it's A-plot, B-plot. That's basic, that goes back to the fucking Simpsons, come on!
Ignorant about how humans work and how to handle herself. Shouldn't you be more concerned about that and less concerned about rizzing up your ugly-ass boyfriend? Dude, I hate this show. And at the end—
Artiste ass take. Let's show visceral disgust and anger every time the gay man shows any sexual desire whatsoever. Definitely not coming from a deep-seated place of homophobia, especially from someone who just said a man wanting to be pegged basically makes him a woman, and Stolas is misogynistic because Stolas is a bottom. Yeah, definitely no deep-seated misogyny or homophobia in your fucking biases here. Not at all.
Show. And at the end of season 2, of course, when in Mastermind, Stolas steps up at the trial to defend Blitz and save him from execution. Well, that's—
You're watching too much Hellaverse stuff. It made her legs too fucking long.
An understandable course of action. He defends Blitz by taking responsibility for lending him the grimoire and taking his place as the guilty party, with the full—
Yeah, he saves his fucking life, how terrible!
—expectation that he is to be executed himself. Like, if he had not been spared with what was essentially a slap on the wrist, he would have died for Blitz without a second thought about how that would affect Octavia. Like, what?
Yeah, he was rushing into saving, like, the man he loves, and he's having a really hard time balancing caring for his daughter with this new whirlwind romance where he's finally getting to fully express his sexual orientation for the first time in his life. Like, oh wow, man is not perfect when having all of these pressures on him all at once. And his bitch wife is divorcing him and making his life a living hell at the same time. It's funny in this Octavia section, you're talking about Stolas more than Octavia in your own Octavia section. Are you gonna talk about her song that's a reprise and a leitmotif of the song Stolas sang her when she was little?
What the fuck? And when he realizes that his title, status, power, and money are all being stripped from him, he doesn't even try to see Octavia.
Just like Artie, you're showing her song on screen while not talking about it. Just like Artiste, wow. Excellent work. Such media literacy.
Title, status, power, and money are all being stripped from him. He doesn't even—
Man is imperfect, therefore misogyny.
And try to see Octavia and talk to her after a full month of her not returning his calls. Girly Pop is a—
Well, it wasn't her not returning his calls. Stella kept grabbing the phone every time he called and wouldn't let Octavia talk to him. So that was Stella doing that. She wasn't ignoring him. She wanted to talk to him. Stella wasn't letting her. But of course, we can't say Stella did anything wrong, can we? Because you want to stan her in a minute.
It's 100% justified in her feelings towards him, for real. And yet the story—
She is! She is! That's the thing! Neither one of them are in the wrong, and neither one of them are right. That's the whole fucking point here. I hate these people that act like you have to either side with Stolas or Octavia. It's more complicated than that. Both of their feelings are valid. They're just in conflict. And that's an issue. And again, Octavia is wrestling as a 17-year-old girl with the fact that her family life wasn't what she thought it was this entire time. Her entire world has been turned upside down in a very volatile time in her life. In between childhood and adulthood. Yeah, it's very normal. This is a very normal conflict. And a lot of parents lose touch with their kids when they become teenagers. Do you realize the age, like the time between 13 and 18, you change so much, and that's only 5 years. So of course to an adult, it's easy during that time to lose track of what their kids are like and what they're into. And this is why he's like, oh, but you love Lululand, because to him, she was a 5-year-old like 2 months ago. You know? This is all very normal.
cares about this just as little as Stolas himself seems to. Due to the writing's aggressive streak of male favoritism, Octavia's struggles are forgotten, shunted off to the side so that
Except you're not talking about any of her struggles in your Octavia section, and that's a you problem. Again, this is what I said. The Hatedom ignores the female characters and then says it's the show doing it. You ignored Verosika's character development and denied it was there. You ignored Millie's badass scene at the end of X's and Oo's. You're ignoring all of Octavia's conflict and character development and just focusing on Stolas and then claiming it's the show doing that. Vic, that's you! That's you!
Story can spend the majority of its time doing Stolas Apologia instead of attempting to come at the conflict from
the deuteragonist who is the love interest of the main character.
More morally gray and emotionally complex position. I think I said this in my—
This is all very emotionally complex. You just don't have enough life experience to understand that the conflict between Stolas and Octavia is a very normal thing.
Original Helluva Boss video, but I will say it again. For a show that is constantly defended from criticism of its characters' behavior with the "they're in hell, of course they're bad people" excuse,
It's not an excuse. I mean, that's the point. Obviously, these are going to be fucked up, imperfect people who live in hell. If you don't want to watch a show about fucked up, imperfect people, because you can't take when a main character isn't like a perfect bastion of all of your personal ideals and morals, then don't fucking watch the show! I don't know what to tell you!
It's very weird to me that the narrative repeatedly sidesteps nuance to justify those characters and their behavior. All in all, Octavia is an accessory to Stolas. She is his daughter first and an individual character second. Her own pain is more—
Yeah, because she's a supporting character, okay? Not every single character. Like, what, you want, like, 20 characters that are all, like, main character level of development? That would be exhausting. That's how you get fucking Stranger Things Season 5!
about him than it is about her, and her role in this story exposes what I believe to be a very telling lack of willingness to engage with female perspectives in favor of the male characters and their—
mansplain to me about female perspectives then. Again, you're completely ignoring all of Octavia's development and scenes and her song. You're ignoring all of that to talk about Stolas in your section about Octavia. That is all on you, Victor with a K, Rottika.
Arcs. Speaking of the lack of willingness to engage with female perspectives due to a
That's you!
of misogyny and male favoritism, we finally make our way to the final boss.
Yeah, Stella. Okay, so I'm gonna let some supers go through, and then I'm gonna take a break and get some food. Yeah, and the show's made by a woman, and here is a man, mansplaining to us about why the show made by a woman is misogynistic, actually, and how women should feel unsafe by hearing the word bitch. And how, Moxxie's basically a woman because he gets pegged. That's, yeah, really good fucking outlooks we have in this video here. Anyway, let's let the supers through.
Kitten Farter sent a super chat. As a furry, bold of you to assume I care about your opinion.
That was a good palate cleanser. That was a good palate cleanser right there. Delicious.
Dana_brain sent a super chat. Remember women. If you talk about men in your life, that's sexist, I guess.
I guess I'm just supposed to not, like, know any men at all.
Spine208 sent a super chat. Just arrived. How we doing?
Pretty bad. I'm going crazy.
At Hellkite47 sent a super chat. I love that Millie stands on business to get her man back.
I just love that line. It's like, if you want my husband, you're gonna have to fucking kill me.
At ActionFan19 sent a super chat. We can give Vi a break. But Grandpa Pyman won't.
Yeah, no, not Grandpa Pyman.
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. Similar to Hollyhock and Bojack.
A bit, except Hollyhock wasn't actually his daughter, it turned out, but you know.
At DireWolf181 sent a super chat. Via is still a child and Stolas has been objectively shitty dad to her the past few months. She also doesn't fully get his view BC he never told her.
Exactly, because if you think about it, Stolas is going through a divorce, exploring his sexual orientation for the first time, his very first boyfriend is a very messy bitch, and Stolas doesn't really know what's normal. Because he's been in an arranged marriage since he was 18 fucking years old. You know, he's got a lot on his plate, and it's made him neglect his daughter. And yes, that's a bad thing. That's a bad thing that has happened. But that doesn't make him a bad person. You know? Oh my god, even good people can fuck up sometimes. People aren't perfect. How terrible.
At ActionFan19 sent a super chat. Good example of trauma makes you a lousy person is MCU Jessica Jones. She had a whole mind control thing with evil David Tennant and became an antisocial drunk who shuts at people trying to help her.
I've heard about
At DireWolf181 sent a super chat. 99% of Mox's character is the being a wife guy.
Yeah, like, both of their characters are I love my wife/husband.
Spine208 sent a super chat. Who's this kid with the bad mic and worse opinions?
This is Rottika, or Victor with a K.
At CrassV6Z sent a super chat. Fun fact, Paul Vallejo, the yellow diamond meme face guy, actually storyboarded 2 earlier episodes of Helluva Boss, and I always wanted to know which scenes he did in his episodes. At Araunia sent a super chat. HZB and haters literally never talk about Carmilla Carmen. I wonder why?
Well, we're not talking about Hazbin today, we're talking about Helluva, so it makes sense.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Millie is third in screen time of all Helluva Boss.
She has more screen time than Loona. Pretty sure her screen time is equivalent to Moxxie. Like I said, every time I've rewatched the show to do streams like this, I've been like, wow, Millie sure has a lot of screen time the Hatedom tells me she's not supposed to have.
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. The Lork code is too real.
It is. This is all go back to Lily somehow. I'm gonna blame Lily for being the queen of bad media.
At the sent a super chat. This song is great. Glad they included it in the album release.
Which one? Unfortunately, since I'm doing supers and groups, I don't know what you're referring to exactly
At Movie sent a super chat. I've just figured it out. Screen time is being conflated with climactic emotional moment. They don't value anything but delivering big moral.
Yeah, which is probably why they, like I said, consistently, I've noticed the Hatedom always ignores all of Millie's big fight scenes. It's like they think they don't count or something. Like, I don't get it.
At DireWolf181 sent a super chat. How is pregnancy a bad storyline? Jesus Christ.
How is pregnancy something that, like, many women throughout history and time have gone through and experienced? Why is that instantly a bad storyline for a female character when you don't even know how it's gonna play out yet? And your first reaction is, haha, I hope she gets an abortion. Yeah, the woman with a loving husband and a big family herself. Like, she has a lot of siblings. So why would you think that Millie would devalue being a mother? Do you think she devalues her own mother? Do you devalue your mother? Do you look down on your mother for giving birth to you? I mean, that sounds kind of misogynistic, Victor with a K.
At ActionFan19 sent a super chat. Unless imps lay eggs like the lizards they resemble do.
I wonder if they do. We've seen that baby imps have horns, so for Millie's sake, I hope they lay eggs.
At Saffron Blossom sent a super chat. It could be the fact that Millie seems a traditional country family and would be expected to give up work for kids.
I don't think she'd be expected to give up work for kids. What I'm saying is, in the 9 months she's gonna be pregnant, she isn't gonna be able to, like, throw herself into battle with a big axe, and that's going to definitely be detrimental to the group because she's the muscle! Okay. OBS decided to finally crash completely. Snake! Phil Collins got me. You guys shouldn't have even mentioned him. Phil Collins got me again. No. No, I think I clicked off OBS to do something, or I clicked off Clip Studio, and OBS decided it was finally going to completely crash. It was like half crashed, and now I decided to finally finish being crashed, I guess. Okay, let me get shit back in order here. Hang on a second. Okay. I'm sorry if your super chat got cut off. I think a bunch of them did, unfortunately. So let's, might have to go back and replay a bunch of them.
Edits West 777 sent a super chat. Misogyny is when a man sacrifices himself for his BF, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Did Rod just want Blitz to die?
Yes.
At Spine208 sent a super chat. What is with these people and using clips from media they're criticizing that directly contradicts their point?
I don't know, and Rottika was also just, like, not showing scenes that would contradict what he's saying, so that's pretty scummy. Bad media analysis right there.
Saffron Blossom sent a super chat. Stella would totally be on r/regretful parent song. That sub is so sad for just everyone involved. Parents that love their kids can still regret being parents.
That's true. I don't think Stella regrets being a parent, but Stella clearly is apathetic to being a parent. We've seen that in all of her behavior. And again, women like her exist. Why can they not be depicted? I don't understand. Come on. Play.
At Scoony the 2 Indie sent a super chat. Stolas is notoriously bad at reading the room. It's part of why he and Blitz had so much trouble in their relationship.
Yeah, like, Stolas is a nerd. He's very sheltered. And he's very blind to his own privilege. I mean, he has privilege, but he's very blind to it. Because it probably doesn't feel like privilege to him, considering he hasn't really had control over his own life ever. You know? That's why the scene of him crying that he's poor now is pretty funny. The other thing I do remember about that scene in Sismus is that he's off his fucking antidepressants, so he's having mood swings. You know, that's a big part of it too.
At Gargarock Bob sent a super chat. How much do you wanna bet that the reason they made this video was because they discovered what the word misogyny means? Because it feels like it.
I don't think he even knows what it means!
6969 sent a super chat. Felicia attacks again. You need to fill his mission in Grand Theft Auto Vice City stories to stop the curse. Sigh.
Apparently, that's what I'm gonna stream at some point.
At ActionFan19 sent a super chat. Blitz himself said it best. Everybody sucks. Hello, we live in freaking hell.
Yeah, but the people don't want to accept that about the plot and just want the show to be a different show than it is. And I'm sorry, it's not going to be, so stop watching it!
At Gargarock Bob sent a super chat. How much do you wanna bet that the reason they made this video was because they discovered what the word misogyny means? Because it feels like it.
Sorry, I replayed that one.
111 sent a super chat. Misogyny. I don't thinking that word means what you think it means, Victor.
You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
At Belonic 111 sent a super chat. Misogyny.
Damn it.
I don't thinking that word means what you think it means, Victor.
Okay, actually, I guess I'm done with the super chats I needed to
At
replay.
Shirley sent a super chat. I made the Adam comparison before as a joke, but JFC.
Yeah, I was like, nah, Victor with a K doesn't seem that bad, but like, holy shit, are you unaware of your own misogynistic biases, like, a lot. And, you know, I might know more about that than you, being a woman and all, you know, being a woman my entire life and all, you know, a woman who tends to get faced with a lot of misogyny myself, much like Vivienne Medrano does, you know, that sort of thing. I might know a bit more about this than you. Anyway, so I'm gonna play you guys some more music again, and I'm gonna go get a snack because I'm fucking hungry. I didn't really have lunch. I wasn't expecting this to take so long. So, let me find a good song to leave you guys with while I take another break real quick. Here we go. Katamari music. Always a good bet. So, I will be right back, you guys. Enjoy the Katamari music. This song is Sayonara Rolling Star from the Katamari Damacy soundtrack. This might be from, no, it's from Beautiful Katamari. Beautiful Katamari is like the worst Katamari, but has really good music. Yeah, it's Year of the Haunts. Sorry, I'm wolfing down a little chicken sandwich at the moment because I'm so fucking hungry. I vowed not to eat on stream, but I did not expect this to go this long. I thought maybe I wouldn't have to pause Andy. And this person, he started out sounding kind of reasonable. And then, well, yeah. I try to show what music I'm playing. Like I said before, if you go to my Tumblr, sciscribbles.tumblr.com, and you look at my pinned post, I do have a link to a Spotify playlist of all the music I play on stream. Also, I was gonna mention, I will be chaptering this. I will be chaptering the stream so you can skip all the super chats and all the fluff in between. But there was something I forgot to mention at the beginning of beginning of stream that I'll mention now. So, do you like the thumbnail I drew, by the way? Because you can get Stella that I drew on the thumbnail and some merch now. It's actually a whole drawing. Because it was coming out so well, I kind of did a whole complete drawing, and I'll upload it tomorrow. But if you want Stella going, oh, on a magnet, or a mug, or a sticker, you can go to SciScrib's shop. You should be able to find it from my, my YouTube as well. You go to SciScribShop.com, and actually I'll put it in the YouTube chat. Actually, I'll put it in the Twitch chat too. Obviously. Not Kick. Kick doesn't get shit. There you go. So, and I got a few, like, I got, like, some memes from the stream, like when I say, do what I say, think for yourself. I got some of my Spinel merch. I got a Wani-inspired shirt with one of the favorite lines I kept saying, that his body is built by a diet of chips and half-frozen breakfast burritos. And then there's my latest YouTube videos down there, including the one we're doing right now. So yeah, I have a lot of cool stuff. Or if you want to have I'm having an autist moment, which is a big joke in my community, because many of us are neurodivergent in some way. Yes, a lot of autistic people. I am autistic myself. I'm allowed to do this. Fuck you. So yeah, I have a lot of cool merch, and I've ordered the Fourth Wall merch myself to see the quality, and it is very good quality, actually. I switched from Spring to Fourth Wall, because Spring was just shit. There was utter shit. I don't want to sell you guys shirts that are gonna, like, wash off. Like, so, these are all sublimated prints, so they're a little expensive, but it won't fucking wash off like a decal, like on some printed shirts, so I can just give you that guarantee. I also know that the stickers are pretty heavy duty. One of my fans has put one of them on the bumper of their car, and it's still holding up really well.
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. Happy Black History.
Happy Black History Month to you too. Not really related to the stream, but hey.
At Mr. DeBossBaby6969
yeah, there he
sent
is.
a super chat. Those stickers are Mercury Mountaineer approved.
I was surprised when, yeah, like the Kiss Cut stickers, they're almost like heavy-duty decals. They're like really fucking, they'll last on your laptop and shit, especially, so, yes, but there you go. So I have that in my shop now, if you Stella stands out there salty at this, want to still get some awesome merch with your girl on it, being a girl boss, gaslighting, gatekeeping bitch, so I can reclaim that word, by the way, Mr. Man, who's telling me I should be unsafe. And when somebody says bitch. Anyways, here we go. I gotta rip off the band-aid. Here's what we're really here for, what everyone's gonna, like, skip to this chapter, probably, in the VOD. So, let's just go.
I'm gonna be real with you, this has been the most difficult part of the video to write for me. It's been on my mind for months at this point. I just have so much to say, and I want to say it in the most coherent way possible.
Well, this whole video hasn't been very coherent so far, so I don't have a lot of faith in you, but...
So, bear with me here. I would not be surprised if Stella was Helluva Boss's most polarizing character. Half of the fanbase despises her, and half of the fanbase sings her praises in Apologia. And while
I don't do either. I actually quite like Stella as a character, and there's something a lot of people don't understand about her, but I'm gonna see what Victor with a K says first before I get into it.
Understand both of these perspectives.
Look, I used to have a blue snowball too, okay? I can't I can't rag him too much for the mic quality.
Especially the latter one, considering what this video is about. Neither are as true as some of us might hope. Stella is Stolas's now ex-wife, having been betrothed to him in an arranged marriage that had already been settled when the two of them were children. The two were wed in order to produce an heir to the Goetia bloodline, this being Octavia, and when the show starts, Stella and Stolas are already on the rocks when it comes to the stability of their union. See, Stolas is—
Well, Stolas is gay, for one thing, so yeah, there was never going to be stability, but let's see if you even bring that— Do you know he's gay? Like, do you know he's gay? Like, do you understand?
On the rocks when it comes to the stability of their union. See, Stolas is a closeted gay man married to a woman that he doesn't love against his will. He has this—
Yeah! That's a pretty big factor in this that a lot of you like to ignore!
Realization about the true nature of his sexuality during a chance encounter with a childhood friend, Blitz.
I don't think he figured out he's gay here. Like, you're saying he didn't know he's gay until he ran into Blitz again? I highly doubt that. He was very unenthusiastic about the sex him and Stella were having to make a baby, and you just ignored the line she said there when she's, like, mocking him in front of her friends. Like, you just didn't even play that part, because you want to pretend, that she's a good person. Do I even have that clip? It would be in this episode. Maybe. So, let's click on this and see if it's there. Is this the right episode?
Why are you still here?
This is actually a serious scene, but is this the episode? Is this the right episode? Maybe. Oh yeah, it is. So we're just gonna ignore that she says this.
No! Stoneass is terrible in bed! I swear to fuck, he just lays there staring at the...
Ah! Why did you skip? Why did you skip back to where I had the clip? Oh god. It's all fucked up. Oh, because it still thinks I'm in the clip. I said watch full video! For fuck's sake. Fine, we'll do it this way. There. Stop fucking up, thing. I'm trying to make a point. Anyway, so yeah, you just completely skipped over this line because you want to stan her.
I swear to fuck, he just lays there staring at the wall and I have to do everything. It's embarrassing! I'm glad one egg fell out of me so I could stop pretending to want to fuck his scrawny twig ass.
So yeah, he wasn't very present during the sex they were having. I'm pretty sure he realized he's gay before this. Do you think gay people don't realize we're gay until we, like, meet our first boyfriend or girlfriend? Is that what you think? I'm not sure what you are exactly, but it sounds like that's what you think.
Who he sleeps with and soon begins a transactional sexual relationship with. Stella...
Yes, 2 adults can consent to a transactional sexual relationship. I hope you realize this. The 2 adults can consent to having transactional sex, and that's not rape. I hope you understand this.
Aware of this infidelity, is angry and betrayed, taking out all her rage on Stolas and others.
She's angry only because of how it impacts her reputation. That's all she cares about. She is 100% on board with this whole Goetia aristocracy bullshit.
Most of her screen time in Season 1 has her shouting obscenities at him and throwing things. At the end of the
Oh wow, a character shouting obscenities in the Hellaverse. How unique.
Season 2 premiere, The Circus, which provides background information about how Stolas and Blitz met and began their arrangement. Stella even attempts to hit him during a confrontation.
They didn't begin their arrangement when they were children. I hope that's not what you're implying there. I hope that was just very awkwardly worded.
2 premiere, The Circus, which provides background information about how Stolas and Blitz met and began their arrangement. Stella even attempts to hit him during a confrontation, but he stops her. This scene implying that this display of physical violence isn't out of the norm or surprising to him. This all in mind, I bet you can see why much of the fanbase hates her. As much as I might despise
I don't hate her. She's a fun, one-dimensional villain. And this is the thing. I think Stella has been written entirely around Georgina Leahy's existing comedic stylings. 'Cause Georgina has been a regular in Brandon Rogers' videos. So we're gonna watch a bit of this. Actually, I have to click off again so it doesn't fuck me up. 'Cause listen to her here. This is just Stella.
What is it, darling?
I believe they're lesbians. Well, we're British, you see, and where we're from, lesbians don't exist.
Neither does toothpaste.
Or sunshine.
Or good food.
Or sobriety. Excuse me, we're British and curious. What's going on here?
They're resyncing their periods. It's so romantic. We make a big deal out of weddings, too.
Yeah.
One day maybe we'll get our wedding vows renewed. Then you'll stop sleeping with other men.
Neither of those things are gonna happen.
We're simply out here walking our silly son, you see, stretching his wheels and such.
Say hello, dear.
Fuck shit cocksucker. Asshole. Faggot, faggot, faggot. Wiener pussy shithead. Lady.
Well, you see, we've got a new speech box for our comically disabled son, Cockwaddle.
And with his dirty mouth, we spent the entire weekend dismantling the box and reprogramming the bad words out of his vocabulary.
Now, did you get cum-covered tits?
I forgot that one.
We did. Unfortunately, we didn't read the manual and actually limited his vocabulary to only those words.
Nick,
Which includes the N-word in 7 different accents.
Can you Brits get lost? You're fucking up our cycles. Yeah.
Darling, where is our son?
Oh, bollocks, he's run off again. Well, don't just stand there. Go after him.
Okay, lovey, I'm going, goddammit!
You talk to your wife like that?
Oh, dear. I seem to have spotted a cunt. Good day.
So anyway, as I said earlier, the average Brandon Rogers video is edgier than the entire fucking Hellaverse. So, my point in showing you this is that this is just Georgina Leahy's normal comedic bit as a freak comedian. Because Stella in the pilot didn't have any dialogue. She had a completely different design. She wasn't developed at all. So I think once they brought Georgina on, they wrote Stella around her and her existing comedic stylings. So are you saying it's misogynistic for them to write this character entirely around the female talent that they hired to voice her? Is that what you're saying? Because after seeing her in Brandon's old videos, I'm like, oh, this is just her bit. This is just her general bit. And they've written Stella to match her, not the other way around. Yeah, Stella had no speaking lines in the pilot. Her character wasn't developed at all. So obviously, they've entirely based her on Georgina Leahy. And you're saying that's misogynistic. To base her around a woman's existing comedic stylings. Okay. If you say so. And I'm sure that this video probably would kill you on the spot if you tried to watch it, if you're that sensitive to the things in the fucking Hellaverse. For fuck's sake. She is great. She's hilarious.
Him. Stolas is a fan favorite character, and Stella is shown to not just be a verbal and emotional abuser towards him, but a physical one as well. This is a sentiment that I agree with, and why I don't vibe with the Stella is innocent crowd. I also don't like her character.
Yet you kind of are leaning that way, and you put her front and center on your fucking thumbnails, so...
Character, and I think that she's an abuser. The writing is on the wall with that one. But, and this is a big but, Stella is not a real person. There was this tweet going around a while back that read something.
Yeah, bitch, none of these people are real people, and yet you've been doing the Alex Hirsch tweet thing of treating fictional characters like they're real people. Why is this the only character you will understand that for? Oh, this is so incoherent.
Something like, the biggest problem with Twitter is that half of the people on it treat real people—
Yes! Victor with a K! That's you! That is exactly what you're fucking doing! I mean, I know later you're gonna defend Vivziepop and admit, like, a lot of these complaints are just misogyny towards Vivziepop, but you don't seem to be aware that you are part of the problem.
Like they're fictional.
You think you're one of the good ones. Isn't that adorable?
And fictional characters like they're real, and never have I seen a more appropriate sentiment to evoke when analyzing Stella. Stella Goetia is not real. She does not exist in a vacuum. She is not an autonomous being capable of making her own decisions. Rather, she is a fictional character who is written by real people with their own internal biases and beliefs.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's where you're going with this. Not that, oh, it's okay for her to be a one-dimensional villain because she's just a character and not a real person. But no, you're saying, no, the way she's written says real things about real people. Which is what you said you weren't going to do at the beginning of this video, but now you are. Okay. Alright, so you're just contradicting your early sensible disclaimer. All the way here, 50 minutes into the video. Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Does not exist in a vacuum. She is not an autonomous being capable of making her own decisions. Rather, she is a fictional character who is written by real people with their own internal—
and completely written around the comedic stylings of Georgina Leahy, who voices her.
Biases and beliefs. Someone wrote her this way. Someone chose to characterize her the way that she is. And with
why is it a problem? Please mansplain to me why it's misogyny.
That fact established and stressed, I can now say that she is written as a misogynistic caricature, one so blatantly awful and stomach-churning that it blows my fucking mind.
How is Stella a comment on all women, instead of just being an individual who is like this? How is she a comment on all women? Why don't you tell us, Mr. Man Victor with a K?
Stella embodies a common sexist trope that you'll see in a lot of yaoi, where the two male leads are impeded from getting together because of a jealous ex-girlfriend, a bitchy female.
That doesn't happen in yaoi, actually. That is generally, fucking people watching things like Gundam Wing and just getting mad at the female character for existing. That is not a trope in yaoi, and also you're calling it yaoi when an actual gay man voices Blitz and is a co-writer of the show. So you're calling gay representation, half written by a gay man, voiced by a gay man, yaoi, which is generally content written by straight women for straight women. That's cool. That's real cool. I like the homophobia you're adding on top of your internalized misogyny. That's really, that's like a little shitty cherry on top of the shit cake. That's really nice. Yeah, so, I've lost what point you were even trying to make, so I'm gonna rewind a little bit.
Yaoi, where the two male leads are impeded from getting together because of a jealous ex-girlfriend, a bitchy
Look, we all read Gravitation back in the day, alright? Shut up.
female friend or the like. Women that exist solely as obstacles, as objects for the audience to direct.
Because in a straight rom-com, they never ever have a disposable, bitchy girlfriend or boyfriend or fiance or spouse that is there to just be shoved out of the way for the main couple. That never happens in every single straight rom-com ever. So why is it a problem for you when it's a gay one? Why is it suddenly a problem when it's a gay one? That's what I want to know.
Their hate towards. If you analyze the Goetia divorce conflict from Stella's perspective, there are many aspects of her story that make the whole thing not as cut and dry as the narrative likes to pretend it is. Stolas is not the only person forced into an arranged marriage that he didn't want. Stella was a child with no say as well. Also,
yeah, but she's the one who chose to act like this about it as an adult. That is her responsibility.
If you think about it, who typically gets the worst position when it comes to arranged marriages anyway? Oh, that's right. Women. Stolas.
Oh, wow, but it doesn't happen in this story, so misogyny. So because often it's women who get the short end of the stick in arranged marriages, this gay man trapped in an arranged marriage doesn't count, I guess. Even though you admitted that Stella is an abuser and physically abuses him. Because typically in real life, arranged marriages are a worse deal for the women. We can never have a story where it's a worse deal for the gay man trapped in the marriage who is the deuteragonist and the main love interest of the main character. Okay.
This is shown to have a purpose.
We just can never write certain arrangements of characters according to you, or it's just all misogyny, I guess. Oops, all misogyny.
Job that he does with his grimoire as part of his Goetia status, a future beyond his marriage. Stella, on the other hand, isn't shown or even implied to have anything like that.
No, all she has is the socialite life, and she is 100% committed to the socialite life, which is why her husband having an affair with an imp is embarrassing. Even getting divorced isn't that big deal to the Goetias, but it's the fact that he was having an affair with one of the underclass is her problem. More than anything.
All women in patriarchal arranged marriages, her job was one thing, to make babies and look pretty. A lot of people like-
Yeah, mansplain the patriarchy to us, but again, she's 100% devoted to this lifestyle and decides to do that.
To bring up the scene in the circus where she's lambasted.
Yeah, that's a good question, Tyler, and I asked this a lot about people who stan Stella. It's like, would you feel the same way if the sexes were reversed and Stolas was a lesbian woman trapped in an arranged marriage to an abusive man? All of a sudden, you would be way more on Stolas' side, wouldn't you? But since it's the other way around, you're just gonna say, nope, I'm just gonna ignore that.
Stolas for his sexual performance, which could be an implication of sexual assault.
No! Stolas is terrible in bed! I swear to fuck, he just lays there staring at the wall and I have to do everything. It's embarrassing! I'm glad one egg fell out of me so I could stop pretending to want to fuck his scrawny twig ass.
I think that it's very-
Oh, that could be sexual assault, that he was just laying there disassociating while they were trying to make a baby. That could be sexual assault, I guess. But we like Stella and we don't like Stolas. We have to find a reason why it's not.
Possible to read it as SA if you want to, but the same people also fail to-
Oh, it's possible to read that as sexual assault, says the person who was calling, like, random shit sexual harassment earlier.
That these two both essentially had to have sex in order to produce an heir, neither of them having a choice in the matter.
I mean, there's ways you could have without actual sex. I mean, let's be real. I mean, how do you think sperm banks work? But
Stella was essentially married off to him to be a walking womb, having already served her purpose once she popped Octavia out of her torso. Hell, it's even said that if Stolas were to die, she would get nothing from their divorce. It would all go to their daughter. Hence why
Okay, yeah, so the Goetias are very patriarchal. What does that have to do with Stolas himself, who also had no choice in this? Because, like, your whole argument here is like, well, Stella also didn't have a choice. Well, yeah, neither did Stolas, so aren't they on the same fucking level? But Stella chose to react to that situation by abusing Stolas, while Stolas tried to at least keep the family cohesion together and was very devoted to their daughter. So, like, her choices as an adult are her responsibility. So, Stolas is bad because he had an affair as a gay man with, like, his first boyfriend ever. But Stella isn't bad for her choices of being an abuser. Having an affair as a gay man is worse than being an abuser, I guess, according to your logic here.
Andrealphus, her brother, arranges the trial in Mastermind to seize control over his power and fortune. Speaking of Andrealphus,
and it sounds like only a man would be able to inherit it, so yeah, he's also a bad guy.
Based on all his really not funny and gross comments about how hot she is, isn't it possible that Stella is a possible incest victim on top of...
No, because do you not understand Androphilus is very gay? I mean, just look at him. Just look at Bird Elsa. He's extremely gay. The joke is, he thinks he's deflecting from being gay by calling his sister hot because he's an idiot. He's a moron. The joke is he's a moron. It is being very awkward. Everyone gives him weird looks when he says this shit. Everyone.
Everything else, then her husband goes and cheats on her openly and fragrantly, embarrassing her and rubbing it in everyone's faces.
How dare Stolas embarrass his abuser, who you admitted is an abuser, who you said must be hitting him behind the scenes because we see how casually she does it. So you know she hits him. You know she abuses him physically and emotionally, but you're like, oh, but he embarrassed her by having sex with a peasant. So he's in the wrong here. Okay. If you say so.
Not gonna lie, I would be pissed too if I were her. And before someone brings it up, I know Stolas says that he would apologize to her.
So you would be an abuser if you were her, I guess, is what you're saying?
Her for cheating if she was actually hurt, but he knows that she isn't upset. Again, This line is something that the writers included by choice, presumably in response to criticism, I would assume, to excuse—
No, it's because Stella very evidently does not actually give a shit about him cheating. She gives a shit about him embarrassing her.
And justify the cheating. Because why explore how a breaking of trust like that can deeply hurt and even traumatize someone when we instead write it off as kosher because the victim is an evil, stupid woman?
No, it's because it was an arranged marriage and they were never in love in the first place, and also he's gay and was never going to be in love with her or attracted to her. The relationship was dead from the beginning. How is it even cheating for a gay person who was forced into an arranged heterosexual marriage to find a gay lover? Why is that bad? You were complaining about heteronormativity earlier when Blitzo kept bugging Moxxie about getting pegged. You said that was heteronormative, but when a gay man is stuck in a heteronormative marriage against his will and finds a gay lover for the first time in his life, you're like, well, they really should focus on how that could have affected the woman who already hates him in their already loveless arranged marriage. Like, sounds to me like you're just overly hypercritical of the one gay male in this show, like a lot of people who bitch about Stolitz are, who mostly use the excuse of, well, he's rich. Well, in the pilot it was a lot seedier, so, like, it always has to be bad. Sure, and calling it yaoi on top of that, when a gay man co-writes this show and is very, very into them being a real couple. So, sure sounds like homophobia to me. Just, you know how you've been talking about how people can have these deep-seated biases? You might want to look inside yourself, Victor, with a K.
And we instead write it off as kosher because the victim is an evil, stupid woman. I don't even think it's necessarily impossible to have Stella be an abuser in the story if that's really what the writers wanted to comment on, while also making her a deeper, multi-layered character. There are tons of female—
Why does she need to be? Why does she need to be? Why can't she just be a one-dimensional evil bitch? Both her and Androphilus are both one-dimensional evil bitches, and they're funny, and they're fun to watch, and the voice actors are clearly having a blast playing them. Why does it need to be more than that?
Female villains that I love who are ultimately awful people, but who have reason to act the way that they do, and who aren't.
So you're really, what you want is for Stella to be a sympathetic villain just because woman can never just be a problematic one-dimensional villain ever. You probably liked that Cruella de Vil live-action remake where they tried to make her sympathetic. I bet you did.
Reduced to shallow sexist stereotypes whose characterization feels—
What is a sexist stereotype about her, though? All you're saying is like, oh, well, she's not developed because she's a side character who's just supposed to be evil. That's not a sexist stereotype. They're not saying all women are like Stella. You just went over a bunch of women who are nothing like Stella. So how is it a sexist stereotype? Mansplain to me how this is a sexist stereotype, Victor with a K.
It's like it was plucked straight out of an incel message board. Rather than attempting to
How? So now you're calling the Raiders, you're calling the gay man who was very involved with this gay romance on screen, who voices one half of this gay romance. You're calling him an incel? You're calling Brandon Rogers an incel? I assure you he fucks.
Tackle any sort of nuance, Helluva Boss chooses to instead trivialize Stella's emotions. Whether out of sexist malice or simply blasé laziness, she is presented—
Her emotions are all malicious! Why should we feel sympathy for her? She is just an unrepentant evil villain! Who cares? We can have those! Why is it fine when it's Big Jack Horner, but not when it's Stella?
In the narrative as abusive, hysterical, annoying, stupid, and overdramatic to make Stolas appear faultless in comparison. To grind—
How does it make him look faultless? Stolas has a lot of character flaws. What are you talking about? She's just there to be mostly humorous. Anyway, let's I had another clip. Let me go back. My clips.
Why are you still here?
Not that one. I want to go back to my clips page. I can't get back there from here. Aw, come on. Alright, we gotta watch the best fucking scene, obviously. I know, I saw that I had it. Here we go.
Oh, yes! Stolas has had his heart shat on by that little imp cretin he was seeing.
Oh?
Yes, I believe he finally learned that that filthy little beast was only using him to gain access to his grimoire. Fucking moron.
Gain access to his what?
That fancy book thing.
No, wait. Stolas was letting an imp use his Goetia-given grimoire, and you didn't tell me?
Why do you care?
Because we have been trying to figure out a means to usurp your horny ex-husband's power, and this whole time you knew about the incredibly illegal thing he was doing, and you didn't think it might be a good idea to let me know?
Well, don't yell at me! Now you fucking know!
You are so lucky you are hot, Stella.
So, you can just tell the two of them are that and the hilarious scene. They're just trying to outdo each other, and it's so fucking funny.
And we even get comments like this from her brother.
You're so lucky you're attractive. You are...
Yeah, that's really all she has going for her. She's a dumb bitch otherwise. Why do you care? That's not a comment on all women. That's a comment on her in particular. They're both dumb evil bitches, both of them.
So lucky you are hot, Stella. Your Honor, speaking on behalf of my aggressively attractive sister...
It's just so gross. Like,
again, everyone gives him weird looks when he does that. You're telling me you can't tell this guy is very gay?
Aggressively attractive sister.
It's just so gross. Like, who the fuck thought this was even remotely acceptable? Who?
What? Stupid one-off jokes that are just ridiculous? Like, again... Oh, well, her obviously very gay, flamboyant brother talks about her being attractive. Maybe she's a victim of incest. It's like, you want all the jokes in this show to be deathly fucking serious.
Stinky, just so stinky.
No, that's the problem. A lot of these Hellaverse haters just don't understand jokes or humor or don't like jokes.
Just hate it so much I want to die. No more, please. No more. Thank God we finally finished talking about the female cast. I feel like I would shrivel up like a damn prune if I went on any longer.
You barely talked about Stella because there's barely anything to her character other than just being a vehicle for Georgina Leahy. So, like, you can't accept that for some reason and want to say it's sexist. And again, you're mansplaining sexism and misogyny right now.
But before we can be allowed to roll on into the end of the—
No, he did talk about B very briefly.
This fucking nightmare. There is a little something that I feel is pertinent for me to address, just to cap off this entire experience. So
this is the potential redemption arc for Rottika Victor with a K here. Where he's going to talk about how people are very misogynistic toward Vivienne Medrano. Though, I don't have a lot of faith in him after half of the shit he's said in this fucking video, but okay.
Awful experience. After all, in a video about the misogyny surrounding Helluva Boss, I believe it would be very remiss of me to forgo mention of the misogynistic undertone to a lot of the criticism that I've seen directed at the show's creator.
Including this video, actually. But yeah, again, you're surprised that your first comments were all people just shitting misogynistically on Vivienne Medrano. But you've showed a lot of deep-seated misogynistic attitudes in your own commentary here, so again, maybe take a look in the mirror.
Surprise! I have shit to say about some of you people, too.
What do you mean, you people? You're part of you people! You're part of these people! You're part of the problem, Victor with a K!
Since I last talked about the Hellaverse on the channel, Vivienne Medrano's 2 shows have become hot topics to make videos on. This is not to say that they weren't popular to discuss at the time, but just that the demand for videos about Hazbin Hotel and Helluva Boss has increased tenfold. Normally this would be great—
Oh, is that why you came back? Well, I'm gonna be getting a lot of money off yelling at you people anyway, so—
For me, you know, I'm an artist, I draw, and I like to listen to long-form video essays.
I can't spell Androphilus either, I just usually write it as Andre.
While I draw. Nothing's better than a good analysis hating on something that I'm also a little hater about. So why do I—
Yeah, I'm being a hater while I draw too, what a coincidence.
I bring this up? Well, let me tell ya. I avoid Hellaverse critique like it's fucking gonorrhea, dog. Especially here—
doesn't sound like you do since you're parroting half the shit I've heard on Twitter already.
On YouTube. It seems like every single time I click on a video, I get promptly blindsided by some of the stinkiest misogyny that I've seen in media analysis since James Somerton was still making videos.
Oh, wow, I feel the exact same way right now. Amazing. Another man who mansplained misogyny to me. Wow.
I'm not even kidding you. Almost every Hellaverse analysis, especially the ones made by cis dudes that I've tried to watch in the past few years, has a moment within it where I have to click the fuck off because the homie making it has some—
Oh, right, it's the cis dudes that are the problem. It couldn't be special dudes like you that are also the problem. Not at all. Never, obviously.
Something sexist to say about the creator. This is what the kids like to call absolute stinkassery. Now, just to pause for a second.
The kids don't say that. I was assuming you're in your early 20s, but are you like, I don't know, are you old and out of touch, maybe?
My intention here is not to defend Vivienne Medrano. I'm not a Vivienne stan, okay? Well, a lot of the shit that—
you guys are all really misogynistic to her, but it's not like I'm gonna defend her or anything. So you still have to caveat that you think she's a bad person. Even when you're going to admit, like, all the Hellaverse Discord course is very full of misogyny. You still have to give a caveat, like, well, I still think she's bad, but— Okay, yeah, sure.
That people like to say about—
Yeah, we're still going! The supers aren't coming through yet, but we're still going. I didn't expect it to be this long, but holy shit.
Her sits firmly in the this is a ripe crock of shit territory. When there's this much smoke for— how long has it been now? Like a decade? There's probably fire. One allocation of misconduct could be a mistake. 2 could be a coincidence, but over 20? Yeah, there's probably something going on here. And before someone leaves a comment—
all the people who are misogynistic toward her and just make up shit to vilify her are probably right, I guess, because there's a lot of it, so they must be correct, but— Okay, this is not starting off very well. If you have to start your section of everyone's too misogynistic to Medrano with a shit ton of caveats about how— I don't really like her, though. I don't like her. That's not good.
comment about it. I assure you that I am very aware of Vivienne's, I'm gonna say, alleged history of transphobic comments made specifically about transmasculine and non-binary folks. I know that I am likely speaking up for someone who, 1, doesn't know that I exist, and 2, if they did know I exist, would not give a lick about me and would probably vague me on Blue Sky or something. LMAO. But, and maybe this is a bit of an
nice little tactical they-them of Vivienne Medrano there, that's cool.
Popular hot take, but it is true. Just because a marginalized person has done bad things or is unpleasant, it does not suddenly make it okay to use bigotry as a rhetorical tool against them. I'm being 100% serious here. I genuinely believe that
Except you implied that you did imply that the writers are misogynistic, even though you said you weren't going to do that.
Online hate for the Hellaverse wouldn't be as unhinged as it is if the creator weren't a woman. If you think that Vivienne Medrano sucks, I would probably agree with you. I don't like her either, frankly, and I don't like her shows either. I mean, with Hazbin Hotel, I kind of have like a weird toxic yaoi.
So are you going to spend more time bitching about her in this section where you admit that most of the Hellaverse discourse is just misogyny? But you're still giving all these caveats like, oh, but she's still bad, though. And she was probably transphobic. I didn't really look into it, but she probably is. I'm just gonna believe all these allegations about her. And I don't like her, and I don't like her shows. But, okay.
Thing going on, like it's like my abusive spouse that I keep coming back to no matter how hard it hurts me. I don't know why
like
I'm
how
like
you
this.
want
I would
to
even
go back
say
to
that
his.
Vivienne Medrano has a bad habit of immaturely responding to criticism on her platforms with all of the self-awareness and public—
Oh yeah, don't you love it? Isn't that always the way? Isn't that always the way? The second a woman facing harassment online claps back, oh my god, she's such a bitch, she's so immature, she can't take criticism. Meanwhile, people are like been sending her death threats for like 5 months. Soon as she says something back, oh my god, she's so immature, she's so evil and bad. Yeah, get to the point, son. Today, son.
Relation skills of a sea cucumber, but none of that makes it suddenly hunky-dory to be sexist towards her. I know that I keep coming back to no matter how hard it hurts me. I don't know why I'm like this. I would even say that Vivienne Medrano has a bad habit of immaturely
I think you might be like this because you're part of the misogynistic hate crowd and you're just in denial.
Responding to criticism on her platforms with all of the self-awareness and public relations skills of a sea cucumber, but none of that makes it suddenly—
Okay, I thought there was an insult of her intelligence and I was gonna call you out on it, but alright.
Hunky-dory to be sexist towards her? I don't really care who you are and who you're up against. Bigotry is bad across the board, regardless of its target. The way that some of you in the Hellaverse critical community act and talk about Vivienne Medrano in your videos is scarily reminiscent of like how Lily Orchard talked about Rebecca Sugar in her Trashfire Steven Universe video.
Wow, that's funny because your video is very reminiscent of the kind of media takes Lily Orchard does. Isn't that funny? And I have been saying the Hellaverse Hatedom is basically SU crit heated up in the microwave. Again, Victor with a K, maybe do a little introspection, maybe do a little soul searching, maybe look in the mirror, take a look inside. The call is coming from inside the house.
So from like almost a decade ago, I'm not even playing. I'm gonna be for real, it's very parasocial and weird, and I don't like it. And it shocks me that I have to say this. If it was just a bunch of weird anti-woke right-wingers doing it, I'd probably just throw up my hands and say, whatever, fork found in kitchen, and move on. But I've seen this rhetoric coming from ostensibly leftist commentators too, those who are attempting to critique Helluva Boss from a progressive lens, which gets really fascinating and spicy when you in live time get to witness the cognitive dissonance required to critique Helluva Boss for its misogynistic writing and frankly dogshit female cast for it all to be blamed on the one woman writer on the team in the same breath. Oh, and they'll call—
Victor, that's you! That is what you have been doing this entire fucking video. Just because you didn't mention Medrano by name doesn't mean you aren't just parroting all the same fucking rhetoric you're complaining about. You made that video! This is that video! You made one! You did it! You did it! Congratulations, GG, you did it!
Call her a bitch too, just for good measure.
No, the right-wingers are too busy saying it's a satanic show that is making your kids into devil worshippers.
You can't make this shit up. The level of inflammatory, obsessive, misogynistic hate that I've seen from some self-proclaimed progressive creators sounds like it comes from the mouths of straight, frothing maggot lunatics. And this is coming from someone who also strongly dislikes her, bro. Like, calm the fuck down, please. I realize that—
wouldn't MAGA people also say that wanting to be pegged basically makes you a woman? I mean, you kind of did say that earlier.
Vivienne is the creator and the director of the show. I get that it all gets uploaded to her channel, and I get that she is the main creative. But the hyper-focus on her specifically is honestly so ick-inducing that it makes me want to squirm out of my seat when I see it.
Well, you also ignored Brandon Rogers while calling the main relationship between two men yaoi, so that, you're not free of sin here.
Don't get me wrong, I think that it's very possible that she is responsible for some of the misogynistic writing choices. I think that it's likely, even. But like I said all the way back at
Let me mansplain to you how woman wrote misogyny. I will tell you as a man, because I know better than this woman who made this show.
the beginning of the video, Helluva Boss is a collaborative work of art. There are two other main writers on the team, male writers in fact, those being Brandon Rogers and Adam Nalen, and neither of them are ever scrutinized as heavily as Vivienne is for the misogyny present in the show.
Wait a minute.
But like I said all the way back at the beginning of the video, Helluva Boss is a collaborative work of art. There are two other main writers on the team, male writers in fact, those being Brandon Rogers and Adam Nalen, and
I thought he said their names are, like I was gonna be like, you realize Brandon voices Blitzo too, right?
Neither of them are ever scrutinized as heavily as Vivienne is for the misogyny present in the show.
Yeah, and again, average Brandon Rogers video would fucking kill you. Probably. Let's find another part of this. Like, you can't handle the Hellaverse. You couldn't handle Brandon on his own channel.
Sometimes I pour blood into the ocean to attract the sharky sharks, but they're just like me. They never come. I'm not yelling because I'm angry. I'm yelling because I'm on acid! Oh, I've been assaulted in 1 out of 2 of my private parts.
Bullseye, man.
Right in the perchina.
Yeah, man. Fuck that lady, man.
Why aren't you assholes in school? Why aren't you? I got fired.
I don't think this is...
So, yeah, that's one of the writers of the Hellaverse, and you wouldn't be able to handle a single one of his fucking videos. Maybe we're just gonna have to show the CEO one at the end of this as a palate cleanser again.
Show. It is rare that I even see them directly addressed in a lot of critique. When Brandon specifically is brought up as a guy that exists, it's usually more about his vocal performance as Blitz than how he is as a creative. And this is with the fact that Brandon Rogers and Adam Nalen, by extension, being that he was also a writer on Brandon's channel for a time, has a notable history of sexist jokes and caricatures in his own comedy skits and videos. So why is
yeah, so you couldn't handle the average Brandon Rogers video, confirmed.
Everyone's so fixated on Vivienne Medrano. Why blame her specifically for all the sexist rhetoric found in her work when she herself is the very type of person who that rhetoric negatively impacts? I ask facetiously, of course, because I know the answer. The answer is also misogyny. The truth of the matter is that sexism, misogyny,
Given the things you think are misogyny, I don't think you actually understand what the issue with the way people talk about Vivienne Medrano is. I don't think you actually understand this.
Phobia, femophobia, woman hating. It's
so yeah. So you spent like all of 1 minute saying, why does everybody talk about Vivziepop? While giving us like 50 caveats, like, but I still think she's bad. I still think, don't worry guys, I still think Medrano's really bad, and I think she's a bad person, but you know, you're kind of sexist toward her. But also, don't forget there's femophobia, this phobia, that phobia in the show, blah blah blah, and I will never address my own homophobia and misogyny at all. I'm the wise one here teaching you. Yeah, okay. Mansplain to me more.
It's all part of the most universal prejudice, and especially right now when we're in a sort of anti-feminist epidemic.
Misogyny is a universal prejudice. Is that why you think men are most affected?
Brought about by the success of many creators like Andrew Tate, and with our American president being a noted sex pest, misogyny is also fairly.
Andrew Tate and Trump means that Hellaverse needs to stop having jokes where people say the word bitch. That seems to be the thesis of this video.
Socially acceptable in the Western cultural zeitgeist, if you want to call it that. And this remains the case even in leftist spaces.
Now, misogyny is very acceptable in the Western zeitgeist, and in leftist circles especially, but you are just a contributor to it and don't seem to actually understand what the fucking problem is.
Unfortunately. Sure, in those progressive spaces it's usually a little bit more covert, but it's clearly a problem if we're getting supposedly left-wing and liberal men.
It is a bit covert in your video, but I still saw right the fuck through you, so...
calling women bitches and cunts, harassing them, degrading their interests as being stupid and frivolous, deriding their intelligence, and
calling women cunts bad, but also saying getting pegged basically makes you a woman, and being a mother is so devalued you hope Millie gets an abortion. And you don't think either of those things are misogynistic statements, huh? That's, Whew, yeah, but saying bitch is. Okay, it's very surface level understanding you have here. Very optics focus. Optics over ethics as usual.
Appearances, and in Vivienne's case, even sexualizing everything that they do and making really gross, invasive comments about what they like to
Sexualizing everything they do, again, while you're showing the fucking succubus on screen. She is a succubus. She is a lust demon. Of course she's gonna be fucking sexy. And you completely ignored her character development and lied about it not being there. So, fuck you!
Masturbate to and what their sex life looks like? No, I'm not kidding. That has happened to her multiple times that I have seen with my own eyes. I don't want to name names directly because I really don't want to start some sort of stupid drama with some ass cracker, but
okay, so you won't name names. You won't name names, but you'll admit it's there, but you won't name names. You won't name and shame the misogyny. You will when it comes to this show, but not with the people who are, you know, giving you this discourse that you're using. Look at Sally Mae's face here.
There was an event recently where someone thought it was somehow appropriate to quote-unquote redesign an outfit that Vivienne was wearing herself, like in her red carpet photos.
Yeah, that was pretty
And then there was
fucked up.
another incident in which a YouTuber known for criticizing the Hellaverse encouraged his fans to make hateful Wojak-esque caricatures of her based on a picture of her. What the
That would be Blackish, whose channel is now terminated, so...
Fuck. This is genuinely deranged behavior. Hello? And before some dumbass could open their mouth to say it, brother, tactical
And I'll point out right now, any haters still watching, Blackish also made a very misogynistic hate piece on me, so now you have to wrestle with that cognitive dissonance, because I know you don't like me, but you have to admit that Blackish is misogynistic now because Victor with a K said so. So, yeah, what are you gonna do, huh, bitches? You're gonna catch 22.
Misogyny? Not real. Being bigoted in response to bigotry is not what hashtag dark woke is. You're just unironically doing the thing. If you actually give a single, solitary, flying frog—
I don't like how you're unironically doing the misogyny yourself and don't even realize it. Oh god, I have such a headache.
Fergalicious flamingo about social justice, then do not add to the problem. No doy. And this is not to say that—
You are adding to the problem. This whole video is you adding to the problem. All of it, Victor with a K, all of it. You done played yourself. It's you. Look in the mirror. You were Hitler all along. That was a reference to the Twilight Zone, don't at me.
Marginalized people can't be criticized. This is not to say that Vivienne Medrano is above being criticized. If anything, it's the opposite. You can, and frankly—
Yeah, you spent most of this section where you're saying people react to her misogynistically, assuring people that you hate her. Don't worry, guys, I'm one of you. I hate the woman too. You're just kind of a little uncomfy sexist about your hate, but I hate her too. Don't worry, guys, I hate her too. I'm one of the good ones. I'm one of you. Don't cancel me.
Should criticize her and other people if there is something worthy of calling them out for. But I am—
Oh, so we should criticize other people. You're encouraging criticism of other people. Awesome. So you can't complain about this stream.
Tired of people using the guise of progressive leftist critique as a way to shield themselves from backlash for being bigoted little goblins in their own right.
I am too! You were a good example of that, actually. I had hope that you wouldn't be at the beginning, but holy fucking shit, here we are.
Right. In short, being misogynistic towards cartoon women may be bad, but being misogynistic to real women, even if they suck, is worse. Thank you for coming.
See, you couldn't even say being misogynistic to real women is worse. You had to throw in, but she sucks, though. Don't worry, guys. She sucks. I know she sucks. Don't cancel me. I hate Vivzie, too, but I just think you're being kind of sexist. But, you know, while I mansplained misogyny to women and told them they should feel unsafe hearing the word bitch. Fuck off.
Going to my TED Talk. Dear fucking Lord, that was a long section. I am so sorry.
Dear fucking Lord, this is a long video, and it took me forever, and I'm gonna chapter it so you guys can jump around. Don't worry.
But considering how well my last video about Helluva Boss did, and how well videos about the Hellaverse in general are doing lately, I feel like it would be irresponsible and even negligent of me not to take some time to make this point in a video that is literally about misogyny in the Hellaverse. Because, man.
Basically, videos about the Hellaverse are getting popular again, so I came back from my YouTube bucks and just said a bunch of bullshit, and I'm trying to act like I was doing something righteous this whole time. Okay.
People are way too comfortable being openly awful these days.
Yeah, wow, you think you would have taken that lesson away while you wrote that script, but we're not done. Oh, Jesus Christ, what's left? Oh, we have the conclusion.
And with that spark of rage, this is gonna do it for this video. A bit of a harsh note to end on, I know, but I really think that it needed to be said. I want to take a—
Yeah, you could have ended on a better note, just unequivocally, full-chestedly saying being misogynistic to Vivienne Medrano is wrong. But you had to keep saying, but she sucks though, don't worry, she sucks, I know she sucks, and her shows are bad, and she smells, and she's bad, and she sucks, but, just be a little less misogynistic to her, it's making us look bad.
Moment to remind everyone that if you happen to be a fan of Helluva Boss, or if you are involved in the show in some sort of way, then that's completely fine. Like I said during the opening disclaimers, the point of the video isn't to accuse anyone of anything in particular, or to ruin something that you care about and have invested a lot of emotional energy and time in. I can also say openly that I know that—
I wouldn't say I've invested a lot of emotional energy into the Hellaverse, because again, like with Steven Universe, people always like, oh, so I can't take criticism of Steven Universe, when I'm the one bitching about it more than anybody, to the point I get in trouble with other fans. But like, I'm not emotionally invested in Helluva Boss. It's a show I enjoy. What I'm emotionally invested in is storytelling and narratives and people actually fucking understanding them and not pretending that they have media literacy when they're just talking a bunch of fucking bullshit, you know? That's what I'm passionate about.
A YouTube cartoon, or I guess a Prime Video cartoon now, having poorly written female characters and a lot of sexist—
Still a YouTube cartoon, and you didn't prove the female characters are poorly written, you just cut out scenes that would have contradicted your claims.
Jokes is not the end of the world, nor is it the most important political issue facing modern society today. That would be stupid. That being said—
Misogyny isn't the most important issue facing society today, you sure?
We are all able to advocate for things that we care about, no matter how small the ways we choose to tackle them might seem from the outside. And in my case, I genuinely care about misogyny and how it impacts the world that we live in and the communities that we—
So do I, but you've just been mansplaining about it this entire time while revealing that you yourself have some pretty misogynistic viewpoints, so— isn't that ironic?
Are a part of. I might be physically transitioning to manhood, but as of right now, I don't pass, which is probably very evident in the way that I sound. I still remain—
Okay, but that still doesn't change anything. You still identify as a man and mansplaining misogyny to other people.
In the target of misogyny and transphobia in much of my everyday life. And even when or if I ever reach a place where I am able to fully present as a cisgender man, I will never forget what it was like to be treated like garbage, to be harassed, and to be belittled for being born female. I have no
And you are spreading that now yourself with your talk of pegging basically makes Moxxie a woman. And other shit you've said in this video, Jesus Christ.
Illusions that this video will suddenly vaporize the sexism and femophobia so normalized in the queer Hellaverse commentary sphere or the fandom sphere, much less the larger commentary or fandom community umbrellas that these spaces exist under. As much as that would be great, it's also
you should have edited the script. This video could have been 30 fucking minutes long.
silly to hope for that. But on the off chance that the algorithm gods decide to bless this video, it would be very
Oh, they sure did, and now you're on my radar. Sorry about that.
Cool if it could encourage some people to maybe think more deeply about the things that they say and how they affect people. Because as we covered,
I think you should also think more deeply about the things you say. Maybe go back and you know, re-listen to your own video and go, wow, actually, maybe I was a little off base there.
In regards to how people treat Vivienne Medrano or use the B word to subjugate people.
You're complaining about the B word, but again, in your section where you could have just full-chestedly said, don't be misogynistic to Vivienne Medrano, you had to put in like 5 million caveats, where you had to assure everyone you still think she sucks. Like, was that necessary?
This stuff is bigger than a cartoon. It might start there for some people, but if left unaddressed, it can easily seep into how we treat other human beings, intentionally or not.
Where's your energy for Family Guy and stuff like that, though?
And that fucking sucks. I don't want to see it brushed off and excused as normal, appropriate, or okay anymore. Thank you all for making it to the end of this video, especially—
It's not appropriate to make a female character who is just a one-dimensional villain who is just there to be evil. That's yeah.
Especially if you're a fan of the Hellaverse, like, damn, you are a real one. It's great to be critical of the media that we care about. That's awesome. And if you haven't—
I can be critical of the media I care about, but nothing you've said makes any fucking sense and is clearly deriving from your own biases, and you're just projecting it onto this show and the female showrunner. I mean, you're acting like you're not part of the problem when you very clearly are.
Any thoughts of your own, feel free to share them down in the comments below. Just try—
I don't need to. I've shared them all in the last, 6 hours? Jesus.
To be nice to each other. God bless. This video will likely be demonetized considering the heaviness of the subject matter and all the swearing.
Really? Probably not. I mean, I don't get demonetized very often. All you have to do is tell people you're swearing. I mean, if you think it wouldn't be from the show footage because you don't get dinged for Helluva Boss unless you're using copyrighted music. You should be fine.
But we can cross our fingers, chat. I'm gonna try. Even so, I'm considering making a Patreon or something down the line so I can still, you know, live, maybe make some dough for my hard work, you know? As for right now, if you feel the inclination to support me, I'm
making some dough for my hard work. As we all know, streaming is harder than a 9-to-5 job. Hassan Piker told me so.
I have a Ko-Fi and other social
and he's the king of leftists, and he's definitely not a misogynist. No, not at all.
Media where you can follow me if you want. Wink, wink. I also drew the thumbnail to this video, and if you like it, maybe you,
Ooh! I drew mine too! Ooh! And remember, you can get it on merch now.
You would want to commission me for some art, teehee. My commissions are...
If you want to commission Roddy, maybe I'll go to where his commissions are.
Always open, so just message me. Yeah, okay, shameless self-promo out of the way. I hope you all have a great rest of your day, and thank you all again for watching. Bye!
What do you do your commissions through? Oh, it's your card. Okay, so just as a bit of a show of good faith for Roddy here. We'll go see where his commissions are. Oh, there's no commission terms. Here we go. Oh, there you go. So there's Rottika's Victor with a K's commission information if you like his art and want to commission him. Which I mean, I'm not gonna like be down on you for being another artist. I just think your cartoon opinions on the Hellaverse are bad. That's all. Let's put the music back on because we're gonna be wrapping up soon. So I'll put the supers back on.
At ActionFan19 sent a super chat. Somebody send a Stella sticker to Georgina. She'd bloody love them.
Yeah, I might send her one myself.
At Mr. DeBossBaby6969 send a super chat. Hold on, I got here 4 hours late. Is that how bad the mic is through the whole video? Sounds like he is recording this in a tin can.
Yeah, but I too once had a blue snowball if you go back to my old videos, so I can't complain about the mic quality.
At MindBot45 sent a super chat. On a related note, how did you figure out that you were a lesbian? If this is too personal, you don't have to answer.
I mean, I kind of figured out when I was 14 when I realized I was just more into girls and never had a crush on any guy ever. And I was raised by liberal atheist parents, so it wasn't really that difficult to come to that conclusion. My parents both kind of knew before I did. So, yeah, it was pretty obvious my entire childhood. It was one of those situations. But, you know, it doesn't mean I haven't faced homophobia just because I don't have a homophobic family. The entire fucking world is homophobic, you know?
Ed Sharuvi sent a super chat. It's misogyny that Stella wasn't abused, okay?
Yeah, it's such a weird take. Like Victor with a K will admit that Stella is an abuser, physically and mentally. And then we'll just go, well, but Stella's embarrassed her. Okay, so somebody embarrassed his abuser? Why is that bad?
At Jahudi9910 sent a super chat. As somebody who consumes fanfiction, I've noticed that a lot of Zoomers really suck at writing, even when excluding the ones that can't format or punctuate, so none of these takes are surprising.
There is a problem with, like, actual basic literacy with Zoomers. COVID really fucked up a whole micro-generation, and we're gonna be paying the consequences for that probably sooner than later, but... yeah.
At ActionFan19 sent a super chat. Vicator probably gives the same defensive statement about a certain woman whose name rhymes with Camber Bird. At Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Stella's feelings. Wah. I don't get any money. W.
Yeah, Stella doesn't care about anything but status and being rich. Like...
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. One of my favorite villains was Rita Repulsa from Power Rangers. A character played by a woman no less, and I loved her performance and sass.
Oh yeah, she was great.
At ActionFan19 sent a super chat. Yeah, Andre, if you're trying to prove you're straight, you're doing a lousy job at it.
I know. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what the joke is.
At MysteriousMouse4973 sent a super chat. If you look at the racist, classist, self-absorbed white woman and think that's supposed to represent how they see female characters. That tells me more about how you see them than anything.
Yeah, and then these are the same kinds of people who always go, oh, white women ruin everything. And then you see, like, a peak Karen stereotype, and you go, oh, but the poor woman! Because as much as we hate white women, we hate gay men more, I guess.
At VarishWolf95 sent a super chat. You're still going? Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Smiley
I had to get a
face
sandwich
emoji.
in the middle of this.
At VarishWolf95 sent a super chat. Hello pot-time kettle, have we met? At Rain Banana sent a super chat. I can't believe Rottika ended misogyny.
Ended misogyny by telling us Moxxie is... that he almost put Moxxie in with the female characters because he's sensitive and has emotions and likes being pegged, and that basically makes you a woman, I guess. Just... wow. Wow. But anyway, so... but there's Rottika's, commission sheet. If you're interested in... oh, there's more. Okay, my bad. So... and he does do color, too. That's like head and shoulders, half body, full body. Looks like... this is pretty much the way I price my stuff, too, mostly by complexity. Because if I take longer trying to get something right, that's not your fault. So, anyway, again, as a palette cleanser, let's just get us some more Brandon Rogers in, with my favorite. The CEOs during Pride Month one, which is my favorite. So, this will be our palette cleanser before I wrap up, guys.
Hello, gorgeous. I'm Bryce Tank Thrust, business mogul, former president, and sex icon. Make it look tight. But just because I have standards doesn't mean I can't be an ally. That's why I'm introducing my Drag It You collection. Slay with my makeup for men.
No mask.
Or try my man heels for tops and bottoms. Cause we can all each other a little closer to God. And I don't know what you do with these, but I know you people will.
That's a vacuum.
Yes, but what do they use it for?
I do think she's trying to change. Usually when she visits the neighborhood, she has the hazmat suit, but not today. She even shook my hand and said something sweet.
What time is it? I may not know much about gay rights, but this month I care about them. You can't spell homosexual without me. They keep adding letters, but I keep adding tolerance. Shit! My precious acronym! Do queers think this is some kind of puzzle for the rest of us? What's the LGBT, my cum-dumps?
I'm not actually gay. I have a girlfriend.
Yeah, well, you fooled me, and you're gonna fool her. If homosexuality is such a sin, then why did God make gay porn so fucking hot? The choice to be gay is the choice to slay.
You told the gays it doesn't get better.
I never heard those words, never said those words.
Hold on, Donovan, I see a gay boy. It doesn't get better.
Well, it did get better, because I got richer. You try putting a stopper in my poppers. For when you're ready for that promotion, but not for a stretch.
Oh, ma'am, it's midnight.
Why the fuck would I care if it's midnight?
Well, it's July 1st.
Get out. Get the fuck out! Get rid of all this gay shit!
I took my girlfriend for this job.
We'll get her back!
Yeah. So was that misogynistic? Is this what Brandon is saying all women are like?
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. Boondock would break him with liberal use of the curse words.
Yeah, that's okay, it's a list of shows that would break the average Zoomer Hellaverse critic. Venture Brothers, The Boondocks, Archer. Fucking, what else did we say? There was a few. I can't even, I have a headache. I have such a headache. I didn't expect this to take all goddamn day. Jesus Christ. Yes, never change, Brandon. Never change, never change. Anyway, so I'm gonna go. I believe you all wish to be released as well. So, yeah, Family Guy, too. Like, just go fucking watch Modern Family Guy. It's worse than the fucking Hellaverse. I'm sure I'm gonna get a lot of hate on Twitter for this stream, but whatever. Buy my Stella stickers, bitches. I'm gonna go. I will see you all Friday. I also have a weekly Friday stream, and you are gonna have a vote tomorrow between 3 different things we could talk about. So if you want to vote, make sure you subscribe to me so you get my posts. Anyway, I'm gonna go now. I'll see you guys later.